Hello everyone, I'm Top Romance. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel so I can have more motivation to make more quality videos. Thank you very much and have a nice day. In a cozy bedroom, Nin-Hon startled awake, her eyes filled with tears. She was naked, lying against a man's chest. Nin-Hon thought in a daze, I'm still alive. Without any unnecessary movements, she quickly pushed the man away, then hurriedly ran out of the room. Clutching a piece of cloth to cover herself, she looked around in shock, speechless. This was the Faux family's old house, meaning she had returned to the place where Ko-Ti had plotted against her the night before. Why was she here? Fo-Tay-Tam, looking at her bewildered face, said, Before we got married, you said the thing you'd regret most in your life was marrying me. You said you'd rather die than let me touch you. He quickly grabbed her hand and pushed Nin-Hon onto the bed. He frowned and asked, Why? After just one night of marriage, are you already so impatient to seduce me? She stared at him wide-eyed and replied, Fo. Nin-Hon added, making his face go blank, Tay-Tam. She thought sadly, wasn't I blinded by Ko-Ti? How can I suddenly see? And why is Fo-Tay-Tam here in front of me? I was kicked out of the Faux family because of what I did. Turning her face away, unable to look him in the eye, she said, I'm sorry. Fo-Tay-Tam tightly gripped her small hand. He asked irritably, What kind of game are you playing? Nin-Hon narrowed her eyes and softly said, You're hurting me. Hearing this, he sighed dejectedly. Fo-Tay-Tam asked curiously, Why are you apologizing? With a melancholic expression, Nin-Hon replied, Because before we got married, I caused you a lot of trouble, so I'm sorry. From now on, I'll treat you well. Fo-Tay-Tam wearily touched his face. Treat me well, he repeated, then left, leaving her heartbroken. He added, After he left the room, Nin-Hon remained seated, thinking sadly. His face doesn't show even a hint of change in his disgust for me. She stood up and looked at herself in the mirror. Relieved she wasn't disfigured, Nin-Hon quickly dressed. This was the first day of her marriage to Fo-Tay-Tam. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought, I've been reborn. Time has returned to when I first entered the Faux family. Suddenly, the door opened. Ko-Ti rushed in, calling a name that made Nin-Hon turn her head in surprise. Nin-Hon, Ko-Ti feigned concern. Are you all right? Nin-Hon's eyes widened in surprise. It's Ko-Ti. With a sorrowful face, Ko-Ti quickly took Nin-Hon's hand. She said, Didn't you say you were going to give Mr. Faux the glass of water with the aphrodisiac? She pretended to sadly wipe away fake tears, thinking angrily, Why isn't this bitch dead yet? Nin-Hon clenched her fists, her face grim. If she hadn't known what would happen in the future, she would have almost been fooled by Ko-Ti's acting. She recalled the past. According to her memory, Ko-Ti had given her 2 glasses of water, but didn't tell her which one contained the aphrodisiac. The original plan was to give the drug glass to Fo-Tay-Tam. Then Ko-Ti would go to his room and sleep with him, allowing Nin-Hon to smoothly file for divorce. But Ko-Ti had tricked her. She had put the aphrodisiac in both glasses, giving Nin-Hon the one that would take effect a little slower. She wanted to put Nin-Hon in some thug's bed, but what she didn't expect was, at that time, Ko-Ti stood there smugly with her arms crossed, a polite accomplice holding a knife behind her. She sneered, Your status as the Ko family's young miss disgusts me. She quickly grabbed the knife from her accomplice, then frowned and yelled, Why does he like you so much? Why does older brother Ko-Chin love you so much? Ko-Ti grabbed Nin-Hon's head and screamed, Why can you marry Mr. Faux without any effort, while I've been trying to kick you out of the Faux family for so long, but he hasn't even spared me a glance. Nin-Hon, her face scarred, asked fearfully, What do you want to do? Overcome with rage, Ko-Ti raised the knife and stabbed it into Nin-Hon's sweet eyes, blood splattering across the floor. Nin-Hon screamed in pain. Ko-Ti let out a triumphant laugh. Nin-Hon collapsed, wailing, Ko-Ti, why? Nin-Hon remembered, the perfect husband she'd married through a family-arranged marriage, taken away by Ko-Ti after just 2 days. Her childhood sweetheart, who she'd loved for over 20 years, had only ever loved Ko-Ti, staying by her side only to gain control of the Ko family's company. Together with Ko-Ti, they had conspired to kill her grandfather. Every scar on her body, her ruined face, her ruined voice, all caused by Ko-Ti. Unreconciled, Nin-Hon was in a daze, her inner thoughts screaming. Unreconciled, no matter what. She quickly broke free from Ko-Ti's accomplice, painfully stood up, and shoved her hard eye. Seeing her decisive action, Ko-Ti's face was filled with shock. Unwilling to give up, Nin-Hon bit into Ko-Ti's shoulder. Ko-Ti cried out in pain. Suddenly, a gun appeared. Ko-Ti's accomplice emerged from behind her and shot Nin-Hon. She slowly collapsed to the ground in agony. Nin-Hon thought numbly, my life is fading. Is this tragic life finally over? But she was unreconciled. Tears welled up in her eyes. If she could live again, she would definitely make Ko-Ti pay with blood. A moment later, clothes were scattered on the floor. Fote-Tam was taking her body. Nin-Hon woke up with a start. I'm still alive. She recalled Ko-Ti's dirty face, but Ko-Ti had tricked her. She drugged both glasses, giving her the one that would take effect a little slower. She wanted to deliver her into the bed of some random scoundrel. But unexpectedly, Fote-Tam didn't drink it at all. The situation changed, and she was the one who ended up drugged. Back in the present, Ko-Ti lightly touched Nin-Hon's shoulder, feigning concern. Nin-Hon, tell me, did Mr. Fo force himself on you? Or should we go home and let grandfather handle this? For us. Nin-Hon quickly grabbed her hand, pulling Ko-Ti's disgusting touch off her shoulder. There's no need. Tay-Tam is very good to me. She added sternly, besides, matters between husband and wife should be kept private from the elders. Ko-Ti, unwilling to give up, put on a mournful face and cried out, Nin-Hon, Mr. Fo has always been ruthless and heartless. If you stay with him, you'll surely die a miserable death. Nin-Hon frowned, staring directly at her, making her slightly apprehensive. She said, but I also can't harm my own sister for my own selfish reasons. Ko-Ti slowly narrowed her eyes. To be able to help my sister escape this sea of suffering is my greatest wish. She thought irritably, why isn't she crying and making a scene? This isn't like the stupid, suicidal Nin-Hon from before. She feigned concern. Don't worry, sister. I've arranged everything. At 2 a.m. tonight, Brother Tu-Han will be waiting for you at the main gate of the Fo residence. Then we'll proceed according to plan. Ko-Ti left, not forgetting to add, I'll go pack your bags right now. Nin-Hon seemed to fall silent, contemplating. This deceitful drama is exactly like before. I'm afraid Ko-Ti has already informed the Ko family, and they'll intercept me when I leave. She stared at the door. I once deeply loved that man, Kai-Tu. Hung. She recalled that time on the large boat during their wedding night with her lover, shaming both the Ko and Fo families. Back then, her grandfather had bellowed, have you considered your status? She had cried out in anguish. Grandfather. Ko-Ti had sobbed, I'm sorry, sister. Sobi. Nin-Hon shielded Kai-Tu-Han, declaring, Tu-Han and I truly love each other. She was startled to see Fote-Tam behind them. Fote-Tam, why is he here? He asked, leaning on his hand. Is this your choice? Nin-Hon answered anxiously, no, She backed away fearfully. Suddenly, Nin-Hon lost her balance and began to fall backward. She looked at the night sky in terror, thinking, no, I don't want to die yet. Instinctively, she reached out. I grabbed it. I think I grabbed something. Her face was dazed. Why is it so soft? Back in the present, in their warm bed, Fote-Tam sat up abruptly, yelling, Ko Nin-Hon, what are you doing? She recoiled in surprise, saying, sorry. She looked at her hand, her cheeks flushed. I think I touched that of his. She sighed in relief. Thank goodness. It was just a dream. Suddenly, Fote-Tam angrily grabbed her face, gritting his teeth and roaring, from now on, keep your hands to yourself, do you hear me? His expression softened as he looked at her, but I didn't force you. You climbed in my bed yourself last night. Nin-Hon glanced at him. She curled her lip and said, why? Aren't you my husband? Or do I no longer have to fulfill my wifely duties once you're asleep? Fu Xixin replied, stunned, humph. Where's your prestigious family upbringing? You have no shame. She stuck out her tongue, as the saying goes. To die by the hands of the beauty is to be a romantic ghost. I'd rather become a nun than touch you. Fu Xixin roared angrily. He covered his face, thinking, forget it. Why am I arguing with her? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. A servant softly called, young master, madam invites young madam downstairs. Fu Xixin raised his voice, what is it? The servant quietly informed him, young madam's boyfriend is at the door. He says he had a date with young madam last night to elope, but she didn't show up. Hearing the servant's words, he angrily turned to look at Nin-Hon. Fu Xixin frowned. You dared to elope with your lover? Nin-Hon's face was stunned. She remembered. Nin-Hon carefully applied her makeup. Cosmetics spread out on the table. She thought sadly, during my wedding night, I eloped with Chi Zi Hang, ruining the relationship between the Gu and Fu families. She slowly applied a bit of lipstick to her beautiful lips. Of course, I won't do that now. I didn't expect Gu Shi and Qi Zihang to come looking for me. Nin Hon lightly touched her hand to the door. She slowly opened it, and a room full of colorful clothes appeared before her eyes. Nin Hon gasped in surprise. What a big closet! She admired the brightly colored clothes, neatly arranged. That Fu Shishin is so thoughtful, preparing so many clothes for me. She furrowed her brow, thinking, this is the first time I've seen so many clothes. The Gu family was once considered a wealthy and influential family, but in recent years, it's been declining due to my uncle's mismanagement. She absent-mindedly picked out a white dress. First, I thought grandfather married me off for the sake of the Gu and Fu family's union, but now that I think about it, the Fu family is so wealthy and powerful. Grandfather must have wanted me to have a comfortable life. Seemingly noticing something, Nin Hon's face showed a hint of surprise as she stared at the clothes on top of the wardrobe. These familiar clothes. I bought them all with Gu Shi. They're beautiful, but they don't suit someone in their 20s like me. Clutching the dress in her hand, she decided, now that I've been reborn, I definitely won't lose to Gu Shi again. While Nin Hon was changing, Qi Zihang, Gu Shi, an older woman, sat downstairs in the living room. Qi Zihang said loudly, you'd better be polite to me. I'm here today to take Nin Hon away. Using her same old tricks, Gu Shi put on a worried expression. She said, Brother Zihang, is there some misunderstanding between you and her? Even if you two were together before, she's married now. He frowned and yelled, this marriage must be making her miserable. Why else would she ask you to tell me to wait for her nearby in the middle of the night? He appeared concerned, but inwardly he was cursing. That woman actually made me wait all night. Just you wait and see what I'll do to your sister. Listening to their conversation, the older woman sitting beside them glanced over and asked, what? Meet nearby. Gu Shi quickly switched on her innocent act. She said, last night, she asked me to gather some things for her, but I don't know why. As she finished speaking, Nin Hon appeared, looking stunning. She said in a loud voice, gather what things? As she approached, the three of them stared at her like predators eyeing their prey. Gu Shi sweetly called out, sister. Qi Zihang seemed captivated by Nin Hon's beauty, his face flushing. This woman is making me flustered again. If she had been like this from the beginning, I wouldn't have been so cold to her and would have been with Gu Shi. Together, Gu Shi narrowed her eyes in anger. How could Gu Nin Hon be wearing this outfit? Nin Hon coolly turned her hand, her eyes widening as she asked, Gu Shi, what things did you say you wanted me to gather? Gu Shi clenched her fists and said softly, last night, I said I wanted you to help me and Zihang run away together. Nin Hon slowly curled her lip in response. Ji Shi, what are you talking about? I have no relationship with Qi Zihang. Why would we run away together? Hearing her decisive words, Gu Shi's face froze. She stammered, but haven't you been pursuing him for 4 years? Qi Zihang interjected, pointing at himself arrogantly. Nin Hon, you said that as long as I agreed, you would leave everything behind and run away with me. He gave her a disgusting smile that I was wrong not to agree back then. Now I've seen the light. Let's be together. Nin Hon recalled the scene of Qi Zihang and Gu Shi embracing. She thought, that's the same face. The image of me lying in agony in prison with their disgusting smiles flashed before my eyes. It was this false affection that put me through 3 years of living hell, praying for a quick death to end the suffering Gu Shi and Qi Zihang inflicted upon me. Back in the present, Nin Hon slowly sat down. You and me, she began, then added with a scornful smile, if I remember correctly, you graduated from university and have been unemployed for 2 years, living off your father who works for the Gu family. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Shi, Qi Zihang, and their aunt's faces froze. The aunt chuckled lightly. Well, it wasn't quite like that before. His pride wounded, Qi Zihang pointed at Nin Hon's beautiful face and yelled, Nin Hon, you're going too far. How can you measure feelings with money? Gu Shi chimed in, that's right, sister. You accidentally slipped and fell into the water in the outskirts. It was Zihang who jumped in and saved you. Even if you're married into a good family now, you shouldn't humiliate him like this. Qi Zihang put his hands on his hips, his eyes looking sadly at the cold floor. Forget it, Gu Shi. How could the esteemed Miss Gu remember a gardener's life-saving grace? Gu Shi said coquettishly, but that's not fair to you. Watching the wonderful performance of this despicable couple, Nin Hon thought, right, these two? She retorted sharply, if Qi Zihang is so noble, then can you return my credit card? Hearing this, Gu Shi and Chi Zihang froze. Ninhong continued, I'll grant you that you saved my life 4 years ago. The Gu family already gave you a sum for that. Her eyes flashed with triumph. Moreover, I recently learned that you weren't the one who saved me in the first place. Ninhong slowly stood up, unflinchingly staring at Chi Zihang. Enjoying that gratitude for 4 years. I wonder if you've had enough? Chi Zihang was speechless, stunned into silence. About 4 years ago, I happened to run into Gu Ninghong, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, being admitted to the hospital. Since her family's gardener's son, Chi Zihang, was there, he naturally went into her room to care for her. After she woke up, she asked if he had saved her life, and without a second thought, he nodded. Gu Ninghong was infatuated with him, and although he didn't love her, who could resist the beauty of the Gu family's eldest daughter? At this moment, Chi Zihang stammered nervously. Ninghong listened to his explanation. I didn't mean to lie to you at first. I had my reasons. Ninghong, annoyed, covered her ears and grumbled, What's the point of saying all this now? She smoothed her beautiful hair and declared, I'll tell grandfather to kick you out of the Gu family. You'll have to return every penny you've taken from the Gu family over the past 4 years. Chi Zihang was upset. He retorted loudly, Gu Ninghong, how can you be so cruel? Ninghong's face showed disgust at his words. She replied, How is this cruel? I haven't even had someone break your legs yet. She raised her voice and ordered the servants, Throw this man out. From now on, anyone who lets him in will have to answer to me. Seeing the maids' delighted faces, Chi Zihang exclaimed angrily, Humph. Gu Shi anxiously lowered her head, not daring to look up. She thought angrily, damn it, how did she find out about this? She wiped a tear from her long lashes and said softly, I'm sorry. I didn't know Zihang was like this. I thought there was some misunderstanding between you two, so I let him in. Gu Shi feigned distress. I didn't expect to cause you trouble, sob. Ninghong glanced at her and asked pointedly, Gu Shi, you're so strange. I was the one deceived for 4 years, and I'm not crying, but you are. Ninghong crossed her arms and added sternly, Moreover, you haven't stopped advising me for the past 4 years. Seeing her confidence, Gu Shi felt a pang of jealousy. Gu Ninghong hadn't used such cold formalities before. Ninghong raised her voice. My pride was trampled on by Chi Zihang. I'm not the one who should be feeling wronged. What are you crying about? Gu Shi thought in shock. Clearly, no matter what I did wrong before, a few tears would soften her. Why has she changed? She pretended to cry pitifully. Ninghong, I know you're angry, but please don't take it out on me. You're scaring me. Ninghong snapped, Stop crying. I've seen enough of your theatrics. Ninghong recalled the past. Gu Shi had lost her parents at a young age and was abused by her foster family. After a while, her older brother, Gu Yin, brought her back to the Gu family to be raised. The Gu family had never suspected that she and Chi Zihang were plotting to seize the family's assets. She felt a headache coming on. That memory, Ninghong continued to reminisce. Gu Shi had stolen the family's jewels and covered her hands with them. Then, she waved her hands, taunting, These are all the Gu family's treasures, you know. Ninghong, sitting behind bars, roared furiously. What more do you want at this point? Gu Shi leaned closer to Ninghong. I don't mind telling you. Your own brother, Gu Yin, I killed him with my own hands. Gu Shi added, He brought it on himself. Who told him to walk in on me? And Chi Zihang in bed. Ninghong screamed in anguish, You animal. He was your savior. Gu Shi shot her a disdainful glance. She said, That's right. Until now, you still think Chi Zihang was the one who saved you, don't you? Ninghong asked in surprise, What do you mean? Gu Shi sneered. He only sees you as a fool to be tricked, understand? With a disgusted expression, she laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Back in the present, Ninghong sat elegantly on the chair. She frowned and said, You've all been putting on this act of being good sisters and kind benefactors in front of me. Now that things have come to this, you don't need to keep up the charade. Gu Shi thought irritably, Damn it. Ninghong pondered seriously. I absolutely will not be harmed again. Ninghong slowly narrowed her eyes and calmly said, Gu Shi, please don't come to the Fu residence anymore. Just seeing you makes me nauseous. Her steely words made Gu Shi tremble. She said anxiously, You've misunderstood me. I'll come back to apologize when you calm down. With that, she quickly left. Gu Shi clenched her fists in anger. One day, everything the Gu family has will be mine. After Gu Shi left the room, Ninghong let out a long sigh of relief. She sighed, thinking, Phew, this is finally over. I feel completely drained. I can't relax just yet. I remember in my past life, I wasn't kicked out of the Gu family because of Chi Zihang, but because Gu Shi had other fabricated evidence. She glanced to the left and then touched her forehead. Ning Hon was a little bewildered. Oh man, she didn't even bring it up when she had such a good opportunity. As Ning Hon slowly walked up the stairs, the maid standing below looked at her and reminded, "Young madam, madam has returned to the Fu residence." Ning Hon replied, "Yes, I know." The maid's face was a little dazed. She added, "She also said that young master and young madam should have dinner together tonight." Hearing the maid's reminder, Ning Hon was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Madame Fu to not criticize her at all. She stood still on the cold staircase. Ning Hon said, "After all, getting divorced just one day after the wedding is quite damaging to the reputation of both families." The next day, at the magnificent villa, Fu Shishan held a stack of documents in his hand. He quietly entered the room. At the same time, Ning Hon was enjoying a cup of hot tea inside. Seeing him approach, she said absent-mindedly, Ning Hon asked hesitantly, "Would you like some tea?" Fu Shishan didn't even look at her. He replied coldly, "No need." Ning Hon brought the teacup to her lips. She frowned fearfully. "In my past life, I was terrified of Fu Shishan's cold and cruel demeanor." Her face flushed as she recalled their passionate night together. But last night, Ning Hon thought, blushing, why was it so childish this time around? She quickly got up and left the room. "Forget it. I'll go to the study and find some materials to study. This life can't continue like before." A moment later, in the study, Ning Hon diligently searched for study materials. She was astonished by its size. This study is huge. Her small hands gently picked up a book. Ning Hon's face was a little dazed. She had thought Fu Shishan was just a good-for-nothing. Suddenly, Fu Shishan appeared behind her. He yelled, startling her and making her turn around. "What are you doing?" Ning Hon lost her balance and slipped from the chair. Seeing this, Fu Shishan said, "Careful." Seemingly unable to control her body, Ning Hon fell through the air. Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut. Fortunately, Fu Shishan reacted quickly, catching and holding her in his arms. Slightly annoyed, he asked, "Are you trying to get a hug?" Ning Hon chuckled softly, replying, "That's right, hubby, you're so smart." Inwardly, she thought, "That scared me to death." As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Shishan tossed her onto a nearby chair. Ning Hon cried out in pain, "Ouch." He stepped closer to her, staring intently before asking, "Gu Ning Hon, what are you trying to do?" Ning Hon replied sweetly, "I'm not trying to do anything to you. Didn't I already admit I wanted a hug?" Hearing these words, Fu Shishan seemed unable to contain himself. He let out a low humph. Without any wasted movement, he gently kissed Ning Hon's beautiful lips, leaving her wide-eyed with surprise. His hands slowly slid under her dress. Unable to breathe from the kiss, Ning Hon gasped, "Let me go." Fu Shishan pulled away from her lips and hastily loosened his tie. With incredibly practiced hands, he quickly unbuttoned her thin blouse. Fu Shishan frantically kissed her lips again. Slightly frightened, she pushed him away. Fu Shishan refused to be deterred, quickly grabbing her wrists. He gently removed his tie, then moved closer to Ning Hon, kissing her fragrant neck. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted them. Fu Shishan, startled, stood up and answered, "What is it?" Ning Hon felt a sense of relief wash over her as he added, "All right, I'll be right there." Fu Shishan paused, thinking, what am I doing with this woman? Ning Hon slumped to the floor, letting out a long sigh. Phew. Breathing a sigh of relief, her face was blank. Although I don't know why he acted like that. She continued thinking, her face suddenly brightening. Compared to my withered, failed marriage before, my relationship with him is much more peaceful. Lost in thought, she mused, but at this rate, if our relationship continues to deteriorate, it will inevitably lead to divorce. She patted her cheeks, reminding herself, no, I can't divorce Fu Shishan and give Gu Shi the opportunity she's waiting for. With her quick wit, she immediately started searching for information on her phone. How to get along with men. Ning Hon's face was serious. I have to make a good plan. The next morning, after the sun had risen, Fu Shishan woke up. He walked to the kitchen and lifted a glass of water to his lips. Just then, Ning Hon cheerfully pulled some beautiful pastries from the oven, dressed provocatively. She said, "Hubby, you're back." Seeing her alluring figure, Fu Shishan couldn't help himself and choked, the water going up his nose. The beast within him stirred. He grabbed Ning Hon's hand, causing her to gasp in surprise. He pulled her along, leading her somewhere, prompting her to ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Fu Shishan glanced at her sheepishly, replying, Go get dressed properly. He wondered himself, what is this woman up to? Ning Hon refused, throwing her arms around him. I don't want to. He touched her forehead and pushed her away. His face flushed as he looked at her. You shameless woman. Moments later, Ning Hon was dressed neatly. Pouting, she muttered, oh dear, I think I overdid a bit. Seeing Fu Shishun's stern face as he sat on the chair, she worried, I just wanted to quickly improve my relationship with Fu Shishun. I was clearly too hasty. Fu Shishun rested his chin on his hand and scoffed. What was Ning Hon thinking doing something like this before? Could it be? Suddenly, Ning Hon approached him. She tugged at his shirt and said, well, your mother asked us to come home for dinner this morning. He frowned and replied, then I'll call her and tell her we're not coming. I have something to do outside. A moment later, Fu Shishun walked towards a luxurious car. Ning Hon quickly opened the car door. Seeing this, he asked irritably, Ning Hon, what are you doing? With an innocent face, she didn't answer. Fu Shishun roared, get out of the car now. Ning Hon firmly replied, no. He seemed lost in thought. She just got back, and now she wants to go out again. She must be lying to me. He frowned at her and raised his voice. Ning Hon, before we got married, you said that ours was just a marriage of convenience. After marriage, we'd each do our own thing. It's only been one day, and you're already going back on your word. Ning Hon felt a pang of sadness. She stared at him fearfully. Is Fu Shishun really going to throw me out of the car? He slammed his foot on the accelerator. Hold on tight. Ning Hon flinched, shrugged, and mumbled. Fu Shishun scowled, or get out. Ning Hon obediently replied, yes. A short while later, they arrived at a magnificent restaurant. Ning Hon looked around in surprise, thinking he actually came here. Across the street, people chattered busily. Ning Hon thought, sure, Yi Huan is the most extravagant brothel in the city. She frowned slightly. It has the best service, the finest wine, and also the most beautiful women. As they entered, a staff member politely said, Mr. Fu, welcome. Ning Hon was a little surprised. Oh, very familiar. The staff member stared at her and asked, Miss Gu, you're here. Are you looking for Mr. Chi? Ning Hon froze and replied, Fu Shishun glanced at her condescendingly. I thought this was your first time here. The nosy staff member asked, Miss Gu, Mr. Chi is in room 304. Do you want to go there? Ning Hon paused, lost in thought. I did come here a few times before, all to pay for Chi Zi Hang's indulgences. She put on an annoyed expression and replied, Chi Zi Hang and I have nothing to do with each other. How much money he spends at Sure, Yi Huan has nothing to do with me. Understand. She quickly walked away, leaving the stunned staff member behind. Have times changed? Before, it was Miss Gu chasing after Chi Zi Hang. Everyone knew that. Inside, fine wine was laid out, and several men were playing with a girl. Beside him was a short-haired girl. Seeing Ning Hon enter, he seemed quite amused. Whoa, since when did Sure Yi Huan get a new face? And such an innocent-looking one at that. Ning Hon ignored him and quickly walked past. Seeing this, he angrily grabbed her shoulder and stopped her. How dare you ignore me? Ning Hon, startled, yelled, what are you doing? Suddenly, Fu Shishun appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his hand. The man said fearfully, what's going on? Fu Shishun furrowed his brow and asked, do you want to die? He responded shakily, Mr. Fu, I apologize. I truly didn't know she was someone you had your eye on. Ning Hon thought in surprise, he's protecting me. Fu Shishun, slightly angered, pulled her towards him and demanded, you come with me. He roughly pushed her onto a chair, causing Ning Hon to cry out in pain. Ouch! He gripped her face tightly as he interrogated her. Did you come to Sure Yi Huan with me because Ji Zihong is here? Ning Hon looked into his furious eyes and softly replied, no, I don't ever want to see him again in my life. Fu Shishun didn't believe her, adding, is that so? Why did I hear that you loved him so much you'd die for him? He glared at her unhappily. Or was that supposed true love nothing more than? Just then, a woman with purple hair appeared. Seeing Fu Shishun sitting next to Ning Hon, she pondered thoughtfully. It seems the rumors about Fu not being interested in beautiful women are false. Holding a glass of bright red wine, she approached them, smiling as she spoke. Mr. Fu, hello. I'm Linda. It's a pleasure to meet you. I wonder if I could offer you a drink. Fu Shishun was taken aback. Dang. Linda's bright smile made Ning Hon's face twist in disgust. Miss, would you mind moving aside? Linda thought, normally, even if she's unhappy, she should suppress her feelings and leave to make a good impression. She gave an amused smile. Huh. Ning Hon, unwavering, retorted loudly, move. If you ask again, I'll beat you to death. As soon as she finished speaking, Linda and several other young men and women stared in astonishment. Did we hear that right? Fu Xixin gave a slight smile. He gently put his arm around Ning Hon and then glared at Linda, asking, "So what?" Ning Hon's face was a little glum. Even though her relationship with Fu Xixin wasn't good, she was still officially his wife. She curled her lip and leaned against his shoulder. How could she let some random, unknown woman bully her? Ning Hon said smugly, "Exactly." Another girl chuckled and reminded Linda, "There are so many seats, Linda. You can switch to another one. Isn't there an empty seat to the right of Mr. Fu?" Linda sat down angrily. She thought irritably, that girl doesn't know what's good for her. Forget it, I still need a save face. Ning Hon picked up her phone. The screen showed numerous missed calls and messages. She was utterly shocked. Gu Shi and Ji Zihong had even dared to send her more than a dozen messages. Ning Hon's face was full of disbelief. Do they have no shame? Fu Xixin glanced at the messages on her phone. He crossed his arms, annoyed. This woman dares to contact that man again. Seeing his displeasure, Linda chuckled and said loudly, "Mr. Fu, I heard your horsemanship has been excellent since childhood. So you must really like horses, right?" Fu Xixin frowned at her and replied, making Linda look smug, "I do." Wanted to make Ning Hon jealous. Fu Xixin put on a fake smile for Linda. Linda excitedly hugged his arm. He smiled at me. It seems he likes me too. Seeing this unpleasant scene, Ning Hon frowned, sensing danger. She quickly reached out and sat on Fu Xixin's lap. His face was full of surprise as she said, "Husband, do you like horseback riding?" "I do too. How about we go to the racetrack this Sunday?" Fu Xixin gently touched her chin, causing her to look at him in surprise. He said affectionately, "Seeing you so engrossed in your phone, someone who didn't know better would think your husband lived inside it." Ning Hon smiled sheepishly and replied, "No way. I was just adjusting my message settings so Gu Shi and Ji Zihong would stop bothering me." Seeing their affectionate display, Linda and the girl behind her widened their eyes. "Husband," the two girls muttered, exchanging calculating glances. They had heard about the engagement between the Gu and Fu families, but the eldest Miss Gu already had someone. It couldn't be this girl in front of them. But that husband, she definitely shouldn't be calling him that if she wasn't his wife. Linda decided to make her move. Mr. Fu, can I have a drink with you? Ning Hon frowned in displeasure. Fu Xixin asked her, "What? Are you unhappy?" She curled her lip and replied, "Not at all. I just think you should drink less to avoid a stomachache." Linda was furious. She pointed directly at Ning Hon's face. "This young lady is quite arrogant. You're just Mr. Fu's girlfriend. What right do you have to control him? Even affection should have its limits." Ning Hon glared and raised her voice. "What do you want?" Seemingly unprepared for a response, Linda stammered, I. She thought resolutely, "I can't just let this go." A blonde girl next to her whispered, "This girl speaks like she has someone backing her up. I think we should just leave it." Ning Hon sighed happily. "Good for me, living this life again. I can't let others bully me so easily." Fu Xixin looked at her curiously and asked, "Does it bother you that much?" He prompted her to get down. Ning Hon's body stiffened. She replied sullenly, "She provoked me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have." Fu Xixin's voice deepened. "I'll count to 3. Ning Hon fearfully retreated. Seeing her leave, he asked, "Where are you going?" Ning Hon furrowed her brows and replied, "I'm going to the restroom. Do you want to come with me?" She quickly walked towards the restroom. As she reached out to open the door, she heard voices that made her pause. Ji Zihong went to visit Ning Hon today and was completely humiliated. Do you think Ning Hon is in a bad mood? Should we go to the Fu residence to visit her? Hearing these words, Ning Hon's face was filled with astonishment. The voice inside continued, "This is so strange. Gu Ning Hon always treated Ji Zihong like he was everything. Why would she suddenly humiliate him like that?" Ning Hon frowned, thinking, "That's Gu Shi and my cousin Gu Qi inside. Why are they at Shuri Huan too?" Gu Shi exclaimed, "It's true." Ning Hon even froze Ji Zihong's bank card. She poured out her thoughts to her sister, that we both know what a useless piece of trash Ji Zihong is. If Ning Hon doesn't like him anymore, it's not good news for us. Gu Qi gritted her teeth and said, "I don't know why grandfather favors Ning Hon so much. He gives all the good things of the Gu family to her and her brother." Hearing these words from the hateful sisters, Ning Hon seemed to have realized something. So their disharmony was just a facade. This is their true relationship. Gu Qi crossed her arms and sneered, "Ha ha. Gu Ning Huan is so stupid. I just need to have Ji Zihong ask her out, drug her, and take some photos. She added, then, on Grandpa's birthday party, I'll accidentally leak them. Gu Ning Huan will be finished. Gu Shi chuckled softly that that's a great idea. Besides, I have something else that can ruin her. Ning Huan, hiding, thought to herself in shock, what could it be? Gu Shi said cheerfully, we can wait until Grandpa's birthday and reveal it all at once. Gu Qi asked curiously, Grandpa. She smoothed her hair haughtily and snapped, a lowlife from a poor background like you has no right to call him Grandpa. She propped her chin on her hand and continued her insults. If that idiot Gu Ning Huan hadn't taken a liking to you, would you even be a young lady of the Gu family? Gu Shi replied fearfully, you're right. I misspoke. Gu Qi was equally sharp-tongued. Gu Shi thought to herself, her mind full of schemes. Once I'm done with Gu Ning Huan, you're next. Gu Shi quietly opened the door and quickly left. Ning Huan, hidden behind the wall, looked somber after hearing their dirty conversation. She slowly walked into the restroom. They were already making their move. Ning Huan turned on the faucet and smiled, thinking, but before they make their move, I want to give Gu Qi a little gift. Thanks for giving Gu Shi the idea. Ka, Ning Huan's close confidant, rushed into the room, apologizing profusely. Miss Gu, I'm late. I was in the bar and just saw your message. Ning Huan waved her hand dismissively with a smile that it's okay. Help me send some things to Gu Shi in room 402. She thought to herself, Gu Shi's father probably doesn't give her enough allowance, so she often uses my name to book rooms. Let me be the one to foot the bill. This time, Gu Shi will definitely get a taste of her own medicine. Ka immediately bowed her head and replied, yes, miss, then quickly retreated. When Ning Huan entered the bar, Gu Shi saw her and asked in surprise, Ning Huan, what are you doing here? I didn't expect to run into you. Seeing Gu Shi's flustered appearance, Ning Huan sneered inwardly. It seems she's here to look for Fu Xishan. She probably heard he was here. Gu Shi put on a pitiful and vulnerable expression, saying, sister, you know I didn't do it on purpose. After all, we're sisters. Can you forgive me this time? Ning Huan immediately retorted, sister? Do you deserve to call me sister? Gu Shi didn't expect Ning Huan to say that. She stammered, Ning Huan, seeing Gu Shi's pitiful appearance, thought to herself, she always puts on this innocent act. No wonder Ji Zihong likes her. I wonder how that good-for-nothing Ji Zihong would react if he knew how she badmouthed him behind his back. As the two were still talking, Fu Xishan suddenly walked in and asked coldly, Gu Ning Huan, why did you take so long in the restroom? Gu Shi, seeing Fu Xishan, immediately put on a wronged expression, wiping the corners of her eyes and saying, Mr. Fu, please help me persuade Ning Huan. I promise I won't reveal any secrets between her and Ji Zihong. Fu Xishan immediately asked in a cold voice, what secrets? Ning Huan saw Gu Shi becoming more brazen. She thought to herself, this girl really wants to harm me. Then, Fu Xishan glanced at her. Ning Huan was startled and quickly explained, it's not like that. She quickly stood up, wrapped her arms tightly around Fu Xishan's neck, and unexpectedly gave him a light kiss on the lips, immediately letting go. Then she turned to Gu Shi, who was standing opposite her. See? In my heart, there's only my dear husband. Don't stand there spouting nonsense and smearing my reputation. Everyone in the bar, hearing the commotion, immediately turned to watch the drama unfold. Gu Shi pretended to cry, putting on a pitiful act. You clearly said you wanted to be good sisters with me. Why are you acting like you don't know me now that we're in the bar? Then she ran outside. Fu Xishan turned to Gu Ning Huan and asked, are you done? Let's go home. Seeing his cold demeanor, Gu Ning Huan was puzzled and asked softly, honey, seeing Gu Shi's pitiful appearance just now, didn't you feel even a little moved? Every time she sheds a few tears, everyone around immediately criticizes me. Why don't you? Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Xishan said coldly, her acting was too fake. Hearing him say that, Gu Ning Huan was extremely surprised, but secretly felt happy. Then she softly added, can you slow down a bit? Gu Ning Huan, from behind, looked at Fu Xishan's figure and thought, he's really handsome, but it seems like he's angry. Suddenly, lost in thought, Gu Ning Huan accidentally tripped. In her mind, she lamented, oh no. Then she fell down. Fu Xishan turned around and saw Ning Huan sitting on the ground. She looked up, blinked, and stuck her tongue out at him. She smiled sheepishly and said, I think I've sprained my ankle. Fu Xishan and Gu Ning Huan arrived home. He then picked her up and gently placed her on the sofa. Gu Ninghuan let out a small cry of surprise, while he looked at the hands that had just carried her and thought to himself, she's heavy. Suddenly, Fu Xishan took off his jacket. Seeing this action, Gu Ninghuan became wary and stammered. What are you doing? He leaned down, placing his hands on either side of her waist, his voice low and husky. Didn't you just call me dear husband? I have to exercise my rights, don't I? Gu Ninghuan immediately became defensive, closed her eyes, and yelled, help, there's a crazy pervert here. Fu Xishan, seeing her reaction, chuckled and stood up, crossing his arms. Just teasing you. Who would lay a hand on you? Gu Ninghuan, teased by him, was truly speechless. He then teased her further. Were you waiting for something? Gu Ninghuan immediately grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, yelling, get out. After the doctor bandaged Gu Ninghuan's ankle, he instructed Fu Xishan, Madam's injury is minor. I've given her anti-inflammatory medication. She'll recover in a few days. He waved his hand dismissively. Leave the medicine. You can go now. The doctor immediately replied, yes, sir. When he entered the kitchen, he saw her chopping vegetables and asked, what are you doing? Startled, Gu Ninghuan turned around and grumbled, can you please not appear behind people without saying anything? Fu Xishan continued to ask, what are you cooking? Looking at the food Gu Ninghuan was preparing, he hesitated for a moment and then said, let me cook. A moment later, he brought out a bowl of noodles that looked incredibly appetizing and said softly, eat. Gu Ninghuan ate while thinking to herself, and it's delicious too. As she playfully asked, how do you know how to cook? Fu Xishan calmly replied, you naturally learn after cooking a lot. Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan felt a warmth in her heart as she ate and thought, he probably learned during those years studying abroad. I heard the Fu family wanted him to learn to be independent, so they didn't give him any living expenses. After they finished eating, Fu Xishan unexpectedly picked her up, finished eating. Gu Ninghuan was completely surprised and let out a small cry, ah. Then she softly said, actually, you don't need to carry me. My foot doesn't hurt anymore. Fu Xishan carried her upstairs, replying casually, I don't want a crippled wife. After carrying her into the bathroom, Gu Ninghuan immediately shooed him out. Go away. Get out. He hesitated slightly. But your foot. Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, it's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. After she undressed and stepped in the bathtub, she suddenly slipped and cried out, ah. Hearing her scream, Fu Xishan immediately opened the door and rushed in. Are you all right? Gu Ninghuan sat in the bathtub, startled, and immediately covered herself with a towel, stammering, what are you doing? Then, thinking quickly, Gu Ninghuan grabbed the shower head and sprayed Fu Xishan directly, shouting, I told you to go out. He was drenched from head to toe. He stood there silently, not saying a word. Seeing his expression, Gu Ninghuan inwardly groaned. Oh no, it looks like he's really angry. She quickly softened her tone. Aren't you going to sleep? Fu Xishan remained incredibly calm, taking off his shirt to reveal his perfectly sculpted, flawless physique. He asked in a deep voice, do you think I can sleep now? Gu Ninghuan blushed at his actions. Extremely embarrassed, she stammered, What are you doing? Fu Xishan didn't say anything, but tossed his soaked shirt onto the floor, his voice husky. You tell me. Then he took a step closer to her, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He added, It's not the first time we've seen each other like this. What are you shy about, Mrs. Fu? Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan was so startled that she quickly turned around and sat down in the bathtub, covering her face in embarrassment. Seeing her adorable appearance, Fu Xishan chuckled softly. Then he calmly drew the shower curtain closed for her and walked out of the bathroom without another word. As he left, Fu Xishan walked back to the bedroom, looked at his hand, and suddenly thought, I think I accidentally grabbed something just now. After her bath, Gu Ninghuan sat on the bed, preparing to rest. Fu Xishan entered, knelt down on one knee, and gently applied medicine to her foot. Seeing his gentle and caring demeanor, Gu Ninghuan couldn't help but feel flustered and shy. I didn't expect him to be so gentle. After applying the medicine, Fu Xishan stood up to leave. He said curtly, done. Seeing this, Gu Ninghuan asked, Where are you going? Fu Xishan pulled out a cigarette as he walked, replying indifferently, I'm going to rest in the next room. Is something wrong? Gu Ninghuan quickly stopped him and, oh no, you can't go. She thought to herself, I can't let the Fu family think we're not getting along. Fu Xishan looked at her for a moment, then raised an eyebrow, playfully, Ji Ninghuan, did losing your virginity to me last night make you stupid? Gu Ninghuan immediately feigned shyness, stammering, After getting married, I realized what an outstanding person you truly are, so I quickly saw the light. Overwhelmed by your charm, Fu Xixin was taken aback by her words. Before he could recover, Gu Ninghuan had already wrapped her arms around his waist, acting coquettishly. I don't know what I'll do. If you don't stay with me, I'll call Grandpa Fu and tell him you're bullying me. Hearing this, Fu Xixin looked at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes and chuckled. Gu Ninghuan, where did you learn such shamelessness? Gu Ninghuan immediately retorted, her voice full of confidence. Hey, what do you mean shameless? Have you ever seen a newlywed couple sleep separately? Ever? Fu Xixin crossed his arms and looked at her coolly, his voice indifferent yet teasing. Fine, I'll agree, but you sleep on the floor. I'll sleep on the bed. Gu Ninghuan gasped in surprise. What? Ultimately, she conceded, becoming the one to sleep on the floor. Inwardly, she lamented. If I were still the pampered young miss of the Gu family in my past life, how could I endure such a thing? But now, I'm no longer that weak person. I must be stronger, tougher. Despite her pep talk, a sense of dissatisfaction still welled up inside her. After entering the room, Fu Xixin saw her actually lying on the floor and couldn't help but wonder, his gaze deep in thought. Is she really sleeping on the floor? I can't understand this woman more and more each day. He stood for a moment, watching her sleep. Her face was serene, yet tinged with a hint of sadness. Suddenly, he saw a tear roll down her cheek. Without hesitation, Fu Xixin reached out and gently wiped it away. She must have had a restless dream. It seems even sleep doesn't bring her peace. Oh well, protecting her is enough. I don't need to worry about anything else. The next morning, when Gu Ninghuan woke up, she looked at the empty bed and murmured, it seems he's already gone out. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Gu Ku. Gu Ninghuan answered, her tone gentle but suspicious. What's up, sister? On the other end, Gu Ku's voice sounded cheerful, yet with a hint of cunning. Ninghuan, are you free? I want to go out shopping. There are a lot of new arrivals lately. Why don't you come with me? Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, she want me to foot the bill again. However, she feigned enthusiasm and agreed with a bright smile. Sure, let's meet at the entrance of the mall. After Gu Ku arrived at the mall, she waited for a long time, but didn't see Gu Ninghuan. She called her, and Gu Ninghuan answered, feigning apology. Sister, I'm so sorry. The traffic is terrible. I'll be a little late. Gu Ku immediately reacted strongly. Late? You're already 2 hours late. On the other end, Gu Ninghuan smiled smugly, but continued to act contrite. I can't help it. Maybe we should cancel our shopping trip today, sister? Gu Ku immediately forced a laugh. It's okay. I'm free today. Waiting a little longer isn't a problem. Gu Ninghuan nodded and replied, okay then, I'll try to get there as soon as possible. After hanging up, Gu Ku fumed inwardly. I planned everything so meticulously last night. How can I let this opportunity slip away? Today, I must make her spend her money. 2 hours later, Gu Ninghuan finally arrived. She gave an embarrassed laugh. Sorry, sister. I'm here. Despite her inner frustration, Gu Ku feigned gentleness and waved her hand dismissively. It's okay, Ninghuan. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go shopping. Gu Ku thought to herself, I must be patient. I must stay calm, and then I'll get everything back. The two strolled around the shops. Gu Ku was incredibly enthusiastic about choosing items, her eyes lighting up at everything she saw. After picking out a pile of items, Gu Ku waved to a staff member. I'll take all of this. Once the staff member finished packaging everything, she said with a haughty smile, calculate the total. And don't bother mentioning any discounts. I don't care. The staff member smiled and replied, the total is 300,000 yuan, Miss Gu. Please provide your bank card for payment. Gu Ku thought to herself, I don't have to pay. Let her take care of it. She turned to Gu Ninghuan, her eyes glinting with a hidden agenda. Ninghuan, could you pay for me? I seem to have forgotten my card. Gu Ku started scheming, then turned to Gu Ninghuan and said sweetly, Ninghuan, I'm a little short on cash lately. Could you cover this for me? I'll pay you back as soon as I have the money. Gu Ninghuan replied coldly, Gu Ku, if you don't have money, why are you buying things? I recall your monthly allowance isn't even close to this amount. Gu Ku was irritated by Gu Ninghuan's attitude. Annoyed with her, she started to act up, saying in a sharp tone, Ninghuan, why are you being so difficult? We're family. Is it really necessary to be so nitpicky? Besides, I said I'd borrow it. The staff member looked at the two with a confused expression and hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, who will be paying?" The sound of high heels clicking echoed. Hua Hanua walked over, looking at Guku with a cold gaze and sneered, "Guku, weren't you embarrassed enough last night at the 11th hour? Now you can't even use your credit card." Provoked by Hua Nua, Guku felt a surge of anger and immediately yelled, "Hua Nua, shut up. Since when is it any of your business?" She then pulled Gu Ninghuan and said angrily, "Forget it. I don't want anything from this store anymore. Ninghuan, let's go." Huan Nuo watched Guku trying to slip away and couldn't help but chuckled at Ji Yuku. "Why are you in such a hurry? Last night, when your father arrived at the 11th hour, you were so scared you almost wet yourself. Why aren't you in such a hurry now?" Infuriated by Huan Nuo's taunts, Guku spun around. "Huan Nuo, don't push me too far." She raised her hand as if to hit Huan Nuo, but Su Beichin stopped her, his voice calm. "I advise you to stop while you're ahead. If you lay a hand on her, we won't be so polite." Seeing Su Beichin arrive, Huan Nuo scoffed. "Why are you only here now? My feet are killing me." Su Beichin looked at his watch and explained, "Traffic was a bit bad, and I told you not to wear high heels when you go out." Huan Nuo pouted and grumbled, "What if I want to look nice? If you don't let me wear high heels, how can I be feminine?" Gu Ninghuan watched the affectionate interaction between Su Beichin and Huan Nuo and thought to herself, Su Beichin truly is Huan Nuo's protector. Then, Huan Nuo looked at Gu Ninghuan and warned her coldly, "Gu Ninghuan, a word of advice. Don't be too nice to her, or you'll be the one who suffers." Hearing Huan Nuo's sincere advice, Gu Ninghuan nodded and smiled. "Thank you for the warning, Miss Hua." She then recalled her past life. Not long after, the Hua family would face a major crisis related to this adopted daughter. She feared that by then, Huan Nuo would deeply resent Su Beichin. When Gu Ninghuan returned home and was about to take off her high heels, Fu Xishan, sitting on the sofa, looked at her and gently reproached, "Your foot was injured yesterday, and today you're wearing 7-centimeter high heels again." He then glanced at her outfit, a short skirt that barely reached her knees. "Gu Ninghuan, I wonder who you have a date with today?" Gu Ninghuan turned around and asked him, "Didn't we agree that after marriage, we wouldn't interfere in each other's business? Why are you so worried?" She paused, then added, "Could it be that you're jealous?" Fu Xishan immediately denied it, his voice deep. "No, as my wife, you shouldn't dress like this." Gu Ninghuan chuckled, finding this man's contradictory words rather sharp-tongued. Then, a servant came to announce, "Madam, someone from the Gu family is outside, saying they have an invitation for you." Gu Ninghuan was surprised, her voice slightly confused. An invitation? She recalled her past life. In her previous life, she and Fu Xishan had already divorced, so she wasn't sure what invitation this could be. Meanwhile, Guku's mother, Suo Ifei, leisurely sipped her tea and said, "That Gu Ninghuan, waiting until noon to show up. She just wants to show off in front of us." Gu Shi, sitting beside her, pretended to Qinggao. "Annie, don't blame Ninghuan. She grew up without parents, so it's understandable if she's a bit." Suo Ifei, hearing Gu Shi's words, sneered, "It's good that her parents died early, so they don't have to see their daughter looking down on others. If my daughter was as ill-mannered as Gu Ninghuan, I would have." Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Ninghuan arrived and interrupted her. "Annie, what would you have done?" Both of them were startled, not expecting Gu Ninghuan to be there. She quickly placed her teacup on the table and said, "Nothing, nothing at all." Suo Ifei thought to herself, Gu Ninghuan seems different from before. Gu Ninghuan also thought to herself that Suo Ifei was Guku's mother, but her grandfather hadn't allowed her into the Gu family. She's a wolf in sheep's clothing, sinister and vicious. I once suspected she was involved in my parents' disappearance, but I have no proof. I'm afraid she's just hoping I'll die. Suo Ifei's eyes were sharp. She sneered and began to taunt her. "Now that you're married, you should know your place. Do you want to disgrace the Gu family?" Gu Ninghuan didn't back down. She retorted, "Auntie, your daughter, Guku, made quite a scene last night. Shouldn't you be busy teaching her a lesson instead of coming here to put on a show?" Suo Ifei immediately shifted the blame onto Gu Ninghuan. "What nonsense are you talking about? Ninghuan, just because your life isn't going well doesn't mean you should scheme against Guku to elevate yourself." Gu Ninghuan sneered, then asked Gu Shi. She was also at Shi Yihuan last night. She must know what happened with Guku. Before she could finish, Suo Ifei realized something. She immediately turned and slapped Gu Shi across the face. Then, pointing at Gu Shi, she cursed, "You despicable thing. You dare to scheme right in front of me." Gushir held her cheek and said, "Whichip, ly, I didn't." Suo Ife wasn't fooled. "What were you planning by coming here with me today?" She then slammed the invitation onto the table and turned back to scold Guning Huan. "And you, Guning Huan, you're no better." Then, with a snort, she left. Guning Huan, highly amused by the scene, called after her, "Don't let the door hit you on the way out." Then she picked up the invitation, read it, and pondered. It was an invitation to her grandfather's birthday party. Suo Ife was clearly trying to provoke her, thinking that now that she was married, she was no longer part of the Gu family. She rested her chin in her hand, thinking for a moment. It seemed she had to return to the Gu family home. Meanwhile, Fu Shishin, not seeing Guning Huan, asked the maid, "Where is Madam?" The maid replied, "Madam has left. She said she had some business at the Gu family home." Fu Shishin then remembered that old Master Gu was having a birthday celebration soon. As Guning Huan went downstairs, she saw Ji Zihong threatening a man. Ji Zihong grabbed the man by the collar. "I'm sorry." Ji Zihong immediately roared, "Who do you think you are? I'm giving you face by even asking you for money." The man glanced over and saw Guning Huan standing nearby and pleaded with her for help. "Miss Gu, please help me. I didn't mean to offend Mr. Ji." Ji Zihong turned around and saw Guning Huan, his expression immediately changing to a smile. "Ning Huan, you're back?" He looked at Guning Huan, thinking to himself that she had become even more beautiful since her marriage. He assumed she was there to apologize to him. Ji Zihong, feeling pleased with this delusion, told Guning Huan to fire the security guard, claiming he was dishonest and couldn't be trusted. Before he could finish, Guning Huan interrupted him. "Ji Zihong, who do you think you are to give orders here?" Seeing that Guning Huan wasn't acting like she used to, Ji Zihong walked over and grabbed her shoulders. "Are you being cold to me because of Fu Shishin?" Guning Huan immediately pushed him away and turned to leave, saying only, "I've already told you, a loser like you isn't worthy of my affection. Don't appear before me again." Ji Zihong was furious. He felt utterly humiliated. After returning to his room, Ji Zihong and Gushir embraced. Ji Zihong said pathetically, "Gushir, what are we going to do? If she ignores me from now on, my life is over." Gushir hugged his neck and sneered, "Don't worry. As long as you let Ning Huan know how deep our relationship is, she won't be angry with you anymore." Ji Zihong worried, "You said to sleep with Guning Huan, but she's Fu Shishin's wife now. If I do that, Fu Shishin will kill me." Gushir hugged his head and slowly revealed her scheme. "I'll testify that Guning Huan drugged and forced you." She thought to herself, "I want to see if Guning Huan can still act so arrogant after something like this happened so soon after her marriage." Guning Huan arrived at the Gu family home and asked the maid, "Isn't grandfather home?" The maid replied, "Miss, should I call the young master?" Guning Huan answered, "No need." She then went up to her room, intending to tidy it up while she was there. But when she opened her bedroom drawer, the item she was looking for was gone. She immediately ran to Gushir's room, thinking it must be Gushir. The maid, seeing Guning Huan leave angrily, called after her, "Miss." Guning Huan entered Gushir's room, and just as she suspected, the item she was looking for was there. Gushir tried to confront her. "Ning Huan, what are you doing in my room?" Before she could finish her sentence, Guning Huan slapped her across the face. Gushir clutched her face, feigning tears and whimpering. "Ning Huan, what's wrong with you? What did I do to offend you?" A housekeeper walked in and interrupted their argument. "Miss Gu, have you no manners? As a young lady, how can you hit someone like that?" Hearing this, Guning Huan immediately cut her off. "Manners? As a servant, speaking to your superior in such a tone, is that what you call manners?" Then Guning Huan warned her, "You'd better be clear who is the mistress here, me or Gushir." Then she brought Guning Huan's box to Gushir and asked, "Gushir, why is this box in your drawer now?" Gushir teared up, pretending to be wronged, and sobbed, "I thought this box was pretty, so I borrowed it to look at it for a bit." Guning Huan looked at Gushir and immediately knew her scheme. She thought to herself, "No way, she's been coveting this box for so long." She knew it was a memento of her mother and must have guessed its importance. Shi, seeing Gushir's crying, turned to reproach Guning Huan. "Eldest Miss Gu, with your power and status, why do you care about a box like this? She's been without parents since she was young. It hasn't been easy for her." Looking at the master-servant act they were putting on, she remembered her past life. She remembered how, in her past life, Gushir had set a fire that killed her brother, and it was Bei Shi who helped prepare the oil. She then picked up her phone and called, "Lang Han, come here for a moment." A moment later, Lang Han arrived. "Eldest miss, what are your orders?" Gu Ninghuan immediately commanded, "Bei Shi, a subordinate insulting a superior. From today onwards, you will be cleaning the South Road." Lang Han immediately obeyed. "Yes, as eldest miss wishes." Gu Ninghuan, looking at Lang Han's cold demeanor, thought to herself, "Although I don't like his coldness, he's truly very good to me." Then Lang Han clapped his hands, summoning 2 bodyguards. He ordered them to detain Bei Shi and coldly said, "Take her away." Bei Shi was furious. She yelled, "You have no right to do this to me. I want to see the master and young master." The 2 bodyguards, holding her arms firmly, replied, "Yes." Gu Shi, witnessing this scene, was terrified and stammered, "Ninghuan, I didn't mean to steal your things." Gu Ninghuan sneered, "I just discovered there are many things you borrowed without my knowledge. I wonder when you plan to return them." Gu Shi immediately grabbed Gu Ninghuan's hand, feigning friendliness, and said with a smile, "Ninghuan, do we really have to be so formal with each other? Why have you changed?" Before she could finish, Gu Ninghuan pulled her hand away and then ordered Lang Han, search this room. All of my belongings must be retrieved. Lang Han immediately replied, "Yes, eldest Mississippi." Gu Shi gritted her teeth in resentment. She doesn't hide any of her private matters from Lang Han, but he doesn't seem to understand what's going on. This might be an opportunity for me. Then Lang Han had the servants search Gu Shi's entire room to collect Gu Ninghuan's belongings. Gu Shi turned to Lang Han and pleaded pathetically, "Brother Lang Han, I know you're in a difficult position, but please help me." Lang Han gave her a cold, indifferent glance, then stepped closer and whispered, "Last night, what were you and Ji Zihong doing in the garden?" Gu Shi crumbled under Lang Han's words, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. After gathering all the belongings, the housekeeper announced, "Miss, everything has been collected." Gu Ninghuan nodded. "All right, you can leave now." Then she opened the keepsake box. Inside was a necklace with a black jade pendant. It was a piece of pure black jade, which she had clutched tightly when she fell into the water all those years ago. Initially, she thought Ji Zihong had dropped it. After asking him, he said it wasn't his. Now that she thought about it carefully, this jade belonged to the person who saved her life, though she didn't know who that person was. After everything was settled, Lang Han walked towards Gu Ninghuan and bowed slightly. "Does the eldest miss have any further instructions?" Gu Ninghuan sat on a chair, resting her chin on her hand. After a moment of silence, she said, "Do you think I was too harsh on Gu Shi?" Lang Han immediately replied, "Not at all. It's only natural for the eldest miss to reclaim what belongs to her." Gu Ninghuan nodded upon hearing Lang Han's words. "That's good." She thought to herself, "Taking things that don't belong to you fuels dangerous ambitions." Then she stood up. "I have to go now. I'll leave these things in your care." Lang Han nodded. "Allow me to escort you, eldest Mississippi." Lang Han walked behind Gu Ninghuan, observing her and thinking, the eldest miss has changed. She's different from before, but it's a good change. Gu Shi's room was a mess. Looking around, she felt her anger surge. Gnashing her teeth, she seethed, "Gu Ninghuan, you bitch. I'll make your life a living hell." Meanwhile, Fu Xishan stood by the window. Glancing outside, he saw Gu Ninghuan and Lang Han together. Suddenly, he saw Gu Ninghuan hug Lang Han and thought, what an unrepentant woman. Downstairs, Gu Ninghuan spoke softly to Lang Han. "From now on, I'll have to rely on you to take care of my brother and grandfather for me." Lang Han replied gently, "You needn't ask, Mississippi. It's my duty to do so." Gu Ninghuan smiled. "Thank you." She thought, "I must protect them." Later, upon returning to the Fu residence, she hugged the keepsake box, pondering where to keep it. "This is my personal belonging, so Fu Xishan probably wouldn't be interested. But besides the black jade, the box also contains evidence that could ruin Gu Shi." Lost in thought, she was startled by Fu Xishan's cold voice. "That you're back." Gu Ninghuan gave a nervous laugh. "Honey, you're here too?" Fu Xishan gave a cold smile. "How thoughtful of you to remember I'm your husband. Who was that man you were hugging earlier?" Gu Ninghuan quickly waved her hand dismissively. "You mean Lang Han? He's the Gu family's butler." Fu Xishan crossed his legs and gave her a cold look. "Hugging a man in public. Have you no regard for your position?" Gu Ninghuan, knowing he'd misunderstood, immediately denied it. You've misunderstood. I only see him as family." Fu Xishan's voice was icy. "Family?" Suddenly, a servant arrived and announced, "Young master, Miss Meng is here." Fu Xishan loosened his collar and said in a low voice, "Let her in." Hearing the name Gu Ninghuan remembered her past life, Miss Meng, Meng Jingwen. Before Gu Shi died in her past life, she mentioned Fu Xishan and the third Miss Meng being together. But before their engagement was announced, Gu Ninghuan had already died. But in this life, she and Fu Xishan hadn't divorced. So what would become of Meng Jingwen and Fu Xishan's fate? Meng Jingwen walked over and sat beside Fu Xishan, softly saying, "Xishan, I bought Xiao Xiao a new outfit. Do you think it's pretty?" Fu Xishan, who was reading the newspaper, glanced at the clothes in Meng Jingwen's hand and gently replied, "It's pretty." Meng Jingwen continued, "Actually, I still don't quite understand Xiao Xiao's feelings. Thankfully, I have you by my side to help me take care of Xiao Xiao." As she spoke, her eyes drifted towards Gu Ninghuan. She seemed startled for a moment, then turned back and chuckled softly. "So Miss Gu is here too. I just noticed. I sincerely apologize." Gu Ninghuan looked at her and thought, "She speaks as if I'm an outsider." But she just chuckled lightly and waved her hand. "It's all right. Miss Meng adopted a 5-year-old child, so it's understandable that she's devoted to caring for her and might not notice everything around her. But why didn't she find a suitable family to care for the child?" Hearing this, Meng Jingwen's hand tightened on her skirt. She slowly said, "Miss Gu hasn't had children, so you can't understand the bond between Xiao Xiao and me. Besides, it's just a little hard work." Before she could finish, Gu Ninghuan interrupted her. "Miss Meng, you've been calling me Miss Gu since you arrived. Are you so busy that you've become confused and forgotten that I'm already Mrs. Fu?" Meng Jingwen stammered, "I wasn't paying attention. I apologize." Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, "In my past life, this Miss Meng used the child to get close to Fu Xishan. Fu Xishan is always cold and indifferent to others, but he's different with Xiao Xiao. Perhaps she's his daughter." Then Meng Jingwen turned gently and softly, said to Fu Xishan, "Xishan, Xiao Xiao started a new kindergarten today. I promised her yesterday that we would pick her up together. Do you have time?" Fu Xishan gave a soft in agreement. Then she turned back and feigned a smile, saying, "Ninghuan, would you like to come along? Xiao Xiao will be very happy to see you." Gu Ninghuan was quite surprised by the invitation and replied, "All right." She thought to herself, "What kind of trick is this woman playing?" Afterwards, the three of them went to the school together. Fu Xishan turned back to the two women behind him and said, "I'm going to take this call." Meng Jingwen, sitting next to Gu Ninghuan, softly reminded her, "Ninghuan, Xiao Xiao isn't familiar with you, so she might be a little scared when she sees you. Would you like to come down with me to meet her?" Gu Ninghuan agreed. She thought to herself, "I can only fight fire with fire now." Then, the two of them got out of the car. Xiao Xiao saw Meng Jingwen and ran over with a cheerful smile. "Sister Meng, you're here." Her eyes sparkling. She asked, "Where's Daddy Xishan?" Meng Jingwen softly replied, "He's on a phone call. He'll be here soon." Then she gestured towards Gu Ninghuan and introduced, "By the way, Xiao Xiao, this is Daddy Xishan's wife. You can call her Sister Ninghuan." Gu Ninghuan thought Xiao Xiao was incredibly adorable and cute. She crouched down, "Hello, Xiao," before she could finish her sentence. The little girl threw the milk tea in her hand onto Gu Ninghuan's face. Gu Ninghuan wiped her eyes as the milk tea dripped into them. Immediately after, the little girl stomped on her hand. Gu Ninghuan was stunned by Xiao Xiao's actions and demeanor. Utterly surprised, she thought to herself, "I can't believe it. Good heavens, she's a little devil." Seeing this, Meng Jingwen exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" Xiao Xiao clutched Meng Jingwen's skirt and declared, "Xiao Xiao doesn't want this woman to be Daddy Xishan's wife. Only Sister Meng can be Daddy's wife." Suddenly, Ling Han approached Gu Ninghuan and asked softly, "Miss Gu, are you all right?" Gu Ninghuan was surprised to see Lang Han there. She asked, "Lang Han, why are you here?" Lang Han quietly explained, "I apologize, Miss Gu. What you said to me earlier made me a little worried, so I had someone keep an eye on the Fu residence." Meng Jingwen hugged Xiao Xiao affectionately. "I'm so sorry, Gu Ninghuan. I apologize. Xiao Xiao just hasn't come to terms with your marriage to Xishan yet. That's why she acted this way." Xiao Xiao, standing beside her, glared at Gu Ninghuan. Lang Han handed Gu Ninghuan a handkerchief and bowed slightly. "Miss Gu, please allow me to handle them. I'll take care of this discreetly." Gu Ninghuan wiped her face with the handkerchief and said, "Forget it. She's only 5 years old. Why should I bother with her?" She thought to herself, shifting the blame so cleanly. "This Miss Meng isn't so simple. My hair is still so dirty. I can't seem to get all the milk tea out." She then said to Lang Han, "Bring me a bottle of water, please. Lang Han immediately replied, yes, Mississippi. Meng Jingwen, surprised, asked Ninghuan, what do you go to do? Xiao Xiao, hiding behind Meng Jingwen, warned, if you try to punish me, I'll tell Daddy Shishin to punish you. Gu Ninghuan held the water bottle indifferently that I'm not that childish. She thought to herself, if no one had put her up to this, how would she dare to do such a thing? Meng Jingwen glanced around and suddenly saw Fu Shishin approaching. Shishin, he's here. Then, she grabbed Gu Ninghuan's hand, the one holding the water bottle. Gu Ninghuan, taken aback, asked, what are you doing? The water then spilled all over Xiao Xiao, who immediately burst into tears. Fu Shishin arrived to see the two arguing. He asked softly Gu Ninghuan what's going on. Gu Ninghuan immediately denied any wrongdoing. I didn't do anything. Fu Shishin said coldly, you're lying. I saw you holding the water bottle. Xiao Xiao went to Fu Shishin's side, looking utterly wei-chick. Daddy Shishin, it was an accident. Please tell Ninghuan to forgive me. Gu Ninghuan felt dejected. She called me Ninghuan, but called that woman Sister Meng. She glared at Meng Jingwen and said coldly, Miss Meng, you raised Xiao Xiao. On what basis does she call you sister and Shishin daddy? Meng Jingwen stammered, unable to explain, and remained silent. Fu Shishin interrupted. Xiao Xiao can call people whatever she likes. Gu Ninghuan clenched her fists, watching the three of them together, looking like a family. She felt like an outsider. Gu Ninghuan turned to Fu Shishin and asked softly, Fu Shishin, do you really not believe me? Fu Shishin remained silent, that you've disappointed me. Fu Shishin's words seemed to shatter Gu Ninghuan. Dejected, she said, even you don't believe me. Fine, consider me to have interfered. Lang Han, let's go. She thought to herself, I used to think Fu Shishin was my support, but now. After getting into the car, Gu Ninghuan rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, Lang Han, if I were to divorce Fu Shishin. Before she could finish her sentence, Lang Han replied, I respect Mrs. Decision. I think Master and Old Master will support you too. Hearing Lang Han's encouraging words, Gu Ninghuan felt that someone was on her side. She smiled and said, thank you, Lang Han. However, now isn't the right time for a divorce. That evening, Fu Shishin waited for her at home. Finally, he saw Gu Ninghuan return. He asked coldly, you still know the way back? Gu Ninghuan replied coldly, yes, I'm going to rest. Fu Shishin immediately barked, stop. At first, you weren't afraid to sleep on the floor and wanted to share a room with me. Now you regret it. Gu Ninghuan replied indifferently, yes, I understand that I went too far. I shouldn't have done those unnecessary things. Then she added, from now on, let's each live our own lives. Hearing this, Fu Shishin immediately grabbed her wrist and pushed her down onto the sofa. Gu Ninghuan struggled. Fu Shishin, what are you doing? Fu Shishin asked in a deep voice, why won't you obediently stay by my side? And who is this man named Lang Han who was there? Gu Ninghuan immediately said, I don't know what you're talking about. Fu Shishin moved closer to her until the tips of their noses almost touched. Gu Ninghuan stammered, WH, what are you doing? Then she yelled, let go of me, you pervert. Seeing her like this, Fu Shishin said coldly, Gu Ninghuan, I don't like a woman who's always angry with me, understand? Then he moved closer, as if to kiss her. Gu Ninghuan closed her eyes tightly. She struggled to break free from him. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and he noticed a bruise on her hand. He asked, what happened to your hand? Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, Gu Ninghuan struggled to sit up. She turned her face away, refusing to look at him, that it's none of your business. Fu Shishin thought for a moment, then guessed, could it be Xiao Xiao? At that time, before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ninghuan pushed him away. Get away from me. I want to go back to my room and sleep. Suddenly, her dress had been pulled down, revealing her bra underneath. Fu Shishin's deep gaze made her extremely embarrassed. Gu Ninghuan immediately covered her chest, exclaiming in shame, what are you looking at? Fu Shishin sighed, that we've already done everything. What's left? As Fu Shishin moved closer to embrace her, she pushed him away forcefully and ran back to her room. Fu Shishin, you're going too far. The next morning, a maid knocked on Gu Ninghuan's door and politely said, Madam, breakfast is ready. However, there was no response. The maid wondered, why isn't there an answer? Then she pushed the door open and called out a little louder, Madam. Surprised to find the door unlocked, she entered the room. As she approached the bed, she was shocked to see Gu Ninghuan lying motionless, her face flushed. Gu Ninghuan weakly moaned, ugh, it's so hot. The maid panicked and called out, Madam, but received no response. She quickly ran to inform Fu Xixin. Shortly after, the family doctor was called to examine Guninghwan. He carefully checked her and then gave detailed instructions. The patient has a cold, which has led to a fever. She needs to take her medicine regularly and rest for a few days, and she'll recover. Fu Xixin stood beside her, his gaze fixed on Guninghwan, who was lying unconscious on the bed, his expression full of worry. The maid bowed her head respectfully and said, "Thank you for your trouble, doctor." Then she took a wet towel and wiped the sweat from Guninghwan's forehead. "Madam is sweating a lot." Suddenly, Fu Xixin, who was standing right beside her, spoke up. "Let me take care of her." The maid immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Fu Xixin stepped closer and looked at Guninghwan. He felt her whole body burning up. Her clothes were soaked with sweat. His movements were gentle and meticulous as he wiped her down. Although Guninghwan was delirious, she vaguely felt her whole body drenched in sweat. The touch was gentle, but brought a cool sensation. "Who is it?" Guninghwan drowsily opened her eyes and suddenly realized it was Fu Xixin taking care of her. He was carefully wiping her down. She immediately blushed, covered herself up shyly, and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Fu Xixin maintained a calm tone and replied, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just wiping your sweat." He gently continued, "Since you're awake now, I'll stop here." Guninghwan blushed with embarrassment, but she held back and coughed softly. "Cough, cough. I'm thirsty. I want some water." Fu Xixin immediately fetched a glass of water and gently asked, "Your hand, was it Xiao Xiao who did that? Why didn't you tell me at the time?" Guninghwan drank the water and replied indifferently, "What good would it do to tell you? You wouldn't believe me anyway." As the two were talking, the maid brought in a bowl of hot porridge and respectfully called out, "Madam, please have some porridge." Guninghwan shook her head in refusal. "I don't want to eat." The maid hesitated, unsure of what to do. When Fu Xixin calmly said, "I'll feed her. You can go out." The maid nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, sir," then withdrew. Fu Xixin walked over to the bed and sat down, but Guninghwan immediately lay down and turned her back to him, her voice full of annoyance. "You're so annoying. I told you I don't want to eat." Fu Xixin propped his hand beside her and threatened, "Guninghwan, I don't have much patience. You'd better be good. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to pour this whole bowl of porridge into your mouth." Guninghwan looked at his demeanor and thought to herself, "Is it okay to treat a patient like this?" Under Fu Xixin's coercion, Guninghwan sat up and ate the porridge. As she ate, she angrily thought, "Why has Fu Xixin become so mean? How can he force me like this?" After she finished eating, she said angrily, "I'm done." Fu Xixin immediately called the maid in to take the porridge away. Then, seeing her wrapped tightly in the blanket, deliberately avoiding talking to him, he could only sigh inwardly, feeling helpless. Lying under the covers, Guninghwan thought to herself, "Why is he treating me like this? Did I do something wrong? Or am I asking too much of him? It hurts so much, it's so uncomfortable." The next morning, when she woke up, she took her temperature. The thermometer read 36 degrees Celsius. She breathed a sigh of relief. "After a night, it seems I'm much better." Then she went downstairs, where the maid bowed respectfully. "Madam, breakfast is ready." She saw Fu Xixin already seated at the dining table. Feeling resentful, she tried to act normal, saying with a slightly forced tone, "Honey, good morning." She forced a cheerful smile and continued, "I'm going to be at school all day today. I won't be home for dinner." Fu Xixin immediately asked suspiciously, "You don't have evening classes. Why aren't you coming home?" Guninghwan thought for a moment and quickly replied, "I've missed so many classes. I plan to stay in a library with my classmates to study." Fu Xixin was silent for a few seconds before replying in a low voice, "Suit yourself." Seeing this, Guninghwan immediately stood up and said hurriedly, "I'm leaving." Inwardly, she thought, "I really don't want to see his face for another second." Guninghwan then drove to school. Just as she stepped out of the luxury car, she saw Xing Yidong. Xing Yidong's eyes were filled with envy, driving a luxury car to school even though she's adopted. Looks like she's spending quite a bit of the Gu family's money, huh? Guninghwan clearly heard Xing Yidong's spiteful words, but she didn't pay attention, just quietly walked past her. Thinking to herself, she said, "I'm adopted. It seems Gu Shi has told them. My brother told me not to cause trouble at school. It's best to avoid it." However, even though Guninghwan didn't want to cause trouble, others didn't feel the same way. Xing Yidong quickly ran over and grabbed Guninghwan's arm, saying loudly, "You can't leave. You must have stolen this car from the Gu family, right?" Guninghwan turned around and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" Xing Yidong shouted, "Give me the car keys. Let me return it to Gu Shi." Guninghwan looked at her coldly, her voice hardening. let go of me. She forcefully shook Xing Yidong's hand off her arm, but unexpectedly, Xing Yidong slipped and fell to the ground. She saw her bag fall to the ground and cried out, "Oh my God, my bag. I had to starve myself to buy it." Then Xing Yidong got up and started making a scene, yelling, "Guning Huan, are you crazy? Do you know how much this bag cost? Do you think you're so great coming here?" Guning Huan remained indifferent, her expression unchanged, and said, "I could afford to replace it, but I won't. If you have so much free time, go ask Gu Shi. See who is the real eldest miss of the Gu family, me or her." Then Guning Huan coldly walked away. Xing Yidong stood there, lost in thought. What did Guning Huan mean by that? Could she be implying that? But then she immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. Gu Shi already said it. She's the real granddaughter of the Gu family. Guning Huan must be lying. Afterwards, Xing Yidong went to the cafe to meet Gu Shi. Seeing her late arrival, Gu Shi asked, "Yidong, why are you so late?" Xing Yidong sat down. Sorry, I'm late." Then, she recounted the whole morning's incident that it was all because of that little Guning Huan. "I just wanted to borrow her car for a bit, but not only did she refuse, she pushed me down. She even said you are." Gu Shi rolled her eyes and lied. "Ning Huan has been my friend since childhood, raised by the Gu family in the lap of luxury. When she was little, she had such a good personality, always obedient and well-behaved. I never expected her to change so much growing up, becoming so difficult and unpredictable. I still treat her like a good sister, but I don't know if I should continue to do so." Xing Yidong didn't doubt Gu Shi's words at all and offered sincere advice. Sure, you're too kind. You shouldn't be so accommodating anymore. She's not the Ning Huan she used to be. Just now, she said some really nasty things, insinuating that I'm nothing. Moreover, she told me I should ask about the two of our identities. It's utterly absurd." Xing Yidong then didn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire. "I heard that your grandfather's birthday is in a few days. We can take this opportunity to go to the Gu family home and clarify Ning Huan's identity, embarrassing her in front of everyone." Gu Shi felt anxious upon hearing this, afraid the truth would be revealed. She immediately waved her hand and replied, "No, we can't do that." Then she forced a smile and said softly, "I don't think we need to do anything so drastic. Besides, grandfather wouldn't want to see us arguing and fighting with each other." Xing Yidong seemed disappointed, but she quickly changed the subject. Holding the bag that had been damaged earlier, she feigned distress. Sure. Ning Huan ruined my bag. See if you can help me with this." Gu Shi took a sip of tea and said softly, "I'm sorry, Yidong. I've been swiping my credit card too much lately buying gifts for grandfather's birthday. I don't have much money left now." Hearing this, Xing Yidong, though disappointed, pretended to be understanding that if that's the case, then you don't have to force yourself. "I understand." However, Gu Shi couldn't help but scheme inwardly. After Guning Huan took back all her things, even her living expenses were reduced. It was infuriating. Thinking of this, she became even angrier, clenching her fists. Then she recalled the other day when she went to knock on Lang Han's door to ask for money, but the result wasn't what she expected. "Knock, knock, knock." Lang Han asked coldly, "Who is it?" Gu Shi pretended to be timid and replied, "It's me, Lang Han. I need money to buy a birthday present for grandfather. Could you tell him not to freeze my credit card?" Lang Han replied indifferently, without a trace of emotion. "Freezing your credit card was my idea, because your monthly living expenses are sufficient." Gu Shi, burning with jealousy, blurted out pathetically, "But why does Guning Huan?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lang Han gave her a cold glance. His voice was icy. "On what basis do you compare yourself to the eldest miss of the Gu family?" He then walked away, leaving Gu Shi fuming. She hurried after him, shouting, "Lang Han, if you keep doing this, I'll have to go to Big Brother Gu Yuan." Lang Han, unfazed by the threat, turned around and replied coldly, "Feel free to go find him. I'm sure he'll help you and Jizihong organize a grand wedding." Gu Shi pretended to wipe away tears and asked in a choked voice, "Are you threatening me? How could you treat me like this? Did Ning Huan tell you to do this?" Lang Han didn't hesitate to expose her true colors, replying decisively, "The eldest miss used to like you, but now she has seen your true face. The Gu family treating you like this is already being too kind." Gu Shi felt increasingly wronged. She clenched her hand around her coffee cup, muttering to herself, "I absolutely will not admit defeat, Guning Huan. Just you wait and see." Elsewhere in the library, seeing Ning Huan walk in, Song Si greeted her cheerfully. "Ning Huan, you've changed. You're not wearing those old-fashioned clothes anymore. You look so much more stylish." Guning Huan smiled. "Thank you." Then Song Si said, "What are you still standing there for? Come sit down." Ning Huan was surprised, thinking to herself, does she really want me to sit next to her? Can we really talk like we used to? She remembered how Qi Zihong's disdain for Song Si had led to them breaking off their friendship. Seeing her lost in thought, Song Si asked, "Ning Huan, what are you thinking about? Are you upset because I mentioned Gu Shi?" Gu Ninghuan immediately shook her head and explained, "No, I don't have anything to do with Gu Shi and Qi Zihong anymore." Hearing this, Song Si said with a cheerful smile, "Really? That's great. I told you they weren't any good." Just then, Song Kan-nian, who was sitting at the next table, turned around and said softly, "Are you two here to study or to chat?" Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan glanced over, thinking to herself, "The reason I don't want to sit here is because of him. In a few years, he'll become a ruthless person that everyone fears. It's just that right now, he still has this frail appearance." Gu Ninghuan immediately lowered her head and mumbled, Sorry. She looked at Song Kan-nian timidly, but thought to herself, "It doesn't matter how terrifying he becomes later. Right now, I can only try to keep the peace." While Ning Huan was assessing Song Kan-nian, he was also silently assessing her. Is this the foolish Gu Ninghuan? Taking a month off has changed her so much. Ning Huan looked at Song Si with a gentle gaze. She softly said, "Song Si, let's eat together later. I know a really good restaurant." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Si agreed. "Okay." Ning Huan thoughtfully offered her a sweet. "Here, Song Si, have a candy." As if noticing something, Song Si turned around. Su Muja appeared with an unhappy expression. His words made her lower her head in embarrassment. "Have you forgotten what you promised me?" She replied awkwardly, "Sorry, I already have plans tonight." Seeing this slightly awkward scene, Ning Huan thought to herself, "I think I've discovered something." On the other side, Gu Qi and her close friend were slowly walking towards the library. Seemingly noticing something, her short-haired friend said, "Gu Qi, look, isn't that Gu Ninghuan?" She glanced at Ning Huan from afar and added, "Isn't she always fawning over Gu Shi? Why is she with Song Kan-nian today?" Gu Qi seemed quite amused. She smirked slightly and thought, no wonder she doesn't like Qi Zihong. Turns out she likes the Song family's illegitimate son. Her pensive expression made her friend curious. It's really baffling. She's clearly the Gu family's eldest daughter, but she only likes these low-class types, the kind of people who can't hold their heads up high. She softly said, "I have an idea." Gu Qi quickly took a sneaky picture of Ning Huan with her phone. After taking the picture, she admired it with a devious look. "I'm going to post this picture of Gu Ninghuan on the school forum, so everyone can see how shamelessly she's trying to seduce Song Kan-nian." A moment later, on campus, students asked each other, "Have you seen the forum? What happened?" A student with long hair said, "Shocking news." An image of Ning Huan appeared on the phone screen. Sitting next to her was Song Kan-nian, and across from her was her classmate, Song Si. This afternoon, the university heartthrob, Song Kan-nian, was being very close with an unknown person in the library, acting very warmly. The university heartthrob is already taken. The gossipy girls quickly commented, "Oh my god, my male god is sitting with some nobody, but it doesn't seem like they're being intimate. Oh my god, no way. My male god doesn't get close to girls. I always thought Song Kan-nian and Su Muja were a couple, but that girl is pretty too. I think her name is Gu Ninghuan, the prettiest girl in the West, the one you praised above. Let me tell you, Gu Ninghuan has a boyfriend outside of school named Qi Zihang. She hasn't even broken up with her boyfriend yet, and she's already being intimate with Song Kan-nian. Does she want to two-time them?" After reading these malicious comments, Song Si's face was shocked. She whispered to Ning Huan, "Ning Huan, I don't know who took a picture of the four of us and posted it online. Now everyone is gossiping about you and Song Kan-nian." Ning Huan asked in surprise, "No way." She gently picked up her phone and looked at the news. Ning Huan thought, it was posted 40 minutes ago, and in 40 minutes, it already has over 6,000 views. She raised her voice and reminded Song Si, "Don't bother paying attention to this nonsense." At the same time, at Fu Shixin's company, he was browsing the news. Suddenly, his secretary sent him the news article about Ning Huan. The secretary asked, "Mr. Fu, I just saw this news on the school website. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Ning Huan that led to this?" Fu Shixin stood up, annoyed. He clenched his fists in anger. No wonder Ning Huan wanted to go to school. It's because of that guy. He raised his voice, "Secretary, prepare the car." On the other side, while walking down the hallway, Ning Huan received an incoming call. Ring, ring, ring. She answered the phone and spoke softly. "Shixin, Is something the matter? He replied coldly. Come outside, I'll give you 3 minutes. Ninghuan seemed to have guessed what she had done to anger him. She thought, he sounds angry. As soon as she reached the door, Ninghuan ran into Gu Qi and her unpleasant friend. Seeing her approach, Gu Qi said loudly, Look who it is. Isn't that Gu Ninghuan, the two-timer of our school? Why do you look so pathetic? Ninghuan frowned and yelled, So is you guys. Gu Qi whispered to her friend, Ninghuan, Mr. Fu must be very upset that you're doing this. You should know that you're not single anymore. Ninghuan, fearing neither heaven nor earth, sternly retorted, Cousin Gu Qi, I thought after the lesson you learned of the Ba Shi Huan, you would have become more understanding and toned down your personality. Hearing her taunting voice, Gu Qi angrily pointed her dirty finger at Ninghuan and yelled, Gu Ninghuan, so what if I'm like this? I'm still better than trash like you. First it was Qi Zihang, now it's Song Kan Nian. You're such a slut. Ninghuan crossed her arms and glared, raising her voice. Please use your brain when you speak. In broad daylight. Wasn't I at the library? Besides, when have I ever even spoken to Song Kan Nian? Gu Qi refused to back down, her mouth opening wide. Let me tell you, I posted that picture. As long as I don't delete it, you'll be the talk of the whole school. Ninghuan scoffed. Gu Qi, didn't you get pregnant in high school and have an abortion because of some stranger? Hearing these words, Gu Qi flinched, as if struck in the heart. She stammered, What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Qi uncomfortably reminded her, Gu Ninghuan, stop talking rubbish. Ninghuan put her hands on her hips, looking at her smugly. She said triumphantly, Whether I'm telling the truth or not, Lan Han will give us the proof. You know Lan Han's capabilities. Gu Qi gritted her teeth in anger. Ji Ninghuan. She retreated fearfully. You can fabricate evidence. Remember, if this blows up, it will also disgrace the Gu family. Ninghuan raised her voice. Take down the photo and publicly apologize to me. Otherwise, this won't end here. With that, she quickly walked away. Ji Qi, I've never competed with you, but you've never let me off. If I didn't know about your past, I'm afraid jumping into a river wouldn't wash away the online rumors. Ninghuan walked out. Her face was apprehensive as she stood before Fo Tay Tam's car. Ninghuan worried, thinking, I'm a little scared. Fo Tay Tam sat in the car. Seeing Ninghuan approach, he said coldly, Get in. Ninghuan, frightened, obeyed. She sat beside him and glanced at him. She whispered, I really can explain. The picture Gu Qi sent you, they definitely have malicious intentions towards me. With a displeased expression, Fo Tay Tam asked, So Gu Qi forced you and that boy to study together? Ninghuan raised her voice. What could possibly happen in the library? If I wanted to do something, I wouldn't choose the library. He reminded her sternly, Gu Ninghuan, you're Fo Tay Tam's wife. Maintain your distance from other men in public. He added, if someone sends me this kind of message again, I can't guarantee I won't resort to certain measures. Hearing his threats, Ninghuan fearfully covered herself with her hands, thinking in astonishment. Measures? What does he want to do? Ninghuan resolutely explained, I told you, there's nothing between me and Song Kan Nian. I won't allow you to touch my friends. Her face became gloomy as she added, I haven't even mentioned your business with Miss Man yet. Why are you interfering with my freedom? Fo Tay Tam asked curiously, Gu Ninghuan, what do you mean by that? He frowned. Freedom? Gu Ninghuan, how many more unfulfilled desires do you have? Ninghuan lowered her head. I can't talk to this person anymore. She said irritably, Stop the car. I want to get out. Fo Tay Tam refused. He grabbed her small hands, pulled her into his chest, and said softly, No. We're going home. Fo Tay Tam gently touched Ninghuan's sweet lips, surprising her. He thought, she won't remember unless I teach her a lesson. A moment later, they returned to the villa. Fo Tay Tam seemed very forceful, gripping Ninghuan's hand tightly and pulling her quickly into the room. Ninghuan asked uncomfortably, Fo Tay Tam, what are you doing? She thought with a pang of pain, He's holding my hand so tightly, it hurts. Fu Shixin didn't answer. He hastily threw her onto the bed, then moved closer and said, I want you to lose your freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, he kissed her lips, and just like that, Fu Shixin kissed Ninghuan all over her body. She trembled slightly and said, Are you crazy? Fu Shixin chuckled, his white shirt lying discarded on the floor. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The maid softly said, Young master, there's a phone call from the company. Being interrupted during his intimate moment with Ninghuan by company matters. Fu Shixin frowned in annoyance. A while later, after Fu Xishan left the house, Ning Huan firmly thought, I can't make the same mistake again. She wrapped the thin blanket around herself, then picked up the phone and called Lung Han. Lung Han, gather some information on Gu Qi for me. Lung Han obeyed. Yes, eldest Mississippi. Ning Huan felt incredibly resentful, thinking, she dared to touch me. I'll make sure she and Gu Ti go to hell together on grandfather's birthday. She gently touched her chest. Her face flushed. I can clearly hear my heartbeat. I shouldn't have these unrealistic fantasies. I should know that Fu Xishan's intimate actions were just due to a moment of passion. I've already tasted the bitterness of love once before. Meanwhile, Gu Ti's old phone vibrated. She answered the call and said in a whiny voice, Hick, Ning Huan, it's Gu Ti. I need to talk to you. Ning Huan's eyes widened. What is it? Stop crying. She felt a bit annoyed. She actually called me. With tear-filled eyes and fake words, Gu Ti softly said, Ning Huan, your status is different now, so you don't want to be friends with me. But why did you have Lung Han cut off my allowance? Don't you want me to live? Ning Huan sat gracefully on the bed and replied in a raised voice, Firstly, I didn't tell Lung Han to cut off your allowance. Secondly, I am the eldest miss of the Gu family, and you are just an adopted child. Gu Ti's eyes widened. T seems we can't be friends anymore, but if you change your mind, you can look for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave a slight smile. Then she gritted her teeth and glared at the phone, seemingly having recorded the conversation. Gu Ti's heart was full of scheming. I don't just want you to play the villain. I want you to lose all the love of the Gu family. A moment later, at a shop, seeing a customer arrive, the staff politely said, Welcome to the antique bronze shop. Xing Yitong, seeing Ning Huan, looked annoyed that it's Gu Ning Huan. Ning Huan looked at her with a serious expression. Xing Yitong. Xing Yitong, showing jealousy, crossed her arms and ordered, Gu Ning Huan, you can't afford anything here. Get out. Don't bother our customers. Hearing her speak so rudely to a customer, the manager standing next to her gave her a warning glance. Agreed, Xing Yitong said. What nonsense are you talking about? Who allowed you to speak to a customer like that? Xing Yitong raised her voice. Manager, you don't know. She may dress like this, but she doesn't have any money. She can't afford our things. Ning Huan frowned and asked, Is this how you treat customers? Excuse me, the manager replied smoothly, but this is a high-end boutique, not a regular store. Suddenly, he noticed a man standing behind Ning Huan and asked curiously, Butler Lung, why are you here? The manager looked up at the butler's cold face and thought, He's the Gu family's butler. Xing Yitong sneered. Now that the Gu family's butler is here, let's see how she pretends to be the eldest Mississippi. Butler Lung bowed respectfully. Eldest Mississippi. Seeing this, Xing Yitong's eyes widened in disbelief. Eldest Miss? No, that's impossible. Butler Lung frowned and asked, Such poor customer service. Are these the manners of your establishment? The manager bowed apologetically. I'm so sorry. I truly have no eyes. He ordered the stunned Xing Yitong. What are you standing there for? Apologize to eldest Miss Gu and Mr. Lung immediately. Xing Yitong refused. Ji Ning Huan, don't think you're so great. I don't want this job anymore. Butler Lung said sternly. Ning Huan interrupted thoughtfully. Forget it, Lung Han. Xing Yitong is Gu Ti's friend. Of course, she doesn't understand anything. She quickly left with the butler. I don't want to stay here anymore. Ning Huan said, but let's go to another store. A moment later, Ning Huan gazed intently at a beautiful pearl necklace. A melancholic expression on her face, from my earlier outburst, must have worried grandfather a lot. She turned to the butler. Oh, you think grandfather will like this pearl necklace? The butler replied softly, as long as it's a gift from you. Eldest miss, the old master will like it. Just then, Gu Ti and Xing Yitong appeared. Gu Ti looked slightly embarrassed as she raised her hand in greeting. Ning Huan, Lung Han, it's so good you're here. I've been looking for you for a while. Seeing Gu Ti, Ning Huan's expression soured. What is it? She asked. Gu Ti said softly, Yitong had a little misunderstanding with you. That's why she spoke carelessly. I brought her here to apologize. Ning Huan looked away, muttering, she chose not to apologize earlier. Why is she here now? Xing Yitong replied awkwardly. The owner wants me to compensate him 30,000 for the damages, but I don't have the money. Could Mr. Lung put in a good word for me with the owner, so he doesn't make me pay? Ning Huan quickly refused. We're not free to deal with this right now. You should find someone else to help you. Gu Ti lowered her head pleadingly. Ning Huan, she misunderstood you earlier. That's why she spoke like that. Please help her just this once. Ning Huan replied bluntly, no. At that moment, a sales assistant spoke up. Your gift is wrapped, Mississippi. Ning Huan replied softly, thank you. She rested her chin on her hand and then glanced at them with disdain. She didn't even ask me herself. She glared at Gu Ti, who seemed intimidated. Also, I want to know why Xing Yi Tong misunderstood me. Did someone say something to her? Ning Huan ignored them and left, leaving Gu Ti fuming. Gu Ti tried to follow and plead with Ning Huan, but Lung Han stopped her. He replied coldly, reinstating that card is impossible. Gu Ti was speechless. Ning Huan said sternly, keep dreaming. Gu Ti's face fell. At this moment, Yi Tong ran quickly to Gu Ti and asked, what about the 30,000? Gu Ti angrily replied, you caused this problem, so you solve it yourself. After saying that, she turned and walked away. As she walked, she worried, thinking 30,000. If it were before, it would have been just pocket change for me, but now. She raised her voice. How about this? I'll go to the shop with you. The two walked and talked. Gu Ti added, Yi Tong, I was just angry earlier, so I spoke harshly. You're still my best friend. Yi Tong was delighted. She glanced at Gu Ti and said, then it all depends on you. If the shop owner lets me off, I'll pay you back later. Gu Ti forced a smile, putting on a sad face. Thank you, Yi Tong. I didn't mean to lie to you, but my background isn't good, and I was afraid you wouldn't be friends with me if I told you the truth. It was time to part ways. Yi Tong waved her hand and said, well, I'll go ahead then. Gu Ti softly replied goodbye. In her heart, she pondered, don't panic. Everything is ready. She clenched her fist triumphantly. You dared to humiliate me like that. Gu Ning Huan, you're dead for sure. When that happens, Lung Han definitely won't even look at you. Suddenly, at this moment, Qi Zihang was driving around town. He saw Gu Ti on the road. He curiously asked, Ti, why are you walking alone? Qi Zihang smiled and said, get in the car. I'll take you home. Gu Ti seemed displeased and quickly refused. No need. I'd rather walk. It wouldn't be good if Ning Huan saw me in the car with you. Inwardly, she scoffed. I wouldn't be caught dead in such a beat-up car. Qi Zihang silently moved closer, stunning her. He whispered in Gu Ti's ear, come with me. Let's talk. Seeming to guess his intentions, Gu Ti gave a cold smile. A moment later, the two parked in a small alley. Gu Ti asked nervously, is it okay here? I feel like someone might see us. Qi Zihang reassured her, it's fine. There's no one here. The two became entangled in the car. Gu Ti moaned softly. Qi Zihang couldn't take it anymore. He gripped Gu Ti's hand, and with a lustful expression, he said, Ti, why don't we leave the Gu family together? Ning Huan doesn't trust us anymore. Gu Ti didn't like this. She said, the Gu family raised me. How can I just leave? She looked tenderly at Qi Zihang and said, I heard that Ning Huan married Mr. Fu and received quite a bit of betrothal gifts. Hearing her say these words, Qi Zihang asked with interest, betrothal gifts? Gu Ti replied softly, Ning Huan even specifically asked me about you. I think she still likes you. She slyly suggested, Grandpa's birthday party is the day after tomorrow, and Mr. Fu isn't attending with Ning Huan. I'll create an opportunity for you and Ning Huan then. In her heart, she gloated, haha, I don't believe that in such a short time, Ning Huan could have fallen out of love with Qi Zihang. By then, you'll not only have Gu Ning Huan, but also her fortune. Gu Ti stuck out her tongue and slowly licked Qi Zihang's hand. He moved closer to her and said, now's not the time to be distracted. He thrust into Gu Ti, and she moaned with pleasure. The car rocked with their panting. Suddenly, it was the next day, the day of the birthday party. After preparing Ning Huan, the maid said, Madam, your hair is done. Ning Huan wore a stunning dress. The maid was so struck by her beauty that she exclaimed, wow, madam, you look so beautiful. Ning Huan smiled softly and replied, thank you. She gracefully descended the stairs, and upon reaching the bottom, she was a little surprised to see Fu Xishan. He was sitting sternly, reviewing documents. Seeing this, Ning Huan's eyes widened as she thought, Fu Xishan isn't at the company today? Could he be planning to? Suddenly, she turned her head away. Never mind, I don't want to worry about his affairs. The maid looked at Ning Huan and asked, Madam, should I have a driver get ready? Ning Huan softly replied, no need. I've already called for a driver from the Gu family. Seeing Fu Xishan's melancholic gaze, the maid exclaimed in surprise, young master, He sighed and crossed his arms, thinking sternly, Gu Ning Huan doesn't want me to go with her? Suddenly, his phone chimed, ting. Ning Huan had sent him a message. It read, Hubby, I know you're busy these days, so I'll go to Grandpa's birthday party alone. Fu Xishan was very upset. His eyes softened as he thought, Humph, she sent a message after leaving. Clearly, she doesn't want me to go. A while later, Ning Huan arrived at the Gu family residence. She wasn't satisfied with the message she had sent. Pouting, she thought, this doesn't feel quite right, but it's all his fault. As she stepped into the villa, a voice called out, causing Ning Huan to glance over. Ning Huan. Her handsome older brother, Gu Yuan, appeared. Ning Huan was stunned. Brother, her sweet eyes suddenly filled with tears. It's my dear brother, who was burned to death by Gu Ti in my past life. Gu Yuan asked his sister worriedly, What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? He smiled and said, You're not still upset about the marriage, are you? Ning Huan softly replied, How could I be? I'm not upset that I'm married, Fu Xishan. I know you only want what's best for me. Gu Yuan said sadly, I know you like Qi Zihang, but he truly isn't worthy of you. Ning Huan smiled and replied, I know. The person Qi Zihang likes is Gu Ti. I saw them together with my own eyes. Gu Yuan asked in surprise, What did you say? Gu Ti and Qi Zihang are together. She smiled faintly, yes. He paused and thought. Initially, the news of Ning Huan and Qi Zihang wanting to elope on her wedding night came from Gu Ti. Could it be? He looked at her sadly and reassured her, Ning Huan, don't worry, I will definitely get justice for you. Ning Huan obediently replied, No need, brother. Gu Ti and Qi Zihang are together now, and I'm married to Fu Xishan. I don't want to have any relationship with them anymore. Just then, Gu Ti appeared, dressed somewhat revealingly. She waved, Brother Gu Yuan, did you bring me any gifts? He didn't even look at her and said, Ning Huan, let's go. Grandpa keeps telling me he misses you. Ning Huan and Gu Yuan quickly left. Seeing this, Gu Ti called out in surprise, Brother Gu Yuan. She frowned, thinking, what did Gu Ning Huan to say to Gu Yuan that made him treat me like a stranger? A while later, while Gu Yuan and their grandfather were engrossed in a game of chess, Ning Huan appeared. She said softly, Happy birthday, Grandpa. Grandpa happily called out, Ning Huan, would you like to play a game with me? Ning Huan said a little awkwardly, I'm not very good at chess. Maybe Lung Han can help me. Gu Yuan glanced over and said, You little rascal. Lung Han has to agree to that first. Lung Han looked a little embarrassed and said, Young master. Lung Han stood behind Ning Huan and gently said, Eldest miss, I'll be beside you to guide you. Please have a seat. Suddenly, a foot appeared in the doorway. Qi Zihang held a small gift in his hand. He chuckled, Grandpa, Zihang has also come to offer birthday wishes today. Grandpa. Qi Zihang glanced at Ning Huan as she smiled and talked with Lung Han. Because of her beauty, his face was full of fascination. She's so different now. He extended an invitation. Ning Huan, Grandfather Gu is getting on in years. How about I help you play a game with him? Ning Huan didn't even look at him. She quickly refused. This is the Gu family celebration. You're an outsider. After offering your congratulations, you should leave early. As soon as she finished speaking, Thoine Fai and Gu Qi appeared. Thoine Fai covered her mouth slightly and said with disdain, Such an attitude towards your lifesaver is truly inappropriate. Ning Huan frowned and called out, Grandpa. Recently, I heard about someone named Two Tap. Before she could finish, Thoine Fai's eyes widened, and she yelled, Two Tap. She fearfully pulled Ning Huan aside, gritting her teeth and feigning composure. Ning Huan, your aunt has something to discuss with you. Come over here for a moment. Lung Han, continue playing for me. I'll be back shortly. When the two of them stepped into another room, Thoine Fai immediately shouted, Ning Huan, I don't know what you know now, but it's best not to test my limits. Ning Huan crossed her arms and sternly replied, Aunt, I'm a fair person. If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. She added boldly, Today is Grandpa's birthday. No matter who it is, don't even think about causing trouble here. If you continue to provoke me, I'll let the whole world know about Two Tap. Thoine Fai didn't dare to retort. She left under Ning Huan's triumphant gaze, muttering, Consider yourself vicious. Thoine Fai pondered curiously. Could it be Lung Han who helped her investigate? Even Gu Ning Huan herself didn't know that this good aunt was hiding such a shocking secret. Outside the villa, the clear blue sky seemed to offer blessings to Grandfather Gu. Inside, Gu Ti held a small gift box and glanced at the two maids carrying Ning Huan's gifts. These are the eldest Mrs. Gifts. Put them away. Yes. She smirked, amused. Gu Ning Huan's gifts. Gu Ti looked scheming, hiding behind the wall, waiting for the maids to leave the room. When the maids went downstairs, she opened the door and approached the gifts for Grandfather Gu, glancing at them as she thought, I want to destroy it. Gu Ti quickly picked up the gift box that Ning Huan gave to Grandfather Gu. Suddenly, Ning Huan appeared, startling her. Ning Huan smirked and asked, Gu Ti, everyone is in the living room. What are you doing here? Gu Ti stammered, I just wanted to see if my gift was placed properly. Nothing else. Ning Huan said mockingly. Oh, really? She raised her voice. I heard your gift is a very valuable piece of jade. Why don't you ask Lung Han to show it to everyone to broaden their horizons? Hearing these words from Ning Huan, Gu Ti's face was filled with calculation. How did she know she bought jade? Put on a sad expression and replied, let's not. Although the jade I bought is expensive, it's nothing to brag about. If Grandpa sees it and thinks it's nothing special, I'll be embarrassed. Ning Huan smiled, comforting her. It's okay. It's the thought that counts. If you were scammed by unscrupulous merchants, I'll ask Lung Han to help you recover the loss. Gu Ti seemed reluctant, then replied, outside, the birds are chirping. Grandfather, sitting on a chair, asked, I heard Xiao Ti gave me a piece of jade. Why is it out here now? Ning Huan took Gu Ti's hand and led her closer to Grandfather. She explained, because I've never seen jade before, I remembered brother knows a master who can appraise jade. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, replying with amusement, if Ning Huan wants to see, then I'll have the chauffeur pick up the appraiser. The gray stone was brought out and displayed on the table. Luan Fai and Gu Qi sat perched on chairs. She asked, by the way, how much did this piece of jade cost Gu Ti? Gu Ti nervously replied, 100,000. Gu Qi gasped, 100,000 just for a rock. Luan Fai sneered, Gu Ti really doesn't know how to save money. Gu Ti glared at the stone, her brow furrowed in worry. No, this stone only cost a little over 100. Because even if I wanted to, I couldn't afford to give such an expensive gift. Gu Qi sneered mockingly. I think this rock is very ordinary, nothing special. Is it really worth 100,000? Or is someone exaggerating? Grandfather said softly, it's all right. Grandfather knew you were sincere. So no matter the outcome, I'll accept it. Gu Ti smiled in response. Thank you, Grandfather. Grandfather reminded Lung Han. Lung Han later give Gu Ti a check for 100,000. A while later, the appraiser arrived at the Gu residence. He stepped out of the car and cautiously entered the house. A servant softly announced, the jade appraiser has arrived. Gu Yuan glanced over and ordered, then let's begin. The appraiser began to carefully examine the stone. He used a small machine to cut the stone. Gu Qi and Ning Huan watched intently. After confirming the stone was real, Gu Qi sneered, I told you, when it's not your own money, you really don't know how to be frugal. Just a single word and 100,000 is gone. Luan Fai leisurely sipped her tea and said softly, Gu Ti, let me be frank. You should understand one thing. Money isn't easy to come by. All right, I know Gu Ti is still young. How could she know whether the stone is good or not? This matter can't be entirely blamed on her. Gu Qi feigned curiosity, but I'm very curious. I heard that recently. Lung Han only gives Gu Ti 1,000 a month for living expenses. So where did Gu Ti get this 100,000? Grandfather, hearing this, asked Lung Han what's going on. Lung Han, standing beside them, immediately replied, she stole the money. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ti quickly stood up and interrupted, I asked for it. For many years, the Gu family has raised me, providing me with food and clothing. I should be independent now. Then she put on a pitiful act. If I'm not a true blood relative of the Gu family, then I shouldn't continue to receive the Gu family's kindness. Grandfather was immediately moved by Gu Ti's pitiful appearance, feeling immense sympathy. You silly child. Even if you're not a Gu blood, I've always considered you my granddaughter, no different from my own flesh and blood. Hearing this, Gu Ti's eyes instantly lit up, softly thanking Grandfather, but inwardly sneering. Granddaughter? How disgusting. Seeing Grandfather's sympathy for Gu Ti, Gu Qi immediately stood up and added, if Gu Ti was scammed, shouldn't we find the seller who cheated her and settle the score? Ning Huan, sitting beside her, nodded in agreement. I think Gu Qi has a point. If she was scammed, we should find the person responsible. Gu Ti, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, I didn't buy it from a shop. When I went to buy it, I was stopped by an old man. Hearing Gu Ti's stammering, Gu Qi immediately scoffed. Gu Ti, that doesn't make any sense. No one in their right mind would spend 100,000 yuan on a stone from a stranger on the street. Ning Huan also chuckled lightly and added, if that's the case, I think we should report it to the police. Just by checking the security cameras, we can clarify everything. Hearing this, Gu Ti panicked and faltered. Loine Fai immediately stood up and tried to mediate. All right, Ning Huan. Today is grandfather's birthday. Everyone in the family shouldn't make such a scene. Ning Huan immediately interrupted. Speaking frankly, we can't just let this go, and if this is a scam, it must be dealt with seriously. She then immediately confessed, Grandfather, I'm sorry. I lied to you. This stone actually didn't cost 100,000 yuan. Qi Ziheng, standing beside her, immediately chimed in, Gu Ti, did Ning Huan pressure you into doing this? Otherwise, why would you act like this? Gu Ti put on a pitiful expression and said in a choked voice, Ziheng, no one forced me. Every year, I prepare a birthday gift for grandfather with all my heart. But this year, I didn't have any money and was afraid everyone would look down on me. Seeing Gu Ti's distress, Qi Ziheng immediately turned and yelled at Ning Huan, Ning Huan, you and Gu Ti grew up together. How could you embarrass her like this in front of so many people? Ning Huan coldly replied, so you think lying is better? Seeing this scene, grandfather spoke in a deep voice. All right, let's stop this here. He then reminded Qi Ziheng, Ziheng, although you saved Ning Huan's life, you don't need to interfere in Gu family matters. Ning Huan immediately stood up and frankly told grandfather, Grandfather, the truth is that the life-saving incident was a lie. I've been deceived by Ziheng and Gu Ti for the past 4 years. The person who saved me when I fell into the water wasn't him. Hearing this, Gu Yuan slammed the table in anger, pointing directly at Qi Ziheng. Do you think our Gu family are a bunch of fools? Grandfather also immediately ordered, Lung Han, get Ziheng and his parents out of here immediately. Lung Han immediately obeyed, yes sir. He then ordered the guards to escort Qi Ziheng out. Qi Ziheng yelled in panic, what are you doing? Let me go. Gu Ti immediately stood up to explain, Grandfather, Ning Huan misunderstood me. I really didn't know anything about Ziheng deceiving her. Gu Yuan whispered into grandfather's ear, Grandfather, there's something I need to tell you. After listening, grandfather sighed heavily. All right. Seeing grandfather's sudden change in expression, Gu Ti became extremely worried. She thought to herself, with this disappointed look and change in expression, they definitely won't believe me anymore. Outside in the courtyard, Lung Han whipped Qi Ziheng with a cane, coldly saying, these 2 lashes are on behalf of the eldest Mississippi. He then ordered 2 guards to take Qi Ziheng away. The 2 guards immediately bowed their heads and replied, yes, young master. After the party ended, Gu Ti was incredibly angry, thinking to herself, Ning Huan, you made me suffer a great loss today. Suddenly, a maid ran in to inform grandfather Gu, old master, while I was cleaning the room, I found a medical examination paper belonging to the eldest Mississippi. Then she presented the paper and added, it says that the eldest miss is 3 months pregnant. Everyone in the room was utterly shocked. What did you say? Loine Fai chuckled sarcastically. Ning Huan and Mr. Fu have only been married for a month. How could she suddenly be 3 months pregnant? Gu Qi, upon hearing this, also chimed in provocatively, Mother, you just don't understand. Young people these days are very open-minded. Suddenly, Fu Xishan walked in and said coldly, Pregnant? What pregnancy? Gu Qi thought to herself, Fu Xishan, why is he here? She continued her internal monologue. I never expected Fu Xishan to come here. Not only will I be able to take down that little Gu Ti, but I can also make Ning Huan get divorced quickly. Heaven is helping me. Ning Huan recalled her past life. In her previous life, wanting to divorce Fu Xishan, she had asked Gu Ti to help her get money to forge a fake medical examination paper. It was this very paper that had infuriated Fu Xishan, leading to a divorce just 1 day after their wedding. Loine Fai taunted Ning Huan. Since Mr. Fu is also here, shouldn't you explain this pregnancy situation? Ning Huan coldly replied, what do I need to explain? It's just an ultrasound paper. It's very easy to forge something like this. At the very least, you should take me to the hospital for a proper examination. Beishi pretended to hesitate and said vaguely, I remember Miss Ning Huan used to like Qi Ziheng. Gu Yuan immediately interrupted and warned Beishi, do you even realize what you're saying? Based on a single piece of paper, you dare to slander Ning Huan. Beishi feigned ignorance and replied, Young master, please calm down. I work at the Gu residence and have seen the eldest miss go out in the middle of the night. Perhaps. Gu Yuan looked at her coldly and said, "This is getting more and more absurd." Ning Huan immediately exposed her. "Wait a minute, I've never had an ultrasound. How could this pregnancy examination paper exist?" "Bei-shi, why are you trying to smear my reputation?" Bei-shi immediately retorted, "I'm not lying. Whether the eldest miss is pregnant or not, only she knows." Ning Huan said softly, "What you said is not wrong, but..." Her next words hit Bei-shi right where it hurt. "I heard that Bei-shi has been frequently visiting an orphanage lately to see a little boy named Suta and I wonder what your relationship with him is." Bei-shi was stunned and panicked. How did Ning Huan know? She immediately snapped, what do you want to do?" Ning Huan feigned surprise. "I've always felt that the relationship between you and Gu Ti was very good. Could it be because of that little boy?" Bei-shi, frightened, immediately made excuses. "This examination paper was forged by me. I don't like Ning Huan, but this has nothing to do with Miss Gu Ti." Gu Yuan coldly ordered the guards to take her away. Just then, as everyone was talking, Grandfather Gu suddenly started coughing continuously. Ning Huan called out worriedly, "Grandfather." Then someone whispered in Gu Yuan's ear. Gu Yuan then announced, "Grandfather isn't feeling well and needs to rest. Let's go outside." Ning Huan replied, "Yes." Doine Fai, standing beside them, mocked, "You've ruined the old man's birthday celebration. Today has been quite lively. It seems we no longer need to stay. Let's go." Gu Qi said, also secretly pleased. After they left, Gu Ning Huan worriedly thought, Gu Ti really hurt Grandfather today, but Grandfather still has some affection for her. Gu Ti's influence in the Gu family has been established for over a decade. It won't be easy to completely uproot her. We can only take it one step at a time. Later, Fu Shishun and Gu Ning Huan returned home. After she finished showering, she came out and saw Fu Shishun working. Gu Ning Huan asked, "Are you sending emails?" Fu Shishun coldly replied, "I'm working." Gu Ning Huan turned away, and then he closed his laptop. Gu Ning Huan scoffed, "Not showing me? How petty." Fu Shishun turned and reminded her, "You're dressed like that, and you're talking about petty? You should put on a robe." Gu Ning Huan mumbled, "I don't want to." She thought to herself, "I'm about to go to bed. Why would I put on more clothes?" Fu Shishun immediately picked her up and threw her onto the bed. Gu Ning Huan cried out, She asked warily, "What are you doing?" Fu Shishun's voice deepened. "You asked for this." Gu Ning Huan was tightly wrapped in the blanket, struggling to get free, but unable to. She let out a small, muffled sound. Fu Shishun looked down at her, his eyes cold with a hint of mockery. "Weren't you quite calm back at the Gu residence? Why are you having such a hard time with a small blanket now?" Gu Ning Huan lay bundled in the blanket, curled up like a caterpillar. Then she wriggled out, giving an embarrassed chuckle. Why husband is so smart. You knew I was just acting." She carefully observed his expression, then put on a pitiful look. "But husband, I'm really uncomfortable right now. Can you help me out of this blanket?" Fu Shishun's voice was husky as he nodded. "All right." After he gently pulled her out of the blanket, Gu Ning Huan softly asked, a little anxiously, "You're not mad at me, are you?" He pushed her away forcefully and said coldly, "Stay away from me." His action was more abrupt than she expected, leaving her bewildered. What's wrong with him? She lay on the bed, quietly thinking things over. Gu Ti writing her name on the ultrasound report, if not handled well, it would definitely deal a huge blow to his reputation. Such a dangerous thing, such an important matter, and she didn't say anything to Fu Shishun. She really had gone too far. She should apologize to him. She turned to look at Fu Shishun, who was focused on his work. She thought, but I'm a little afraid to face him right now. Then Gu Ning Huan decided to go downstairs and make him a cup of coffee. "Here's your coffee." She placed the cup on the table and hesitantly said, "About this morning, I'm really sorry." Suddenly, she slipped. Her only thought was, this is going to hurt. But just as she was about to hit the floor, Fu Shishun quickly caught her, saving her from the fall. Gu Ning Huan hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. Are you okay? I really didn't mean to bump into you, husband." Fu Shishun looked at her flustered appearance and thought, she's worried about me. He said softly, "I'm fine." Despite this, he still felt a distance between them, like she was keeping him at arm's length. Not long ago, she said she only had him in her heart, but it seemed like those were just lies, deceiving him. He stood up. Gu Ning Huan immediately stood up too, embarrassed, and softly replied yes. Then she sat on the bed, picked up her iPad, and started watching. Inwardly, she thought, Gu Ti is trying to portray herself as some noble goddess while showing off all her luxury goods. She's so delusional, trying to create this image of a rich young lady. So that's how it is. How outrageous. Then, she put down her phone and suddenly exclaimed in her mind, "It seems there's new news." She opened her phone. Seeing that Xing Yitong wanted to add her as a friend again, she sneered. How ridiculous. She immediately blacklisted Xing Yitong. Then, she turned off her phone and lay down on the bed, feeling a little troubled, sensing that things were gradually becoming complicated. After finishing his work, Fu Shixin walked towards the bed. Seeing that she was already asleep, he shook his head. She's asleep already? But this is my bed. He sighed and turned off the lights, thinking, forget it. Unexpectedly, after he had lain down for a while, Guning Huan, in her sleep, unconsciously moved closer to him and hugged him. Fu Shixin froze, not daring to move. Damn it, is she really asleep or pretending? Oh no, I think I'm reacting. The next morning, Guning Huan softly groaned and woke up. Seeing that Fu Shixin wasn't beside her, she wondered, where's Fu Shixin? Then she changed her clothes and went downstairs. The maid solicitously asked, Madam, do you need me to arrange for a driver to take you to school? Guning Huan smiled and said, no need. I could drive myself. Fu Shixin, sitting on the sofa, glanced at her and said in a cold tone, huh? Going to school dressed like that? Seeing his angry demeanor so early in the morning, Guning Huan thought, why is he like this today? It feels like the air is thick with gunpowder. She was completely unaware of what had happened last night. After hearing his remark, she blushed slightly. This skirt is a little short, isn't it? Then she said, I'll go change into another skirt. When she drove to school, Gu Ti and Xing Yitong stopped her. Guning Huan asked coldly, what do you want? Xing Yitong walked forward and said meekly, Miss Gu, I was blind to not recognize your status and offended you. I was wrong. Please accept my apology. Then she bowed and pleaded, could you lend me 30,000 yuan? I'll definitely return it to you when I have the money. Guning Huan immediately recognized their trick and sneered, you're only apologizing because you're desperate for money. This kind of apology is completely insincere. Xing Yitong said aggrievedly, Ning Huan, I really know I was wrong. Gu Ti, standing beside her, thought to herself, if the antique shop owner hadn't suddenly changed his mind, I wouldn't bother coming to you. Then she put on a frail appearance. Ning Huan, you know she doesn't have any money. You're a noble person. Please help her. Guning Huan frowned at Gu Ti. What are you doing? Gu Ti pretended to wipe away tears and sobbed. Otherwise, should I kneel down and beg you? Xing Yitong also started to cry. Guning Huan turned away coldly. I don't need you to kneel. Get out of my way. She was furious inwardly. What's she trying to do? Then Gu Ti pretended to be hurt. Ning Huan, I know you misunderstood me, but Song Zi's feelings for you aren't genuine. Hearing these words, Guning Huan immediately knew that she was trying to drive a wedge between her and Song Zi. After Gu Ti left, Xing Yitong yelled, what should I do now? She clearly doesn't want to help me. Gu Ti whispered conspiratorially, don't worry, I'll help you. I still have some things I can sell. Xing Yitong was extremely grateful. Gu Ti, you're so good to me. Last time I even said those things to you. I'm so sorry. Gu Ti sneered. Then she glanced at the photographer she had hired, who was behind her, thinking, it's a pity I couldn't get any evidence of Guning Huan forcing me to kneel. Later, in a lecture hall, when the teacher arrived, Song Zi rushed in and said, sorry, Ning Huan, I overslept, and that's why I'm late. Guning Huan shook her head. It's okay. Haven't you eaten yet? After class, Song Zi smiled brightly. Let's go eat out. After the two arrived at the restaurant, Song Zi asked in confusion, why can't we go in to eat? What? The waiter said sincerely, I'm sorry, but the entire restaurant has been booked. Song Zi was extremely curious. Who's so rich that they booked the whole place? Guning Huan told her, forget it, let's go somewhere else. Curious, Song Zi peeked through the window and suddenly exclaimed, Ning Huan, look, isn't that Mr. Fu? He's eating with Meng Jingwen again. Oh my god. Song Zi stroked her chin. I heard Mr. Fu is married. Could he be married to Miss Meng? Guning Huan seemed a little upset, thinking to herself, that man. Guning Huan was furious, thinking, this is outrageous. This man doesn't like me wearing short skirts. Yet he's eating with Miss Meng, who is also wearing a short skirt. Song Zi, standing beside her, asked curiously, but I've always felt that Miss Meng and Mr. Fu aren't a good match. Guning Huan asked why. Song Zi voiced her thoughts. She's certainly talented and beautiful, but I always feel like she's scheming. Meng Jingwen was talking to Fu Shixin when she glanced out the window and thought, it seems like Guning Huan is outside. Then, from the perspective of the two standing outside, it looked like Fu Shixin was hugging Meng Jingwen. Song Zi said, it looks like they're hugging. Seeing this, Gu Ning-hwan fell silent, then turned and walked away. Let's not watch anymore. Let's go. Inside the restaurant, Fu Shishun supported Meng Jingwen. Meng Jingwen said softly, Why am I so clumsy? Xiao Xiao has been in the restroom for a while. I wanted to go check on her, but I couldn't stand steady. I'm so embarrassed. After Xiao Xiao came back, Meng Jingwen smiled. Xiao Xiao is here. Then Xiao Xiao ran into Fu Shishun's arms. The little girl called out happily, Daddy. As Gu Ninghuan walked, she thought to herself, there are no feelings between Fu Shishun and me. Even if he likes someone else, so what? This kind of marriage only needs to maintain a superficial respect. I shouldn't care about anything else. Song Zi, walking beside her, still unaware of what had happened, said cheerfully, Ninghuan, let's go eat hot pot. I know a really good hot pot place nearby. Gu Ninghuan smiled and replied, okay. Suddenly, as they were walking, they ran into Song Kinyin. Song Kinyin asked, why are you two here? Song Zi went to Song Kinyin's side and called out, brother, why are you here? Song Kinyin looked at Song Zi and replied, I asked you first. Song Zi laughed and replied, Ning Huan and I were just about to go eat hot pot. Song Kinyin nodded. Join me, I'll treat. Song Zi turned to ask Gu Ninghuan, Ninghuan, what do you think? Gu Ninghuan hesitated, suddenly losing her appetite for hot pot. I think I should head back. Song Kinyin, seeing Gu Ninghuan seemingly avoiding him, thought, Ninghuan seems to be avoiding me. Have I offended her somehow? Song Zi looked at her cheerfully. If you're not eating, then I won't either. Let's go back together. Gu Ninghuan hesitated, hearing this, but she felt she couldn't disappoint Song Zi. Then Song Kinyin, standing beside them, said, Song Zi, didn't you say you want a hot pot at that place? Why are you going back now? Song Zi quickly replied, Ninghuan, don't listen to him. I don't want to go back. Gu Ninghuan knew that Song Zi was just saying that for her sake. She said, no, if Song Zi wants to go, let's go together. The three of them then went to the hot pot restaurant. Song Zi's eyes lit up when she saw the hot pot. Wow, it looks delicious. Then the three of them began to eat. Seeing Song Zi eating quickly, Song Kinyin reminded her, eat slowly. You're not acting very ladylike. Song Zi, her mouth full, replied, I'm just really hungry. Gu Ninghuan watched the two siblings and thought, their relationship is so good. Regardless of how cruel this guy becomes 3 years from now, right now he's just the unloved, illegitimate son of the Song family. Is keeping my distance like this hurting him? Song Kinyin caught Gu Ninghuan's gaze. He teased, Miss Gu, are you looking at me like that because you have feelings for me? Gu Ninghuan glared at him. This guy is really annoying. After they finished eating, a satisfied Song Zi, still chewing, exclaimed, I'm so full. Thank you for treating us to hot pot. Song Kinyin teased the two girls, wow, you two girls can really eat. His comment brought laughter to the table. Suddenly, as they were leaving, Song Zi stopped, a worried look on her face. Oh no, I think I left something in the restaurant. She hurried back inside to look for it, leaving Song Kinyin and Gu Ninghuan waiting outside. Song Kinyin sighed and shook his head. How could she be so careless? Suddenly, Fu Shishun and Meng Jingwen drove by and happened to see Song Kinyin standing with Gu Ninghuan. Meng Jingwen glanced at Fu Shishun. Isn't that Miss Gu? And the man next to her looks like the Song family's illegitimate son. Why are they together? She feigned concern, adding, I heard that Song Kinyin, despite being the unwelcome illegitimate son, is quite outstanding. He seems like a good match for Miss Gu. Fu Shishun gave her a cold look. You talk too much. Meng Jingwen lowered her voice, feigning innocence to Shishun. I know you're upset, but Miss Gu has always been restless and unruly. Even after marriage, she hasn't changed. As she was speaking, she saw Song Zi walking towards Song Kinyin and Gu Ninghuan. Meng Jingwen felt a pang of annoyance. Of all times for Song Zi to show up, it had to be now. She then said demurely, it seems I misunderstood her. Fu Shishun didn't respond. Back at home, Gu Ninghuan hummed happily, her heart full of excitement. As she was about to open her bedroom door, Fu Shishun barked, stop. Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, why is he like this? Fu Shishun said coldly, follow me to the study. I have something to say to you. I don't object to you occasionally going out with friends, but you must maintain your distance from other men. Do you understand? Gu Ninghuan retorted, what do you mean by maintain your distance? I wouldn't let other people's children call me dad either. Fu Shishun immediately grasped the key point, jealous of Meng Jingwen. Gu Ninghuan felt embarrassed. I don't have the right to be jealous. I just saw Mr. Fu and Miss Meng getting along so well. Shouldn't you not care about me? Fu Shishun's face darkened upon hearing this. What if I want to care about you? Gu Ninghuan hesitated. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, if he's already guessed it, I can't hold back anymore. This is clearly just a marriage of convenience. Why make things so difficult for each other? Then, she said softly, I'll cry. Fu Shishun grabbed her hand and pushed her against the wall. Gu Ninghuan was completely taken aback by his actions. She panicked, thinking, what is he doing? Suddenly, Fu Shishun tightly wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her. Gu Ninghuan tried to push him away, but couldn't. She was almost suffocating. A long while later, he released her. Gu Ninghuan immediately struggled free from Fu Shishun's embrace. Fu Shishun looked at her. What you said just now made me very angry. Gu Ninghuan lowered her head, feeling wronged and angry. Shouldn't I be the one who's wronged? Then she ran off crying, that's right, I'm wronged. I'm extremely wronged. After she ran back to her room, she closed the door, curled up on the bed, hugging herself. A feeling of coldness filled her heart. Fu Shishun already has another woman, yet he still kissed her. It's too much. The next day, when Gu Ninghuan returned home, the maid greeted her warmly. Madam, you're back. Gu Ninghuan asked in surprise, where's Fu Shishun? The maid replied, the young master isn't back yet, but we have a guest. Before she could react, Meng Jingwen led Xiao Xiao out, smiling brightly. Ninghuan, Xiao Xiao and I are here waiting for Shishun. I hope we're not disturbing you. Gu Ninghuan turned and walked into the house, saying bluntly without hesitation, no, I think you two are disturbing me. Please leave. She thought to herself that she didn't want to get involved in Fu Shishun and Meng Jingwen's affairs, so she didn't want Meng Jingwen coming to her place. Suddenly, Meng Jingwen, standing behind her, said, Ninghuan, that might be difficult, because I already told Shishun I'd wait for him here. I have something Xiao Xiao wants to tell him. Gu Ninghuan stopped in her tracks, then turned around and frowned at her. I really don't understand. Miss Meng, if you're on a date, just go on a date. Why do you have to bring child? Meng Jingwen stroked her hair and laughed smugly. Ninghuan, what you're saying is a bit naive. Romantic love is just a superficial expression. A truly strong bond is a blood relation. Gu Ninghuan sneered. Bringing a child means you have a blood relation with her? I don't care about your relationship with Fu Shishun at all. As long as Fu Shishun and I are not divorced, you are the third party. After she finished speaking, she walked away. Meng Jingwen was furious at being called the third party and snorted softly. Fu Shishun arrived and saw Gu Ninghuan leaving. He asked with a worried expression, where are you going? Gu Ninghuan angrily yelled, where I go is none of your business. Fu Shishun, I know that between us there's only a marriage of convenience, but you should still restrain yourself a bit. Hearing this, Fu Shishun immediately grabbed her wrist, his voice stern. Gu Ninghuan, what are you doing? Gu Ninghuan retorted angrily, I'm not doing anything. Let go. She then wrenched herself free from his grasp and ran off. Meng Jingwen, standing nearby, feigned distress that Shishun, Ninghuan didn't listen to you. Go and persuade her. She's been pampered since childhood, so it's unavoidable that she's a bit arrogant. Fu Shishun left to look for Gu Ninghuan. Meng Jingwen seethed inwardly, feeling extremely resentful. That's so frustrating. Shishun, a man who is indifferent to any woman, yet now, after leaving, Gu Ninghuan got in her car. As she drove, she thought, just thinking about that Meng Jingwen makes me angry. I don't want to go back to the Gu family home. So where should I go? Suddenly, an urgent beeping sound pierced the air. Gu Ninghuan realized that a truck seemed to be about to crash into her. She slammed on the brakes, swerving the steering wheel, and with a crash, the truck hit her car. Passers-by cried out, accident. Fu Shishun, having caught up, ran towards her car, yelling, Gu Ninghuan. He opened her car door. The airbag hadn't deployed. Why is this? Why didn't the airbag go off? He then helped her out of the car. Utterly distraught, Fu Shishun tried to rouse her. Wake up. Gu Ninghuan opened her eyes slightly, seeing blood everywhere. Blood. I'm bleeding so much. Am I dying? She weakly murmured, Fu Shishun, promise me, if I die, you must protect the Gu family, protect my family. I'm so tired. I can't keep my eyes open. Then she fainted. Fu Shishun held her tightly, shouting, I won't let you die. Do you hear me? Gu Ninghuan. Gu Ninghuan. At the hospital, Gu Ninghuan was receiving a blood transfusion. After she regained consciousness, the attending nurse rushed to the door and announced, the patient is awake. Family members can visit now. Fu Shishun immediately rushed into the ward. Seeing him, she frowned and asked, why are you here? Fu Shishun immediately embraced her, his whole body trembling. Ji Ninghuan, I'm warning you, if you die, I will absolutely not spare the Gu family. Gu Ninghuan was taken aback by his actions. Is he worried about me? She wondered, but something fell off. Perhaps there are no feelings between us after all. This could become a joke for us as a couple. Then, she suddenly started coughing. Fu Shishun released her and handed her a glass of water. Drink some water. After she finished drinking, she hesitantly said, "Thank you. When can I be discharged?" Fu Shishun turned to her and said, "If there are no unforeseen circumstances, you could be discharged the day after tomorrow." Then he left. Gu Ninghuan clutched her bandaged head, painfully pondering the strange traffic accident. Could someone be trying to harm me? After I parked safely, did anyone tamper with my car? Outside the ward, Fu Shishun coldly asked his secretary, "Have you found anything out?" The secretary replied, "The driver who hit Madam has been apprehended and is currently being interrogated, sir." Fu Shishun's voice was ice cold. "I don't care what methods they use. They must find out who's behind this." Meanwhile, Meng Jingwen brought flowers to visit Gu Ninghuan. When Gu Ninghuan saw her coming, she frowned. "Why is it you? What are you doing here?" Meng Jingwen feigned remorse. "I'm sorry, Ninghuan. It's all my fault you were hit by a car." Then, she shamelessly continued, "Ninghuan, I know you hate me, but I don't have any ulterior motives towards you. We can both be by Shishin's side and support him." Gu Ninghuan furrowed her brow at her words. "What do you mean by that?" Meng Jingwen continued, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Ninghuan, you grew up in a wealthy family, so you should know that it's normal for a man to have several lovers. I hope you're tolerant enough. I retract my insinuation." Gu Ninghuan gripped the blanket upon hearing this. Then, without even looking at her, she sneered, "Since you want me to be tolerant, let me ask you something. Have you and Fu Shishun slept together?" Meng Jingwen was taken aback by Gu Ninghuan's question and exclaimed, "Ninghuan, how can you say such things?" Gu Ninghuan chuckled coldly. "If you want to share my husband with me, shouldn't I ask if you have a relationship with him? An outstanding man like Fu Shishun. It's no wonder so many women offer themselves to him. How am I supposed to know if you're being promiscuous or not?" Meng Jingwen was speechless. Then she said, "Ninghuan, I come from a good family, of course. How could I do such a thing?" Gu Ninghuan replied, "If that's the case, then how am I supposed to tolerate you? You're nothing to Fu Shishun. Miss Meng, besides using the child as an excuse, you should also understand your own position." Meng Jingwen was left with no way out by Gu Ninghuan's words. She yelled, "Gu Ninghuan, you're too much." Then, she ran out of the hospital, crying in frustration. Furious, she thought to herself, "Gu Ninghuan is mocking me, only using Xiao Xiao to get close to Fu Shishun. Compared to someone who's just in a marriage of convenience like her, what right does she have to mock me? Besides, in this world, there's someone else who wants her dead more than I do." At the Fu residence, the maid reported, "Madam, aside from the bleeding on her head, there's nothing serious. Also today, when I saw Madam, I saw Miss Meng running out crying." Mrs. Fu waved her hand. "All right, you may leave." The maid immediately replied, "Yes, I'll take my leave." Mrs. Fu thought to herself, how will things develop? The next day, when Gu Ninghuan was discharged from the hospital, she was surprised to see Fu Shishun there to pick her up. Gu Ninghuan asked suspiciously, "Are you here to pick me up?" Fu Shishun, with his hands in his pockets, looked at her intently and said, "Why are you speaking so politely today? Your attitude towards Miss Meng yesterday wasn't like this at all." Gu Ninghuan hugged herself, thinking, I wonder what that Meng Jingwen said to him. Then, Fu Shishun turned and said, "Come on, Gu Ninghuan, follow me." Suddenly, she asked, "Fu Shishun, do you like Miss Meng?" Fu Shishun didn't answer. This made Gu Ninghuan feel a little sad, and she mused, "That's right, my relationship with Fu Shishun is just a marriage of convenience, so he might not answer my question." When Gu Ninghuan arrived home, she discovered many new servants, all bowing respectfully and addressing her as young madam. Finding this strange, she asked what's going on. A servant stepped forward and explained, "This is the new butler, madam." The new butler approached them and greeted them, "Welcome home. Although I understand young master prefers a quiet environment, madam felt the staff was insufficient, so I've come today to reorganize things." Then another servant came forward and announced, "Young master, young madam, dinner is ready." The table was laden with a dazzling array of tempting dishes. Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, this is way too much. After a smooth dinner, the butler bowed and said, "Young master, I'll take my leave now." Lying listlessly in bed, Gu Ninghuan felt exhausted. She wondered, What is Fu Xixin's mother planning? Then a possibility struck her. Could it have something to do with me? Suddenly, she clutched her stomach and cried out, "It hurts." The phone rang. Fu Xixin answered and heard her voice. "Hello, Fu Xixin. But I'm in so much pain." Fu Xixin immediately rushed towards her room, worried. "Wait a moment, I'll call a doctor right away." After the doctor examined her, he announced, "Young madam is just experiencing acute gastritis from overeating." Guning Huan said sheepishly, "So I'm just bloated?" The doctor immediately replied, "Yes, madam. Just take some medicine and you'll be fine." After the examination, a servant said to the doctor, "This way, please." Fu Xixin couldn't help but chuckle. "You actually ate yourself into this state. That's quite amusing." Guning Huan exclaimed embarrassedly, "Don't laugh." She whimpered. Maybe it was from moving around too much. She clutched her stomach again, complaining of pain. Fu Xixin gently massaged her stomach and said softly, "This should make you feel a little better." This situation made Guning Huan extremely embarrassed. Her mind was in turmoil. Suddenly, and without understanding how, he pinned her to the bed, startling her. Guning Huan was pinned to the bed by Fu Xixin. He leaned in close, holding her tightly. Ning Huan felt uncomfortably shy. Suddenly, the phone rang. They stared at each other for a moment. Then Ning Huan quickly pushed him away. "It's Song Zi." Ning Huan picked up the phone and answered, "Hello." Song Zi sounded panicked. "Ji Ning Huan, you lied to me. Such a big car accident, and you dare to hide it from me? Do you even consider me a friend?" Ning Huan was flustered. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I just didn't want you to worry." "Don't worry, I'm fine." But Song Zi argued, "I don't believe you. I have to see with my own eyes that you're okay before I can rest easy. I'm coming to see you tomorrow." Then Song Zi hung up. Ning Huan hadn't had time to react. She froze. She wants to come. Doesn't that mean my secret will be exposed? The next day, Song Zi arrived, and they sat down to talk. Song Zi questioned, "Why did you move out? Did you have a fight with your family?" Ning Huan gave an awkward laugh, and oh. She thought to herself, "My marriage to Fu Xixin is a secret. I haven't told her yet." Song Zi said nervously, "You know, this villa complex is managed by the Fu family. It's not like anyone with money can just get in." Then, Song Zi looked around with a panicked expression. Could it be she's being kept here? A kept woman? Ning Huan immediately said, "Stop. Get rid of that thought." Song Zi covered her mouth with her hand. "That I understand. You must have been seriously hurt by Ji Zihang." She picked up her coffee cup. "Right, I heard that Fu Xixin and Mang Jingwen, they have a child together." Ning Huan grabbed Song Zi's collar angrily. "That child is adopted by Mang Jingwen. It has nothing to do with Fu Xixin." Song Zi looked surprised. "Why are you so angry?" "Forget it, Ning Huan. Recently, I met a writer named Ren Qian. He's not like the other guys I've dated." "You know," Ning Huan questioned, "how did you meet him?" She thought to herself, so Song Zi has already met that smooth-talking writer who will ruin her life this early. Song Zi recounted with a delighted expression, "The other day, I went out and parked my car on the side of the road. I accidentally got hit by his friend's bicycle. His unpleasant friend said he absolutely wouldn't compensate me and even said some nasty things. But then he spoke up for me and took responsibility." Ning Huan asked, "Has he compensated you yet?" Song Zi wasn't annoyed and just waved her hands dismissively and oh, his life isn't easy either. I don't intend to make him pay. He's really talented, just hasn't had his break yet. I'm planning to use my father's connections to find him a poetry publisher to collaborate with." Hearing this, Ning Huan crossed her arms and questioned, "Not many people read poetry these days. Besides, I doubt he'd give up his self-respect for someone he just met. In the previous life, that writer forced Song Zi to go home and ask for money for his book, leading to her breaking ties with the Song family." Ning Huan placed her hand on Song Zi's shoulder. "Song Zi, don't become me. Remember how I was with Ji Zihang at first?" Song Zi replied, "I don't think he's like that." Just then, someone opened the door and walked in. It was Fu Xixin. "You have a friend over?" Ning Huan was startled. "It's Fu Xixin. Why did he suddenly come home?" Song Zi was bewildered. "Ning Huan, what is Mr. Fu doing here?" Fu Xixin questioned Ning Huan. "What did you mean by that?" Song Zi hurriedly excused herself. "I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll be going now." Ning Huan said, "Wait, I'll see you out." Fu Xixin interrupted. "The servants can see her out. You stay here." Ning Huan sat on the chair anxiously. "I'm dead." Fu Xixin clenched his fist and punched the wall. He cornered Ning Huan. "You haven't told your friend about our relationship." Ning Huan looked away sadly and oh. Fu Xixin froze, then turned away. How could I forget that you threatened to kill yourself to force your grandfather to cancel the engagement? Does she think I'm that terrible? Ning Huan slumped to the floor. Fu Xishan then left and slammed the door. Ning Huan thought sadly. Calling off the engagement was my decision in my past life. Back then, I didn't care about his feelings at all. The next day, Song Zi was walking with Ning Huan. She asked, "How was the exam?" Ning Huan winked. "Great. I have to thank you for helping me with those key points. They were almost all spot on. This exam was really a breeze." Then Song Zi said, "It was Qin Yin who drew that mind map. He was afraid you'd worry about it, so he told me not to tell you." Hearing this, Ning Huan was stunned. She still remembered being childhood playmates with Song Zi and Song Qin Yin, but they had grown distant over the years. She smiled. "Thank your Qin Yin for me." The two were chatting happily. Song Zi asked her, "Hey, Ning Huan, you're too much. You dared to hide your marriage to Mr. Fu from me." Ning Huan smiled. "I haven't graduated yet, so I didn't want others to know about the marriage." Suddenly, Liu walked over and greeted them. "Song Zi, Ning Huan, I'm having a party. You guys should come." Ning Huan immediately replied, "Okay." Suddenly, a notification popped up on her phone. Ning Huan took it out to look. Gu Shi, why was she calling? From the other end of the line, Gu Shi said, "Ning Huan, are you going to Yu's party?" "Zi Heng, and I want to go too." Ning Huan replied, "What does you attending have to do with me?" Gu Shi responded, "I just hope that when we run into each other at the party, you won't make things difficult for me." Ning Huan said irritably, "I'm going to the party to relax. As long as you don't bring Zi Heng to cause trouble, I won't have the time to bother with you." Gu Shi said over the phone, "If you say so, then I'm relieved." Then Gu Shi turned to Zi Heng and said, "Now we can be sure Gu Ning Huan will be at Liu's party. Are your things ready? We can't fail this time." Zi Heng put his arm around her. "Don't worry, Gu Ning Huan definitely won't escape this time." He gritted his teeth and thought, "The whip marks on my body were given by that cold-blooded monster Lung Han. But if Gu Ning Huan hadn't been so heartless to me, Lung Han wouldn't have dared to touch me. I will definitely make Gu Ning Huan pay for everything I've suffered." Ning Huan walked while lost in thought. She didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling. Song Zi, who was walking, exclaimed in surprise, "Ren Xian, why are you here?" Ren Xian walked over. Seeing him, Ning Huan thought, "It's him. Ren Xian, the one who looks harmless." In the end, he pushed Song Zi onto the train track for money, causing him to die tragically on the rails at the prime of his life. Ning Huan approached and said, "Hello, I'm Gu Ning Huan." Ren Xian acted arrogantly and didn't reply. "I hate spoiled little misses who don't know the meaning of hardship." Song Zi tugged at his shirt. "Ren Xian, Ning Huan is my best friend. Be polite." Then he put on an act. "Miss Gu, I apologize. I was a bit rude just now." Ning Huan replied that, "I heard your friend hit Song Zi's car, and you're taking responsibility for the compensation. When do you plan to pay?" Song Zi quickly interjected, "Ning Huan, the damage to my car has nothing to do with Ren Xian." Ren Xian said with feigned distress, "Miss Gu, there's no need to remind me. I'll definitely pay back the money when I receive my royalties." Ning Huan scoffed, "Then why don't you write an IOU? That would be more reassuring." Hearing this, Ren Xian was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Ren Xian thought, 5 years of writing, always relying on my parents. If I hadn't met Song Zi, this clueless little miss, who knows when I would have gotten my break. Song Zi whispered to Ning Huan, "Ning Huan, isn't making someone write an IOU kind of harsh?" Ren Xian thought to himself, everything was going according to plan, but then this girl showed up. Ning Huan said to Song Zi, "It's not a big deal. Besides, Song Zi, didn't you say this Mr. Ren was a man of integrity who keeps his word?" Song Zi replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Ren Xian said, "I came here to give Song Zi the IOU. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any interaction with such a rude and ill-tempered girl like you." Song Zi thought to herself, rude and ill-tempered? Does he think of me that way too? If so, please just give me the IOU. Ren Xian was startled. "Song Zi, don't misunderstand. I wasn't talking about you." Ning Huan spoke up, "If Mr. Ren dislikes me so much, then hurry up and give her the IOU and leave." Hearing this, Ren Xian was furious. This girl. Then he forced a smile that I seemed to have carelessly dropped the IOU somewhere. And I didn't bring any paper. How about I give it to Song Zi next time? Ning Huan immediately took out some paper and, "Oh, need to trouble yourself. I have paper and a pen here." Song Zi whispered to her, "Ah, Ning Huan, let it go." But Ren Xian snatched the paper. "Fine, I'll write it. Don't look down on me. It's just a few thousand for car repairs." "You're really looking down on me." A moment later, finished. "Now that that's settled, I'll be going." He smirked to himself. Song Zi likes me like this. I wrote the IOU, but I don't have to pay it back. She'll definitely come running back to apologize to me later. Ning Huan turned to Song Zi. Song Zi, aren't you going after him? Song Zi lowered her head, clenched her fists, and turned to leave. Forget it. Turns out we're not the same kind of people. I didn't really want the money anyway. If he's not going to pay, just tear up the IOU. Ning Huan said, don't tear it up. I think you two will meet again. Song Zi took out her phone. Well, I'm blocking him. I'm going home now. Bye. Just as she unlocked her car, Rin Xian appeared behind Ning Huan. Wait a minute. Ning Huan turned around, surprised. You were following me? Rin Xian pointed at her. You were insulting me the whole time, putting on an act in front of Song Zi. What's your motive? Ning Huan retorted, motive? What could a poor loser like you possibly have that I'd want to steal? If I were you, I'd go find a real job. I wouldn't rely on deceiving women for money. Rin Xian angrily grabbed Ning Huan's shoulder. Don't talk nonsense. And her blocking me, does that have something to do with you too? Ning Huan scratched her head. Even if it did, what are you going to do about it? Get revenge on me. Rin Xian leaned in close and questioned. Miss Gu, I'm just an ordinary person. You don't like me getting close to Song Zi. Could it be jealousy? Ning Huan was speechless. Are you saying I like you, so I'm sabotaging your relationship with Song Zi? Seeing his sinister smile, she thought, this guy is no different from a lunatic. Who do you think you are? What talent or virtue do you possess to think that both Song Zi and I like you? Hearing this, Rin Xian flew into a rage. You, he then pulled out a knife. You little. Ning Huan was terrified. Rin Xian, what are you doing? I'm warning you. Don't do anything stupid. Rin Xian raised a knife. Hi, I'm going to kill you. Ning Huan quickly dodged. Looking at the sharp knife, she said, Rin Xian, you have to calm down. Killing me won't do you any good. Besides, this is by the road. There are a lot of cameras. You won't get away. Hearing this, Rin Xian thought to himself, she's right. I can't kill this girl and go to jail. Seeing this, Ning Huan thought, it seems like he's calmed down. Then she hurriedly opened the car door. Sitting in the car, she was terrified. How can there be such a person in this world? Back home, she saw a servant carrying something. What are you holding? Is that a pipa? Who bought this pipa? The servant replied, Madam, this pipa was sent by Mr. Duan Hai as a gift. Ning Huan was stunned. In my past life, Duan Hai was a famous pipa master. He was the best at crafting pipa. My grandfather always wanted Mr. Duan to make him a pipa, but he never got one. And now it appears right before my eyes. I'm afraid I won't have another opportunity like this. Just then, Fu Xishan walked up the stairs. Ning Huan started playing the pipa. The beautiful and gentle sound was like rain hitting the pipa's body, the sound suddenly becoming ethereal. Deep yet wild, the sound became urgent, like a surge of murderous intent. Fu Xishan watched Ning Huan play. How can a young lady like Gu Ning Huan have such intense resentment? How can she be so sorrowful? Seeing him appear, Ning Huan stopped. That I'm sorry for touching your people without permission. Fu Xishan said, don't play such a sorrowful tune again. Then he turned to leave. Ning Huan asked, what about this pipa? He replied, it's yours. Do what you want with it. Ning Huan was surprised. He's giving it to me. At that moment, Mang Jingwen and Xiao Xiao arrived. The little girl ran over and called, Daddy Xishan. Annie Mang said someone gave you a pipa. Can I see it? Mang Jingwen followed, calling, Xiao Xiao, don't run so fast. Be careful not to fall. Ning Huan was surprised. Why are they here? Xiao Xiao approached Fu Xishan. Daddy Xishan, why is that woman here? Tell her to leave. I'm scared when I see her. Mang Jingwen reminded her. Xiao Xiao, you can't talk nonsense. This is Xishan and Miss Gu's residence. How can you tell her to leave? Ning Huan was annoyed. Residence? Miss Mang, I don't welcome you here. Please leave. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Daddy Xishan, what does Aunt Gu mean? Does this mean I can't come here to play anymore? Fu Xishan said, Ning Huan, don't scare Xiao Xiao. Then he said to the little girl, you're still young. When you're older, you can go to a master to learn the pipa. Xiao Xiao whined, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Let me see the pipa. Ning Huan remained firm. No, this is a master's pipa. I can't let this unruly child ruin it. Mang Jingwen said to her, Miss Gu, don't be so stingy. This pipa was a gift for Xishan. Shouldn't you ask for Xishan's opinion? Ning Huan ran over and held Fu Xishan's arm. Fu Xishan is my husband. His things are naturally mine. Whether I let anyone see it or not is my right. Hearing this, Fu Xishan was stunned. Then he chuckled. Mang Jingwen was upset. She couldn't believe that Fu Xishan was starting to care about Gu Ning Huan. Moreover, They hadn't been married for long, while she and he had known each other for over 20 years. Shishin, Xiao Xiao, is an orphan. Can you really be so heartless as to not even let her touch a peepa? Seeing this, Ninghuan looked at him with disdain, thinking, here we go again. She just uses the child as an excuse, and Fu Shishin will definitely side with her. But then he kissed her. Ninghuan was stunned. What was this? Mang Jingwen looked sadly at their intimacy. Xiao Xiao called out, Sister Mang. She snapped back to reality and glared down. Xiao Xiao was frightened by this and turned her face away. Mang Jingwen clenched her fists. At first, Fu Shishin planned to raise Xiao Xiao, but because she wanted to get close to him openly, she made the first move. Now, Ninghuan's appearance had stolen Fu Shishin's attention away from Xiao Xiao. What use was this child anymore? Then she walked over and kicked Xiao Xiao. The child fell and started crying. Fu Shishin rushed to help Xiao Xiao up. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Why did you fall? Xiao Xiao cried. I bumped into Anigu's hand, and she pushed me away. Mang Jingwen came over to wipe her tears. Xiao Xiao, what are you talking about? How could Miss Gu push you? Ninghuan was surprised that I didn't push her. I wasn't even close to her just now. How could I have pushed her? Besides, he knows best whether I pushed her or not. Mang Jingwen bowed apologetically. Xiao Xiao must have remembered wrong. Miss Gu, please don't be angry. Then Fu Shishin told the servant, call the doctor to see if she's hurt from the fall. Later, Ninghuan bandaged Xiao Xiao's injury. Miss Mang, I don't think you're suitable for raising a child. Just now, you were clearly the closest one to her. Mang Jingwen covered her mouth in mock surprise. Miss Gu, what do you mean? I know she offended you, but you shouldn't try to take her away like this. Xiao Xiao hugged Mang Jingwen. Yes, I want to stay with Sister Mang. Mang Jingwen picked Xiao Xiao up. If there's nothing else, I'll take Xiao Xiao. And go now. Once they were outside in the courtyard, Xiao Xiao suddenly squeezed Jingwen's arm tightly. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Xiao said, Sister, you mustn't drop me. There might be cameras out here. Jingwen was taken aback. Then the child said, if they catch you making me fall on camera, Daddy Shishin won't let you off the hook. Jingwen whispered in Xiao Xiao's ear, Xiao Xiao, I've always been good to you. I only asked you to make a small sacrifice, and you're already seeking revenge? Xiao Xiao retorted defiantly. Sister Mang, you taught me this. To get what you want, you have to be ruthless and manipulative. Today, I'm giving you a lesson out of consideration for the care you've given me. Mang Jingwen sneered. If it weren't for today's events, how could I bear to hurt you? As long as Fu Shishin and I can be together, you'll rightfully be his daughter. But if Guning Huan gets pregnant, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. Every time Guning Huan gets pregnant, I'll kill the baby in her belly. Mang Jingwen was startled. What a useful pawn. Too bad it bites. Elsewhere, a voice called out, Ning Huan. Ning Huan, in a party dress, turned as Song Si approached with Mu Jia. Ning Huan, you look beautiful today. Ning Huan smiled. You too. She looked over at Mu Jia. In her past life, Song Si had brought Ren Qian to the party. But now, it was Mu Jia beside her. Had the outcome already changed? Mu Jia coughed. Ning Huan, isn't it a bit much that you and Mr. Fu got married without telling us? Ning Huan was flustered. That weren't you supposed to keep it a secret for me? Song Si, I misjudged you. Song Si immediately defended herself. I really didn't tell anyone. Mu Jia looked at his phone. You two are talking too much. Let go this time, but don't tell anyone about my marriage. Just then, Guku walked over. Ning Huan, why are you standing outside? Or are you afraid to come in because Qi Zi Hang is here? Song Si whispered to Ning Huan. Ning Huan, look, Guku is so tanned, I almost didn't recognize her. Guku snapped, shut up. If I hadn't gone shopping with Gushir that day and been messed with by her, would I look like this? Mu Jia took her hand. Guku looked back at him. Hey, I heard that Song Si has been seeing a writer recently. I'm afraid it won't be long before you don't have the right to follow her around anymore. Mu Jia remained calm. Miss Guku, I'm afraid your information is outdated. They are no longer seeing each other. Guku snatched her hand back. Song Si asked Mu Jia in surprise. You hacked my phone just to check on Ren Qian? Mu Jia replied, I was just worried about you. Song Si then sulkily pulled Ning Huan's hand. Ning Huan, let's go. She ignored Mu Jia calling after her. Song Si, there are a lot of people at the party. People whispered amongst themselves. Who is that girl? I don't think I've seen her before. The person opposite replied, that's Guning Huan. She's changed a lot. Someone else said, did she get plastic surgery? Another group was also gossiping. And who is that dark-skinned person? Liu didn't say she invited any foreign guests. The person beside them scoffed. That's Guku. She's so ugly. Guku overheard and fumed. Look who's talking. How dare you call me ugly? The girl retorted, "What are you going to do about it? You and your goof family." Seeing this, the person beside her whispered, "All right, let's not talk about it anymore." Ning Huan was surprised. What does that mean? Did something happen to the goof family? Gu Shi and Qi Zihang walked over. Gu Ku, I could hear you all the way from the entrance. Stop causing trouble. It won't be good if Grandpa hears about this. Gu Ku turned and snapped back. Gu Shi, you pretend to be some kind of high-class lady outside, but you still have the nerve to use Grandpa to threaten me? Qi Zihang approached Ning Huan. Ning Huan, I was afraid you wouldn't come because of the relationship between you and us. Ning Huan questioned, what relationship between us? Aren't you just the gardener's son in our house? The onlookers gasped. Is that true? A gardener. Song Ci came closer to Ning Huan. Ning Huan, let's not waste our time here. Let's go get a drink. Gu Shi angrily asked Zihang, what are you looking at? Are you regretting it now that Gu Ning Huan has become prettier? Qi Zihang continued to stare, but I'm just looking. After tonight, she'll be mine anyway. Gu Shi scoffed. Qi Zihang, if we don't find something to use against Gu Ning Huan tonight, your several million debt won't be paid off. As they reached the stairs, Gu Shi bumped into someone and fell. Hey, you bumped into me. He extended his hand to help her up. Muja smiled. I recognize you. You're Miss Gu Shi. I heard that on Mr. Gu's birthday, you passed off a pebble as a gemstone. Is that true? Gu Shi was flustered. I already explained this to Grandfather. I was tricked by the seller. Songzi walked over, annoyed. Su Muja, why are you even talking to someone like Gu Shi? Stay away from her, or you might catch her wickedness. Gu Shi scoffed. Songzi, I know you've always been jealous of me and Ning Huan. Hearing this, Songzi became furious. Gu Shi, have you no shame? You're still putting on an act. Muja put his arm around Songzi and led her away. Let's go. It's not worth causing a scene. Songzi was still fuming. Let go of me. Gu Shi, left behind, ground her teeth in anger. Why? Why do Songzi and Gu Ning Huan both have their families backing them, while I can only pretend to reveal the godly iron with that good-for-nothing Qi Zihang? Then she said to Zihang, the plan has changed. I don't want to wait anymore. Let's put the drug in the wine. As long as she drinks that glass, she'll be like a fish on a chopping board. Qi Zihang said smugly, as long as we can get a picture of Gu Ning Huan in bed, she'll have to give in to all our demands to protect her reputation. Gu Ku scoffed at Gu Shi. I thought you were smart, but now I see how foolish you are. Gu Shi questioned, and what brilliant idea do you have, Gu Ku? Gu Ku pointed to the side. You really think it's wise to let Qi Zihang act at a party like this? I mean, switch people. Don't you have plenty of poor, desperate friends? Let them do it. Gu Shi hesitated. Would that work? How much does this Gu Ku hate Gu Ning Huan? Then she smiled. Gu Ku, you also dislike Gu Ning Huan, so we could be considered allies. Gu Ku looked disgusted. Allies? What makes you think you're worthy? Then Gu Ku turned and left. I am, after all, a granddaughter of the Gu family. Without Gu Ning Huan, I could have you all killed in an instant. A server brought wine to Ning Huan. A young lady asked me to give this to you. Ning Huan asked who. Just then, Gu Shi and Zihang approached. Gu Ku said to her, it was me. Ning Huan, could we talk? Gu Ku held up 2 glasses of wine to Ning Huan. Ning Huan, I know I was wrong. I apologize to you today. After we finish this drink, let's consider everything in the past forgotten, okay? Ning Huan said coldly, there's nothing to talk about between us. She was about to take a sip of wine when she suddenly stopped. Then she threw the glass, shattering it. You're apologizing to me? This isn't like you at all. Gu Ku, what are you really up to? Gu Ku was angry at Ning Huan. You've gone too far. The wine was spilled. Ning Huan said bluntly, if there's nothing else, get lost. Stop causing trouble in front of me all the time. Then Gu Ku stormed off, frustrated. The plan had failed. Ning Huan said to Zhao Mu and Song Zi, I'm going to the restroom. At the restroom, Ning Huan was opening the door when someone behind her, wearing a large hat, glasses, and a mask, tried to attack her with a large stick. Ning Huan turned around abruptly. Elsewhere at the company, the secretary informed Fu Xishan, CEO, there's something concerning Madam that I need to report to you. Xishan was alarmed. What happened to her? The secretary took out the documents. I just received a message saying someone informed Gu Shi that tonight at 9 p.m., Madam will be in room 80242 of the Jinbai Huang Hotel. Xishan pondered. Even if Gu Ning Huan was audacious, she wouldn't do something like this. But the information Gu Shi received wasn't baseless nonsense. He then stood up and put on his coat. Immediately go to the Jinbai Hotel. The secretary acknowledged. Inside the hotel room, Ning Huan was sitting on the bed. My head hurts so much. She looked around. Where is this? Looking at the incense burner beside the bed, she wondered, who knocked me out and is burning incense here? What kind of incense is this that makes me feel so weak? She then grabbed a fruit knife and cut her own hand. Pain will help me regain my strength. Outside, several shady-looking men were being led in. I wonder what the girl Gusher found for us looks like. Hiv. Ning Huan was startled. There seemed to be some commotion outside. She held the knife and stood near the door. If they drug me, then the person opening the door definitely isn't someone decent. Then the door opened. Shishin appeared. Ning Huan was surprised. Shishin, why are you here? He took her hand. You're injured. Ning Huan said, I did it myself. And she felt dizzy. Shishin supported her. What's wrong? Ning Huan said, let's go. There's anesthetic here. Shishin then carried her to another place. Ning Huan lay on the bed while Shishin stood beside her. After a while, she woke up and called out, Shishin, no need to call a doctor. I know my condition. I'll be fine after some rest. Shishin thought to himself, is it that unclean thing? Then let me help you. He then kissed her neck and held her hand tightly. Later, Shishin was sitting on a chair. Awake now? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Ning Huan walked over. Why am I here? Shishin took out his phone. Look at this. Ning Huan took the phone and looked. Someone informed the reporters to come to the room I was in earlier. How could this happen? Seeing Ning Huan leaving, he asked, where are you going? Ning Huan replied, I want to know who is behind this. The elevator doors opened, revealing a crowd of reporters outside. Gusher was leading them. Everyone, follow me. Gusher was surprised. How is this possible? Ning Huan should be in the hotel room, being humiliated by those thugs. A male reporter, holding his reporting equipment, said, Miss Gu, why are you stopping? Hurry up and lead us to take pictures and get the scoop on Miss Gu's scandal. Ning Huan questioned, arms crossed. Scandal? I wonder what scandal of mine is worth you all capturing like this. Gusher forced a smile. Ning Huan, it's good that you're all right. I received news that something happened to you at the hotel, so I rushed here, but unexpectedly ran into reporters at the elevator. Ning Huan questioned again. Such a coincidence? I received news that someone informed the press to hunt for my scandal. Isn't this related to you? Gusher defended herself. Ning Huan, what are you saying? How could I do such a thing? Ning Huan quickly snatched the phone from Gusher's hand. The message you sent to the reporter will be the evidence. The Gu family took you in when you were your lowest. I haven't mistreated you all these years, so why would you do this? Gusher teared up. That it wasn't me. Someone is definitely trying to frame me. Even if you tell grandfather, I won't admit it. Ning Huan glared. There's no need to bother grandfather with such a small matter. She then pulled Gusher along. Come with me. Inside was a scene of chaos, with clothes strewn everywhere. Ku, upon seeing Gusher, flew into a rage and lunged at her. Ji sure. Why are you trying to harm me? Gusher recoiled in fear. Stay away from me. This has nothing to do with me. Ku, tears streaming down her face, grabbed Gusher. You orchestrated all of this. You ruined my reputation. Gusher panicked. How could I have known? Ning Huan rubbed her forehead, thinking, Xing Yidong must be involved in this as well. She wants to see me ruined too. Just then, Ji Zihang opened the door. Oh, you're here. Take pictures. The reporters started snapping photos. Ku frantically covered her face. Don't take pictures of me. Ning Huan pulled Fu Shishin away. Let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore. Xing Yidong was in the hotel lobby. I wonder how things are going. I want to see Ning Huan humiliated. Ning Huan, walking with Shishin, turned to him. Honey, wait for me a moment. I see Ku. Let me talk to her. Ning Huan ran over to Xing Yidong. Jiu Shure's plan tonight has something to do with you, doesn't it? Xing Yidong denied it. What plan? What are you talking about? What I have to do with Gu Shure? Ning Huan snapped. Don't let me find proof, or you won't get away with this. Xing Yidong thought to herself, how did she escape? Could it have been Fu Shishin who saved her? Elsewhere, Gu Shure was standing with a man that we received the money. These photos won't be released. However, that other person, Gu Shure quickly said, what do Xing Yidong's photos have to do with me? Suddenly, the police arrived. Excuse me, are you Gu Shure? Someone reported a case involving you. Please come with us to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Gu Shure was frightened. I'm not going. This has nothing to do with me. But she was dragged away. Regardless, please come with us. Gu Shure struggled. I said it has nothing to do with me. Let me go. At the police station, Gu Shure stood up and called out, Lan Han, thank you for agreeing to bail me out. Leave the rest to Lawyer Wong. Lan Han was cold. Ridiculous. Why would I bail you out? Gu Shi was taken aback. Then why are you here? Lan Han replied, I'm here so that if the police have any questions regarding the case, they can contact me directly without having to call the Gu family. To avoid upsetting grandfather, Gu Shi clung to him. How can I go to jail? Absolutely not. Lan Han, you can't abandon me. But Lan Han brushed her hand away. You're filthy. Don't touch me. He then went outside to answer his phone. The voice on the other end said, It's late. What's the matter? Lan Han immediately asked, Miss, Gu Shi is involved in a case, and it seems to be related to you. Are you all right? Ning Huan then recounted, It was really dangerous. Fortunately, Fu Xishan arrived in time. I don't want grandfather to worry, so don't tell him about this. Hearing this, Lan Han replied, Now that Miss is safe, I'm relieved. Ning Huan then responded, So Gu Shi brought this upon herself. Downstairs in the kitchen, a servant told Ning Huan, Madam, the Gu family called. They said it's urgent. Ning Huan answered the phone. A voice said, Ning Huan, come home immediately. I have something to ask you. Ning Huan was surprised. Grandfather sounds angry. What happened? She then grabbed her bag. I have something to do, so I'll go home for a bit. Fu Xishan watched her leave. At the Gu residence, as soon as Ning Huan arrived, Gu Shi and grandfather were waiting for her. Ning Huan was startled. Ji Shi, how did she get out? Grandfather angrily pointed at her. Ji Ning Huan, kneel down. He roared from his chair. Even if Shi was wrong, she's still your younger sister. You didn't help her, and instead had her thrown in jail. Do you have any semblance of sister? Have you considered the Gu family's reputation? Ning Huan knelt down. Lan Han, standing beside them, spoke up, Sir, Miss is frail. She can't endure kneeling. He confessed, I concealed the matter of Gu Shi being taken to the police station. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Gu Shi spoke up in Ning Huan's defense. Grandfather, Lan Han is right. After all, Ning Huan is the eldest miss of the Gu family. You don't need to blame her for an outsider like me. Grandfather said sadly, Today, anyone pleading for her is useless. I must make her kneel there to reflect. Ning Huan said, I'm not wrong, and I didn't call the police on Gu Shi. Grandfather was furious, still stubborn. The Gu family has never tolerated such malicious behavior, even out of love. Someone, bring the family discipline rod. Beat her until she admits her mistake. Gu Shi stood by with her arms crossed. Grandfather, maybe let it go. But inwardly, she was smirking. The Gu family's discipline rod was made of 3 wooden rods bound together, used to strike the offender's back. Ning Huan thought miserably, I'm truly honored to be the only daughter to receive this punishment. Lan Han was worried. Sir, Miss is delicate. How can she withstand the family discipline rod? Grandfather pointed and asked, Ning Huan, do you admit your mistake? Ning Huan thought, Grandfather won't listen to my explanation and is forcing me to confess. She then said hollowly, Gu Shi hired someone to assault me. It backfired and harmed her instead. She's so vicious, she deserves retribution. Being arrested was her own doing. Grandfather became even angrier. Oh, protect yourself. You dare to humiliate even your own sister? Who gave you such audacity? I've truly spoiled you. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Gu Shi pleaded, Grandfather, she's disliked me since we were young. This time, she didn't do it on purpose. Please don't get angry and harm your health. This little grievance isn't worth it. Grandfather said again, Sure, although adopted, is a granddaughter of the Gu family once she entered this house. No one can bully her. Bring the family discipline rod. The servants brought it forward. Lan Han interjected, Sir, everything was my fault. This has nothing to do with Mississippi. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. Ning Huan quickly said, Forget it, it's just a few lashes. Grandfather has never believed me since I was young. The cane came down, but Ning Huan was surprised. Why didn't it hurt? Lan Han was behind her, shielding her. Lan Han, Grandfather raged. Lan Han, who allowed you to shield her? It's because you always protect Ning Huan like this that she keeps making mistakes. Lan Han said, Sir, why you keep taking your anger out on the eldest miss? She truly doesn't know anything. Grandfather asked, I'll ask you one more time. Do you know you're wrong? Ning Huan remained stubborn that I'm not wrong. My only mistake was not objecting when second brother brought Gu Shi back to the Gu residence. Grandfather fumed. Give me the cane. I must personally discipline her. A servant announced, Sir, Mr. Fu is here. Fu Xishan walked in. Seeing Ning Huan kneeling, Gu Shi gritted her teeth. Why is he here? Xishan asked. May I know what wrong my wife has committed that requires the Gu family's disciplinary action? Grandfather said. She called the police and framed Gu Shi, causing her arrest. Such absurd behavior deserves punishment, doesn't it? Fu Xishan said softly. I called the police. Grandfather roared, refusing to accept this. Xishan, you don't need to protect Ning Huan like this. He glanced at Ning Huan's bewildered eyes. Fu Xishan claimed responsibility. This was truly my doing. His face turned serious as he added, Ning Huan is my wife. I understand her better than you. Even if Ning Huan causes a great disaster, I have the ability to protect her for life. She knows her limits, so don't pressure her. Whatever she does is her freedom. I am her support now. Hearing these sweet words from Fu Xishan, Ning Huan was stunned. She covered her mouth with her hand in disbelief. Fu Xishan approached her and gently touched her shoulder. If there's nothing else, I'll take Ning Huan home. Grandfather was speechless and sighed. The matter is cleared up. You may leave. Ning Huan frowned. That I know in your heart. You think I'm not as sensible as Gu Shi. I hope you won't blame Lan Han for this. He was only helping me. Lan Han, standing behind her, spoke up. Eldest miss, seeing this unexpected turn of events, Gu Shi gritted her teeth. How can this be? Why are they all protecting Gu Ning Huan? She glared at Ning Huan's beautiful face. I don't believe Gu Ning Huan will be protected like this her whole life. She feigned a pained expression. Then, she poured out her heart. Ning Huan, please don't be angry with grandfather. Tears rolled down Gu Shi's cheeks. If I had known you hated me so much, I should have left sooner. Ning Huan pulled Gu Shi's hand. Get away from me. Stop acting in front of me. Ning Huan barely used any force. Yet Gu Shi dramatically collapsed onto the floor. Ning Huan's face was etched with surprise. How is this possible? She thought, annoyed. I barely pushed her. Grandfather roared angrily. Gu Ning Huan. Are you trying to anger me to death? Ning Huan glanced over and saw Gu Shi trying to stifle a smug smile. Ning Huan thought to herself, Gu Shi has been putting on this act in front of grandfather for a while now. I shouldn't be hasty. She and Fu Xishan returned to their home. As Ning Huan opened the car door, her thoughts raced. She had thought that after the incident with the stone, grandfather would see Gu Shi's true, malicious nature. But unexpectedly, when they clashed, grandfather sided with Gu Shi. Ning Huan gracefully stepped into the car and sat beside Fu Xishan. She smiled and said, Thank you for arriving so timely today. Fu Xishan softly replied, You're welcome. She thought, surprised, he was actually able to say those words just now. But I'm even more curious as to why he wants to marry into the Gu family. A few hours later, at a shopping mall, clothes were beautifully displayed. Ning Huan asked curiously, Why did you ask me out? Knowing you should still be asleep at this hour. Song Zi, who was picking out clothes, replied softly, Last night, I saw online that Guku said your grandfather punished you and that you orchestrated the incidents between Xing Yitong and Gu Shi. This outfit would look great on you. Song Zi carefully examined the outfit. She added, Although I don't believe it, I'm worried about you. She earnestly defended Ning Huan. Don't worry. If Guku tries to slander you, I'll clear your name. Ning Huan smiled and replied, Let's not talk about this anymore. It's still early. Let's go eat. A while later, the two were having lunch at a fancy restaurant. Seemingly noticing something, Song Zi said, Ning Huan, look, isn't that Miss Meng over there? Seeing Ning Huan and Song Zi enjoying their meal together, Miss Meng's face registered surprise. She approached them and said, Miss Gu, I didn't expect to see you dining at Xishan's restaurant too. We're quite fated. Miss Meng stared at Ning Huan. She raised her voice. Miss Gu, did you know that there's a banquet being held in 3 days at the Wei Si Ding Hotel in Jiangcheng? She narrowed her eyes smugly, and Xishan's dance partner is me. Ning Huan, unfazed, replied bluntly, I've never liked those kinds of parties. Those business-type banquets aren't my style. Miss Meng was inwardly pleased. She smiled and said, Is that so? Xishan and I might stay there overnight. Is there anything you like, Miss Gu? I could buy you a small gift. Ning Huan felt a flicker of annoyance. She quickly declined. No need. Just then, the haughty Miss Aiu appeared. She looked at Ning Huan with disdain. Leaning on her hand, she asked, I wonder whose card Miss Gu is using to pay for this meal. Miss Meng turned around. She and Aiu were part of the same clique. Miss Meng said, Aiu, if I had known you felt this way about Miss Gu, I wouldn't have told you about Xishan's marriage. She then addressed Ning Huan. She's by Ma, the actress, the spokesperson for the Fu Corporation. Aiu glanced at Ning Huan. She sneered, with such an ordinary face. How could Xishan marry you? Ning Huan retorted in a raised voice. Aren't you afraid I'll use my position for personal revenge now that you've offended me? AI angrily yelled. How dare you? Miss Ming, feigning friendliness, reminded them, stop it, everyone's looking at you too. AI stormed off, seemingly furious at being unable to out-argue Ning Huan. What gave this pampered young miss, who'd never experienced hardship, the right to be so arrogant? Just a few words, and she flew off the handle? Miss Ming followed after her, saying, all right, calm down. Let's go back to the company first. Aren't you supposed to meet Director Zhang this afternoon? Shall. AI replied irritably. This afternoon, I'm signing a contract for a high-end product from Country X. I'm about to become their brand ambassador for Asia. Fu Xishan can't afford to ignore me. A while later, AI arrived to meet Director Zhang. Seeing her, the manager said, Sister AI, you're here. Director Zhang has been waiting for you in his office for 2 hours. AI shot a disdainful glance and said haughtily, so what? Even if I were a day late, Zhang Xiao would still have to wait for me. He needs to eat, doesn't he? The manager didn't dare retort, simply replying, yes. AI pushed open the door dramatically. Inside, Ning Huan was leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea. Seeing her, AI exclaimed in surprise, Miss Ning Huan, what are you doing here? She approached Ning Huan and demanded, this is the company's meeting room, not a place for you to hang out. What right do you have to be here? Ning Huan retorted, her voice rising, and what are you doing here? AI placed her hands on her hips and replied bluntly, I'm here to sign a contract, of course. My next film is a collaboration with director Zhang Xiao. Ning Huan said sharply, sign a contract? I'm afraid you won't get the chance. AI yelled, Ning Huan, what the hell are you talking about? What makes you think you can interfere in my affairs? Ning Huan calmly placed a document on the table that I've had someone investigate, and it turns out you accepted bribes from Country X's company, damaging our company's interests. AI flew into a rage. Ridiculous. If it weren't for me, Country X's company wouldn't even consider signing with you. I'm your biggest asset. Ning Huan said sternly, Director Zhang and I just had a conversation. I hear the investor for your film has signed an agreement. AI's brow furrowed you. Ning Huan's voice rose that I've already spoken to Xishan about this. I'm afraid you won't have any work for a year. AI responded anxiously. I only said a few words to you, and you're already trying to destroy me? She pressed on. Oh, you know how much money Fu Xishan will lose because of this. She stepped closer to Ning Huan, gritting her teeth. This is all your fault. Suddenly, the secretary entered and informed AIU. The CEO has instructed that you will not have any work for a year. Furthermore, your company-provided housing and car will be repossessed. Just then, Meng Jingwen walked in. AIU, her teeth clenched, hissed, this is all your fault. She grabbed Meng Jingwen's arm. Meng Jingwen, why are you doing this to me? Meng Jingwen crossed her arms to AIU. Don't get so worked up. Who helped you rise to fame in the first place? Why don't you go ask him for help now? AIU's expression shifted him. At the villa, Ning Huan went to speak with Xishan. Xishan, I'm sorry, related to AIU's issue, but he patted her head. You did nothing wrong in this matter. Moreover, she dared to say such harsh words in front of you. Hearing this, Ning Huan was surprised. You know about this too? Xishan continued, yes, I'll be going to Jiangcheng in 3 days. Ning Huan feigned displeasure. Are you going to Jiangcheng with Meng Jingwen this time? Xishan immediately interrupted. No, but Mrs. Fu, is this the reason why you were unhappy earlier? Ning Huan pouted. Was I unhappy? Actually, if you invited me, I would go. He then leaned in and whispered to her, are you reassured now? Ning Huan leaned on the table. He has such an indifferent personality. He's been raised as the Fu family's heir since childhood. The more he's like this, the less I know what he's thinking. He's not lying about going to Jiangcheng, is he? Fu Xishan appeared behind her. The maid told me you were lying on the sofa, reading all afternoon. Ning Huan blushed. What do you want to do? Xishan sat down beside her, resting his chin on his hand. What do you think I want to do? Ning Huan struggled. I'm going to take a shower. I won't be home for 3 days. You can go out with your friends, but keep your distance from male friends. Also, be home by 9 p.m. Hearing Xishan's reminders, Ning Huan forced a smile. I know, I'm not a child. She thought to herself, but I still need to pay attention to what Meng Jingwen said. Ning Huan felt uneasy all day. Song Ci, seeing this, asked Ning Huan, what's wrong? Ning Huan just said, nothing, and then opened her messages to check. Meng Jingwen, she added me. The answer she should know. On the plane, Xixin was sitting in the front reading a book. Meng Jinwen was a few rows back. Fu Xixin and Meng Jinwen were on the same flight. As the plane was taking off, the assistant said to Xixin, "Mr. Fu, Miss Meng is sitting behind us." Xixin replied, "Yes, I know." At the airport, Meng Jinwen followed behind Xixin. "Xixin, wait for me. You're going to the business reception at the Wei Si Ding Hotel, right?" "What a coincidence. I also received an invitation. I see the assistants beside you are all men. Why don't you let me be your dance partner?" But Xixin refused. "No need." Meng Jinwen was disappointed. "Xixin, this is my first time attending this kind of party, so I'm a little scared." Xixin said again, "I'll have my assistant find you someone to accompany you, to be your dance partner. I have something to do, so I'll go ahead." Meng Jinwen thought to herself, "Forget it, I shouldn't push too hard. Men don't like women who are too forward." Then she suddenly thought of something. Ninghuan doesn't have the right to occupy the position of Fu Xixin's wife. The position of the Fu family's young mistress should be mine. At school, in the lecture hall, Ninghuan was still pondering. Why were Fu Xixin and Meng Jinwen on the same flight? Was it a coincidence or was it arranged? She stared intently at her phone. "I don't believe Fu Xixin would actually lie to me." She sighed, resting her chin on her hand. "But if I don't confirm it, that photo will become a knot between me and Fu Xixin." Then she stood up. "No matter what, I'll go and see. Song Ci, please ask for leave for me." Song Ci gasped in surprise. At the reception, people were gathered in a large crowd. The assistant went to Xixin and said, "Mr. Fu, the reception is over. We can leave for the airport immediately. The plane tickets to Country M have already been purchased." Xixin praised, "Very good, let's go." At the hotel, Meng Jinwen sat on a chair, dressed seductively. "Tonight, I must take the initiative and offer myself to Fu Xixin. All men are the same. They won't refuse a woman who willingly offers herself." She glanced at the door. Was it unlocked? She walked over. The lights were off. A man with reddish-brown hair approached and kissed her neck. Meng Jinwen rejoiced inwardly. Just a few drinks, and he was already like this. Then, Ninghuan pulled her suitcase to the reception desk. "I can't believe she even sent me the hotel address." Ninghuan walked to the door of the room. Why would she do this? Ninghuan slightly opened the door and heard sounds coming from inside. "Xixin, Ninghuan was stunned. It was Meng Jinwen's voice. They were doing that. She's really betraying him. She felt like she couldn't bring herself to push the door open, even with all her might. She gritted her teeth. "Just yesterday, I thought being with Fu Xixin for the rest of my life would be pure bliss. Now, thinking about it, it's laughable." She turned and walked away, tears falling. It was clearly just a marriage of convenience. Yet she had allowed herself to fall in love. Her hands trembled as she checked her phone. There was a message from Xixin. "I'm on a business trip in Country M. Do you want anything?" Ninghuan gave a bitter laugh. How ridiculous. He was still lying to her. Then she called, "Hello, Langhan." Langhan answered, "Eldest miss." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Help me prepare some things. As quickly as possible." At the villa, Song Ci found Ninghuan slumped on the floor. She went over and asked, "Ninghuan, what's wrong?" Ninghuan replied, listlessly, "Nothing. Just feeling down." A maid came in. "Madam, Xiao Xiao is here. She says she wants to borrow the pipa." Ninghuan immediately replied, "Don't lend it to her. Tell her to go home." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao acted like a little old woman. "What? Miss Ninghuan won't lend it? Who does she think she is? Besides, how much longer can she stay by Daddy Xixin's side? Doesn't she even know that herself?" The maid said, "I'm sorry, the young master isn't here. The lady of the house is Madam. She said no, so we can't give you the pipa." Xiao Xiao bit the maid's hand. "How dare you stop me?" Ninghuan appeared and shouted, "Stop." Xiao Xiao crossed her arms. "I want the pipa. Just give me the pipa." Ninghuan glared at her. "You bite the maid, and you still want me to give you the pipa? Who gave you the nerve?" Meng Jinwen. Xiao Xiao retorted, "You're Daddy Xixin's wife now, so I can't bully you. But sister said the Mrs. Fu will be someone else soon." Ninghuan was taken aback. "That you're just a child. Don't be so impertinent. As long as Fu Xixin and I aren't divorced, I'm still the mistress of this house." Xiao Xiao pointed directly at Ninghuan. "That I won't argue with you now. When Daddy Xixin comes back, I'll ask him to make the decisions." Ninghuan said to the maid, "Bring me some rope." She put her hands on her hips and glared. "The child left undisciplined will become a problem later." Xiao Xiao cried out anxiously, "What are you going to do?" Ninghuan turned and told the maid, "Tie Xiao Xiao to the tree. Don't let her down until she admits her mistake." Xiao Xiao yelled fiercely, "You wouldn't dare." Then, Xiao Xiao was tied to the tree. Song Ci sat with Ning Huan on a bench. Ning Huan, has your unhappiness these past few days been because of Mr. Fu and Miss Meng? Ning Huan recounted his Song Ci. I flew to Jiangsheng and heard it with my own ears. The two of them were, forget it. Song Ci was alarmed. So what are you going to do? Ning Huan thought for a moment. I have to consider that Fu Xishan saved me several times. If it weren't for him, I would have died in that car accident. Song Ci asked her, so what was in the paper bag Lang Han gave you? Song Ci pondered, where can I escape all this? Here, elsewhere. Fu Xishan sat working, lost in thought. It's been so many days, and I still haven't received a reply from her. His assistant's voice broke through. Mr. Fu, your flight back home is booked for 9 a.m. tomorrow. Xishan instructed, inform the Fu family that I'm returning tomorrow and have Ning Huan pick me up at the airport. The assistant mumbled, yes, sir. Why don't you call her yourself about this? Back at the house, a servant informed Ning Huan, Madam, the young master's assistant would like you to take a call. Ning Huan picked up the phone. What is it? The assistant told her, Mr. Fu is returning tomorrow and would like you to pick him up at the airport. Ning Huan retorted angrily, isn't he worried that if I see Meng Jingwen, I won't be able to control myself? Tell him I'm not going. The assistant said over the phone, Madam, you're joking with me, right? You'll definitely be at the airport tomorrow to pick him up, right? Ning Huan sighed. Tell him my leg is injured and I still have games to play. Bye-bye. The assistant was stunned. Hello? Madam? Why did she hang up? Xishan was fuming behind him. The startled assistant stammered, Mr. Fu, why are you here? Xishan ordered, find out what game Gu Ning Huan is playing. Buy that game software for me, as fast as possible. The assistant asked through gritted teeth. And then what, sir, after we buy it? Xishan said coldly as he walked away. Shut it down. The assistant was aghast. Is he kidding? Song Ci worried. Ning Huan, you refused Mr. Fu so directly. Won't he really get angry? Ning Huan replied, Fu Xishan doesn't care about my existence anyway. It doesn't matter if I don't go. The next day, Ning Huan held a bouquet of red flowers and carefully arranged them in a vase. Fu Xishan questioned, why didn't you reply to my messages? Who gave you the flowers? Ning Huan said bluntly, what's it to you? From today onwards, I'll be sleeping in the guest room. Welcome home, Mr. Fu. Then she turned and left. Xishan was taken aback. What's going on? I rushed all my work to get back to her early, and she doesn't care about me in the slightest. He then called to his assistant, back to the company. The assistant quickly acknowledged. Ning Huan sat in her room, lost in thought. He's clearly the one in the wrong, yet he's the one getting angry. He doesn't care about our relationship at all. A servant approached her, Madam. Why are you sitting here? Ning Huan asked indifferently, what is it? The servant presented a gift box. The young master said, this is a gift he bought for you in America. Ning Huan replied, just leave it there. Who's in the mood to open presents? She sat with her chin in her hand, dejected that if I could time travel again, I definitely wouldn't go to Jiangsheng. This villa is full of Fu Xishan's presents, making it impossible not to think of him. I have to leave this place. The maid was surprised. Madam, where are you going? Please don't be so agitated. Ning Huan put on her clothes. I'm going abroad for a few days. I'll be back soon. Suddenly, Meng Jingwen arrived. Miss Gu, long time no see. Where's Xishan? Is he home? Looking at the mark on her neck, a hickey, didn't she care about her image? Seeing her, Ning Huan became angry. What are you doing here? Meng Jingwen questioned. Miss Gu, where are you going with your luggage? Did Xishan tell you about our conversation? Is that why you couldn't help but run away from home to force Xishan to give in to you? Later, the two of them sat down to talk, and Meng Jingwen picked up a coffee cup. I've only been here a few times, but your maid already remembers the kind of coffee I like to drink. Ning Huan immediately asked, what do you want to say? Meng Jingwen then put down the cup. That night in Jiangsheng, I woke up and realized I had called you. Regarding Xishan and me, I'm really sorry that you had to find out so directly. Ning Huan stared. So she came here to show off. Then Ning Huan put on her bag that I'm not interested in your business with Xishan. She stood up. Please don't waste my time anymore. I have things to do. Meng Jingwen grabbed Ning Huan's wrist, but she pulled it back. Let go. Meng Jingwen said mockingly, Miss Gu, where are you going? I haven't finished yet. Ning Huan frowned. Meng Jingwen, don't push it. Meng Jingwen acted arrogantly. What? Not going to continue pretending nothing happened? Gu Ning Huan, do you hate me now? Ning Huan was furious. So that's it. You just want me and Fu Xishan to divorce. I was actually thinking about that before you came. But now, I want you to forever be labeled as the other woman. Meng Jingwen was stunned. Ji Ning Huan, aren't you afraid of losing face? Xishan and I slept together, and you still shamelessly cling to him. Ning Huan retorted, I have a marriage certificate, do you? Mang Jingwen reached out and grabbed her collar. Ji Ning Huan, there will be a day when Xishan leaves you and stays with me. Ning Huan scoffed, really? If you're so patient, why don't you persuade Xishan instead of coming to me? Mang Jingwen then let go and thought to herself, I came here today to provoke Guning Huan, to make her, with her spoiled rich girl personality, divorce Xishan. But now, after that night in Jiangsheng, I woke up and Xishan was gone. After that, Xishan hasn't contacted me. If I take the initiative to call Fu Xishan, it would make me look too desperate. I can't do that. Ning Huan guessed, if there's nothing else, get out. Or do you want to end up like Xiao Xiao? Mang Jingwen was surprised, then turned and left. A normal woman who finds out her husband is cheating would cry, make a scene, and cause a commotion. She doesn't seem to care. As expected, she married him for his money. Ning Huan slumped back in her chair, feeling helpless. Really, nothing good ever happens when it's related to her. My head feels like it's about to explode. The maid came over and called, Madam, you're awake. Ning Huan slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? The maid recounted, you just fainted, so I called the doctor. He said your body hasn't had enough rest, and you were exposed to the cold. Ning Huan thought to herself, so I caught a cold. It must be because I stayed at the cafe all night in Jiangcheng. The maid brought the medicine and said, Madam, this is the medicine the doctor prescribed for you. Ning Huan replied, you can just leave it there. The maid continued, also, I called young master and told him you're sick. Ning Huan was surprised. You shouldn't have told him. I don't want to see him right now. Suddenly, Fu Xishan opened the door and walked in, calling Ning Huan. She quickly pulled the covers over her head. Fu Xishan. He said, do you think hiding under the covers will make you disappear? Why don't you take better care of yourself? The maid addressed him, young master, madam is sick. He pulled the covers back. Ning Huan was annoyed. What are you doing? Xishan told her, sit up and take your medicine. Ning Huan sulked, go out. I'll take it myself. I don't want to see you. Xishan sighed and sat down, crossing his arms. He questioned her. Did you buy the bouquet yourself today? Why didn't you tell me? And that day, I didn't know you went to Jiangcheng either. Ning Huan just glared at him. Don't say anything more. I don't want to hear it. Xishan urged, then take your medicine. Ning Huan stubbornly refused. No. Xishan took a sip of the medicine and then brought it to her lips. Fine, you wouldn't take it the easy way. After taking the medicine, Ning Huan collapsed back onto the bed. He just gives me the medicine and leaves. He doesn't care about me at all. Fu Xishan, that jerk? Why does he treat me like this? A while later, Ning Huan fell asleep. Xishan looked at his phone, lost in thought. Later, Ning Huan woke up. How long have I been asleep? Where's my phone? She went out into the hallway. Something was frying in the kitchen. Ning Huan was surprised to see Fu Xishan wearing an apron in the kitchen. They both froze when they saw each other. Ning Huan mumbled, feeling a little embarrassed, I'm a bit hungry. Xishan said, dinner's ready. Come and eat. Ning Huan said dejectedly, no need. I'll just order takeout. It's better if we keep our distance. Xishan chuckled, took off his apron, and called to her, come here. Ning Huan was surprised to see the food already laid out on the table. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Xishan said softly, oh, right. I gave the housekeeper 3 days off. Ning Huan lowered her head. What do you mean by that? She thought to herself, just me and him in the house for 3 days? This is bad. Should I move out? But what if Mang Jingwen comes while I'm gone? This is so troublesome. What is he trying to do? Xishan cut a piece of beef and asked, you don't seem to like the idea of staying with me for 3 days. Ning Huan nervously wiped away a bead of sweat and, oh, it's not that. I was just thinking about what we'll eat for those 3 days. Xishan replied, I cooked today. Tomorrow you cook. Ning Huan was taken aback. And me cook? I'm afraid you won't be able to stomach it. I've never cooked at the Gu residence. And besides, I'm a patient who needs to rest. Xishan said, if you hadn't stayed up late, would you be in this condition? He rested his chin on his hand. However, it's not a problem for me to cook. But I have a condition. Ning Huan was surprised. Hey, what are you trying to do? He gestured to the side. Is there any part of you, from head to toe, that I haven't seen? Hearing this, Ning Huan asked in surprise, sincerity? Then she went over and massaged his shoulders. Like this. Seeing this, Xishan said helplessly, am I that easy to fool? Then, resting his chin on his hand, he said, forget it. The condition is changed to you fulfilling one wish for me. I'll tell you what it is after I've thought about it. That evening at the villa, Song Zi was talking on the phone. Ning Huan, I'm seriously about to be driven crazy by my sister. Why don't you come over and hang out with me? Ning Huan replied, dejectedly over the phone. Just ignore her. Let's play games to relieve some stress. Song Zi said sadly, I want to, but the game has been taken down. Ning Huan responded surprised, huh? When did that happen? Song Zi, while painting her nails, said, it was 2 days ago. I think something happened to the company. Let's go see a play. I have 4 tickets. We can find 2 other guys to go with us. Ning Huan quickly said, don't find any other guys. Just the 2 of us is fine. Suddenly, the call disconnected. Ning Huan went over to Shishun. Why isn't Song Zi answering? Shishun asked, going somewhere. Ning Huan told him, Song Zi invited me to see a play. Shishun stood up, that you've just recovered. Let me take you. But she refused. No need. What if she meets another guy? He immediately retorted, you're my wife. It's only right that I go with you. Don't refuse. Ning Huan covered her face worriedly. Oh no. The car started moving. Ning Huan sat in the car, answering her phone. Hello. A voice on the other end said, it's Su Muja. Song Zi and I are waiting for you at the entrance of the theater. Song Zi's phone fell in the water, so there was no way to contact you. Call me when you arrive. Then Ning Huan asked quietly, by the way, are there any other guys besides you? Shishun, driving in front, wondered, why is she sitting in the back? Is she hiding something from me? At the entrance of the theater, Song Zi and Muja were waiting. Song Zi waved. Ning Huan, we're here. Ning Huan sighed in relief when she saw only the 2 of them. Thank goodness she didn't bring any other guys. But then Song Zi saw Shishun. What? Why is Fu Shishun with you? Ning Huan forced a smile that he was just giving me a ride, but now he says he wants to watch too. What about you? Why are you with Su Muja? Song Zi explained, don't even mention it. Rin Xian called me earlier when he happened to be next to me. I ended up slipping and dropping my phone in the water. Ning Huan whispered in her ear, don't you think he did it on purpose? Song Zi was surprised. In no way. Why would he do that? Ning Huan pressed, don't you think Su Muja acts differently around you? Song Zi gasped in surprise. Muja approached and said, the play has started. Let's go in. Inside the theater, the actors were performing on stage. Why are you 2 in bed together? This is a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Sitting next to Shishun, Ning Huan felt a pang of guilt. Such a cheesy love story. I'm so sleepy. Then she dozed off, leaning her head on him. Shishun was surprised that I really don't understand. Why not rest at home if you're so tired? Muja offered a bottle of water, asking, want some water? Song Zi replied unexpectedly, no, I'm fine. Could it be, like Ning Huan said, Su Muja likes me? What do? I can't even focus on the play anymore. She glanced sideways at Ning Huan, seeing Shishun helping a sleepy Ning Huan. This guy doesn't seem as bad as Ning Huan said. Muja then touched her cheek. Why are you spacing out? Song Zi snapped. How many times do I have to tell you? Stop poking me. Later, as the car was heading back, Ning Huan rubbed her eyes. How did I end up in the car? Shishun replied, you fell asleep during the play. I tried to wake you, but you were out cold, so I had to carry you to the car. Hearing this, Ning Huan was stunned. Carried? How embarrassing. Suddenly, her phone rang. Song Zi's voice came through the phone. Hello, Ning Huan. I've been thinking about it, and I don't think Su Muja has those kinds of feelings for me. We've known each other for so long. If he liked me, wouldn't he have confessed by now? Ning Huan replied, maybe he's not sure if you'd reciprocate. Oh, right. I fell asleep during the play. Song Zi interrupted. Ning Huan, you were leaning on Mr. Shi, and he didn't dare move a muscle. He held that position the entire time. Ning Huan was taken aback. Really? Song Zi continued seriously. Ning Huan, I think Shishun isn't like how you described him. Is there some misunderstanding between you 2? Ning Huan pondered. Could I have misunderstood him about what happened in Jiangcheng? Come to think of it, I didn't actually see Shishun that day. Lian Han came to see me the next day. She asked in surprise, Lian Han, why are you here? Did Grandpa send you? Lian Han smiled, holding a box of pastries that I remembered you liked the pastries from this shop, so I bought some for you. Miss, your uncle Gu Kim is back and asked me to fetch you for a family reunion. Miss Gunana also returned with your uncle. Ning Huan thought to herself, Gu Kim is Grandpa's youngest son, pampered since childhood. In my past life, the Gu family was ruined in his hands. To seize the company, he sold all the properties Grandpa left him, even collaborating with Gu Shi to put me in jail. This time, I must give them a proper welcome. Back at the Gu residence, Gu Shi and Gu Nana were chatting together. Gu Kim sat in front, sipping tea, thinking these two putting on an act is truly nauseating. Lien Han brought Ning Huan in and announced, "Sir, the eldest miss has returned." Ning Huan greeted Grandpa, Uncle. Gu Kim greeted her with a bright smile. "Ning Huan, it's been a while since I've seen you. You've become so beautiful." Ning Huan looked at them. If it weren't for my memories of the past life, who would believe he's such a liar? Gu Nana stood up. "Ning Huan, I'm studying directing overseas. I want to find a company for an internship this summer break. Since she has an entertainment company, I'd like to intern there." Ning Huan thought, getting straight to the point, I see. Gu Nana, spoiled and arrogant since childhood, was Grandpa's most beloved granddaughter. Seeing Ning Huan hadn't replied, she frowned. "Gu Ning Huan, I'm asking you." Gu Kim placed a hand on Gu Nana's shoulder. "We're family. How could Ning Huan possibly refuse such a small request?" Ning Huan spoke up. "I've never been involved in Shun's company's affairs, so even if I wanted to help, I couldn't." Gu Nana responded angrily. "Ning Huan, what do you mean by that? Are you starting to put on airs now that you're the vice president's wife?" Gu Kim forced a smile. "Ning Huan, if it were a small matter, I wouldn't dare bother you. But this internship is related to Nana's future." Ning Huan replied, "Uncle, I only recently married Shun. If I interfere in company matters now, what will the Fu family think? I really can't help with Nana's situation." Gu Kim said angrily, "Ning Huan, you're right. I wasn't thinking clearly about this." Gu Ti added, "Ning Huan is the young mistress of the Fu family. It's normal for her to consider the Fu family's perspective." Gu Nana approached. "Ning Huan, you haven't been back to the Gu residence for years. Can I take you for a walk?" Ning Huan immediately declined. "Let Gu Ti go with you. The two of you have a good relationship." Gu Ti quickly made an excuse. "I sprained my ankle yesterday. It's better if Ning Huan goes." Grandfather called to her, "Ning Huan, take Nana for a walk." Ning Huan thought to herself, what trouble are they trying to stir up now? All right, let's go. Gu Nana followed behind Ning Huan and said, "Ning Huan, it's been years since we've seen each other. You've become so beautiful. Which hospital did you sneak off to?" Ning Huan ignored her. "What? Are you going to ignore me? I know you're arrogant, but I want to give you some advice." Gu Nana pointed at Ning Huan. "Fu, Shun isn't someone you can hold on to. You should know your place and leave him soon." Ning Huan questioned, "You asked me out here to say this." Nana frowned. "Do you really not understand what I mean?" She touched her forehead. "Oh right, domestic universities only accept students of your caliber. How can you compare to someone who studied abroad like me?" After saying that, she walked away. "Forget it, there's nothing worth seeing on this walk anyway." Ning Huan thought to herself, didn't she go abroad because she couldn't get into a university here? Nana returned to grandfather and said, "Grandpa, I think Ning Huan should study abroad. There aren't any good universities here." Ning Huan stood outside, thinking D University is the top comprehensive university in the country. I don't see any problem with it. Besides, I'm married now. I don't want to be away from my husband for that long. Nana exclaimed in surprise. What does being married have to do with it? Plenty of women get divorced these days to advance their careers. Ning Huan forced a smile. That I'm quite content being Mrs. Fu. I don't have to worry about working hard. Gu Ti, sitting in front, called out, "Ning Huan, Nana's just looking out for you." Ning Huan retorted, "Gu Ti, we went to school together and you're not married yet. Why don't you go study abroad?" Gu Ti immediately said, "No way. Are you kidding me? I haven't achieved what I want yet. How can I leave?" Ning Huan questioned, "Why not?" Gu Ti held up her hands in refusal. Grandfather spoke. "I thought Nana's suggestion made sense earlier, but now that I've heard Ning Huan's side, I agree with her too. I have someone I like, so I want to stay here with him." Hearing this, Nana gritted her teeth. "Gu Ti, you ungrateful wretch." Grandfather smiled. "Well then, I won't force you. I'll prepare a generous dowry for you in the future." Gu Ti smiled to herself. "Thank you, Grandpa." Then she thought, "The dowry I want, I'm afraid you can't afford." Gu Kim then approached grandfather, about what I discussed with you last time. "Father, do we need to discuss it again?" Ning Huan looked surprised. "Uncle and grandfather want to discuss business? Can we listen in?" Gu Kim said to her irritably, "Ning Huan, why are you suddenly interested in company matters?" Ning Huan scratched her head. "That I'm just curious. After all, both Gu Ti and Gu Qi want to join the company in the future." Hearing this, Gu Qi said, "Uncle, I think Ning Huan is right. It wouldn't hurt for us to learn about the company's affairs early on." Gu Kim gritted his teeth. "All right, recently, I've been eyeing a plot of land in Hucheng. Buying and reselling, it could earn us 3 billion. Ning Huan was surprised, but Hucheng is known as a nature reserve. The land has never been sold to outsiders. How did Uncle manage to acquire it? Moreover, my brother is also at Guti. Why haven't I heard him mention such a large investment? Gu Kim chuckled. Actually, I've already discussed this with your brother. However, he felt that this matter is quite risky, so... Grandfather then said, it's good that you know. If this fails, the entire Gu Corporation will go down with this project. Gu Kim frowned. Father. He turned to Ning Huan. Being cautious in life is a good thing, but in business, if you're always worried about gains and losses, how can you make money? Ning Huan responded, Uncle, my brother will be back the day after tomorrow. Since everyone is a senior executive of the corporation, you should all discuss it together. Gu Kim thought to himself, I wanted to persuade the old man while Gun Yen wasn't here, but this girl has messed everything up. I really underestimated her. Grandfather then pondered, the land in Hucheng. Without 20 billion, it's hard to acquire. We still need to think this over carefully. Let's do things as Ning Huan suggested. Gu Kim was furious. Father. Ning Huan, feeling smug, thought, I came back this time because of Uncle's matter. Since it's resolved, I should go home. But Gu Nana grabbed her hand. Jiu Ning Huan, why are you interfering in company matters? Are you so useless that you want the whole company to be useless like you? Ning Huan was taken aback. Me, useless? Gu Nana, if you think I'm wrong, why didn't you refute me just now? Gu Nana was stunned at I. Ning Huan turned to leave. Studying abroad is really disappointing. Back at the Fu residence, a servant called out, Young madam. I'm the housekeeper sent by madam. You can call me Aunt Lee. Madam was worried that the young madam and young master wouldn't have anyone to take care of them, so she sent me over. Ning Huan replied, Thank you for your trouble. Inwardly, she rejoiced. Great. I don't have to ask Fu Shishan to cook anymore. In the study, Ning Huan was looking up information. The data confirmed that the land in Hucheng was indeed for sale. It was a good project, but currently, it was a risky move for Gu Ti. According to her memories of her past life, Gu Ti's bankruptcy was related to this land. There might be some conspiracy involved. That evening, she had dinner with Shishan. Fu Shishan looked at her and thought, I wonder what mother's planning. She deliberately gave the housekeeper a leave of absence, wanting to be alone with Ning Huan. Yet she brought in another housekeeper. He saw Ning Huan calmly eating, and then there was this person in front of him. I've been home for so long, and she hasn't said a word. Ning Huan focused on eating, thinking, I heard that Uncle has already persuaded several senior managers. I'm planning to have these people persuade Grandfather. My brother is coming back tomorrow. Hopefully, this can end well. She sighed, and Shishin was surprised to see this. Anli opened the door and looked in. They were clearly a newlywed couple, deeply in love. But what could she do? This time, Madam sent her here not only to take care of the young mistress's daily life, but also for another task. The next day, the car was moving. Gu Yuan sat in the car with Ning Huan. I heard Uncle owes 2 billion in gambling debts. It seems he wants to use the Hucheng project to fill this hole. If it were truly a good project, I wouldn't say anything. Uncle booked a room in this hotel to persuade Grandfather. You should be there by now. Gu Kim saw them arrive. Why are you two here? Gu Yuan spoke up. Uncle, why would you say that? We work for the same company. I should be here to listen in on this project. Gu Kim looked over at Ning Huan. And what about Ning Huan? This meeting is very important. It's not a place for children to come and go as they please. Ning Huan replied, Uncle, you should let me in too. After all, I also have shares in the company. Gu Kim was annoyed. Fine, then come in. There were major shareholders in the meeting. Besides Grandfather and 2 unfamiliar faces, everyone else was Uncle's subordinate. Grandfather spoke. Gu Yuan, Ning Huan, why are you two here? Gu Yuan walked in. We heard Uncle and Grandfather were discussing business. We rushed here, hoping not to miss anything. Ning Huan looked inside. It's him. In my past life, after the Gu family went bankrupt, he was the senior executive hired by Gu Ti. Based on the current situation, initially, they wanted to buy this land. The culprit who caused Gu Ti's bankruptcy was him. Ning Huan speculated, if that's the case, is today's acquisition of the Hucheng land related to Gu Ti? Gu Kim suddenly became angry. Ning Huan, didn't you hear Mr. Huang greet you? You should offer Mr. Huang a penalty drink. Ning Huan immediately responded respectfully, I apologize. I was momentarily distracted, but there's no need for a penalty drink. Uncle is becoming increasingly inconsiderate. Gu Ti and Hucheng are cooperating as 2 separate entities. As partners, why should we lower ourselves like this? Gu Kim chuckled awkwardly, haha. Indeed, we were being presumptuous. Ning Huan, I won't bother arguing with you. But everyone here today is an esteemed guest. You mustn't be disrespectful. He then approached grandfather. Huqing only has one remaining undeveloped plot of land. Huang Ming agreed that after a little review, we can break ground and sign the contract. Grandfather hesitated. Mr. Huang stood up. If the old gentleman hasn't made up his mind, then forget it. Gu Kim quickly stopped him. Aren't we still negotiating? Rest assured, our Gu Corporation will definitely acquire this land. Grandfather then said, this deal isn't cheap. We hope Mr. Huang will allow us some time to discuss it. Ning Huan sat with her chin resting on her hand. I don't think we should buy this land. Everyone began to discuss and deliberate. Gu Kim was furious. Gu Ning Huan, you should know your place. How dare you speak up about business matters? Ning Huan replied, Uncle, don't be so hasty. I haven't finished. The land is indeed very good, but within a 5 kilometers radius, there have been reports of unearthed cultural artifacts. We should be cautious. What if something is discovered during groundbreaking? It could affect the project, even leading to a work stoppage. Gu Kim was surprised. He didn't expect Ning Huan to know about this. This is just conjecture. There's no evidence. Gu Yuan immediately said, I agree with my sister. Gu Corporation needs stability. We shouldn't risk the entire company for one plot of land. Gu Kim forced a smile. Dad, Ning Huan and Gu Yuan don't understand these matters. Don't listen to them. Grandfather then said, I think we should abandon this project. He stood up. Ning Huan, Gu Yuan, let's go. Mr. Huang sneered. Old Mr. Gu, business opportunities don't wait for anyone. Missed chances are rarely encountered again. Gu Kim was furious. Ning Huan, this project being ruined is your fault. I won't let you get away with this. Ning Huan replied, Uncle, don't misunderstand. I'm doing this for the Gu family. I'm the one who won't let you get away with this. Grandfather stood outside the car. You did well today. Ning Huan stood before him. Thank you, grandfather. I don't know much about business. I just happened to find the information online. I noticed something unusual in the news, so I couldn't help but consider that possibility. She watched as the car drove away, but I know I won't be this lucky next time. She then looked at Gu Yuan. From now on, I have to study hard, so I can help you protect the Gu family at the Fu Corporation soon. Shishin was talking to his mother. She asked, do you really need this relationship? Shishin replied, yes, I hope you won't interfere. His mother continued, I've already compromised within my authority. As the mistress of the Fu family, she doesn't satisfy me. Shishin defended, Mother, you don't understand her. But she immediately said, forget it. I didn't expect you to understand my intention in sending Aunt Lee so quickly. Don't forget what you agreed to. A servant spoke to him as he was walking. Young master, Miss Man has been waiting all afternoon, insisting on seeing you. Shishin stopped. Let her wait. I don't want to see her. Song Si said to Ning Huan, let's intern at Mr. Fu's company. The entertainment company, that is. My husband is there too. Ning Huan hesitated. Currently. Who is your husband? Song Si said, embarrassed. Do you even need to ask? A Nan, of course. I really admire the star-making ability of the Fu Corporation. You know, our Nan was already in the entertainment industry before signing the contract. He's been around for a while. If we can intern there, I can get closer to a Nan. Ning Huan said, exasperated, I think you should wake up. Song Si continued, Ning Huan, I really want to go. Besides, we're about to graduate. We need some experience before we enter the workforce. Ning Huan thought to herself, she has a point. I'll ask Shishan. Song Si added, and don't tell Su Muja about the internship. At the company, employees were gossiping. I really don't understand these rich heiresses. They have so much money. Why are they taking our jobs? The two of them were sitting at their computers. How do you know? Look at her address. Just then, Director Shun arrived. Director Shun, why are you here? He immediately said, make a photocopy of these two people's resumes for me. Then they complied, yes, sir. Shun Rue then brought them to Shishan. These are the resumes you requested, Vice President. Do you need to arrange a good position for Madam and her friend? Shishan replied, no need. If she wants to intern, arrange it as such, but don't let anyone bully her. Shinrui acknowledged, yes, sir. Suddenly, the phone rang. Ning Huan spoke. Shishan, I'm sorry for making you agree to my and Song Si's unreasonable request. Song Si really wants to meet Nan. Shishan asked, what about you? Do you like? Ning Huan interrupted, of course I do. It's Yuan Jing. The movie he's in is currently showing. It seems he's also with Fu Corporation. I wonder if I can meet him at the company, but that's not why I came to the company. Suddenly, Shishan hung up. Huh? Why did he hang up? Song Si said, he's probably jealous. Ning Huan was puzzled. How could that be? Our relationship isn't what you think. At the company, Shishan told Shinrui, Inform Yuan Jing's manager not to let him appear at the company for these 2 months. Shen Rui was stunned. A staff member asked, "Where do you two hope to intern?" She felt annoyed, thinking, this is really troublesome. Song Ci said, "Can we work alongside Anan?" In the photography studio, Anan was getting his makeup done. Song Ci, upon seeing him, her eyes lit up. Wow. Ning Huan chuckled at her friend's reaction. Mayan asked, leaning on her hand, "Who are these two?" Her assistant replied, "I heard they're new assistants assigned to Anan's company." Mayan thought to herself, "I hate these clingy types the most. Keep an eye on them for me." Ning Huan was carrying a box outside, and Shun was watching her from his car parked in front. Suddenly, a young man came from behind and tapped Ning Huan on the shoulder. The two turned around and started talking. Shun, resting his chin on his hand, watched intently from his car. "But I just came to see how your internship was going, and yet you're flirting with another man." Then Ning Huan pointed, "Over there." Shun followed her. "I thought you were working, but it turns out you're leisurely chatting with someone." Ning Huan turned and asked, "Why are you here?" Shun questioned, "Who was that man you were talking to just now?" Ning Huan explained, "That's Song Ci's brother. He came here to look for her. By the way, I'll be home late today." Shun was surprised why. Ning Huan said awkwardly, "Song Ci is staying with Anan in the drama group all afternoon. I guess it'll take a while to drag her back." Suddenly, someone came from behind. "What did you say?" Ning Huan turned around in alarm. "Su Muja, why are you here?" Su Muja said, "Ning Huan, you and Mr. Fu go ahead. I'll take care of Song Ci." Ning Huan panicked. "Oh no." The next day, Ning Huan woke up. "I have such a headache." She sat up. "Ugh, I shouldn't have drunk so much. Last night, after going back with Shun, I want to meet some friends. I wonder how Song Ci is doing." Shun was sitting beside her, his chin resting on his hand. "That you're finally awake." Ning Huan was startled. "Why are you in my bed?" "This isn't the first time either." Ning Huan pouted. "But it's because you said my sleeping posture is bad." Shun interrupted her. "You wouldn't want rumors of our disharmonious marriage spreading, would you? Mother's sending Antly here. Don't you understand what she means?" Only then did Ning Huan become thoughtful. Afterwards, the two of them got dressed for work, arm in arm, acting intimately, and even fed each other at the dining table. They had to be affectionate, sitting close together, even while reading. Ning Huan seemed uncomfortable. "Why does it feel like I've been tricked?" She turned on the TV. Breaking news. A large fire has broken out at a seaside villa. Famous star Anan and the young master of the Song Corporation are both missing. Ning Huan was startled. It's the Song family. Could it be? How did Song Zi's older brother know Anan yesterday? At the company, a colleague approached Ning Huan's desk. "Ning Huan, translate this document into English and give it to me. Also, there's someone here to see you." "Outside. What's the matter?" May met Ning Huan, furious. "Where's that bitch, Song Zi?" Ning Huan reminded her, "Please watch your language. If you're here about Anan, don't bother looking for her." Mayan then discussed something with her assistant. Before Anan became famous, Mayan was the president of his fan club, supporting his career. It could be said she entered the entertainment industry because of him. The assistant whispered something to May and has influence over tens of thousands of fans. Mayan questioned Ning Huan. "You say she has nothing to do with it?" Anan went missing after having dinner with Song Yun Ping, Song Zi's older brother. Hearing this, Ning Huan was surprised. That wasn't Song Yun Ping looking for Song Zi. People started whispering. Anan has only been on set for a day, and something like this has already happened. Did you guys plan this? Ning Huan challenged her. "If he's missing, go report it to the police." Mayan grabbed Ning Huan's arm. "Try to leave? Are you feeling guilty?" Mayan's assistant, AI, threatened. "If you don't hand over Song Zi today, don't expect to continue working here peacefully." Seeing her threaten her like this, Ning Huan thought to herself, "Does she not know who I am?" Then she frowned and glanced at her. "Just try it," and immediately walked away. AI saw Ning Huan completely ignore her and leave directly. She was extremely angry, filled with jealousy. That little bitch is so hateful. Ning Huan was walking down the street when she overheard two men whispering to each other. "I heard 2 cars collided at the front gate. I wonder who was in the accident." Hearing this, Ning Huan had a vague premonition. Could it be my car? When she reached the company gate, it was indeed her car parked by the roadside, damaged. People were standing around, curiously whispering. She immediately called Shun. "Investigate. I suspect my car was hit by that actress. May an investigator for me. Shishin immediately replied, yes, Mississippi. Song Si walked towards Ning Huan, calling out anxiously, Ning Huan. Seeing her arrive, Ning Huan immediately asked, Song Si, why are you at the company building? Song Si anxiously replied, my brother is missing. My family is in chaos because of this. I don't know what to do. Ning Huan immediately asked, the police are currently blocking the news. How is your family holding up? Song Zi was extremely worried. They haven't found a body at the scene, but the fire burned for so long. Gu Ning Huan immediately interrupted her. Don't think like that. Do you know if your brother had any dealings with a Nan? Song Zi cried, I don't know, but my brother would absolutely never use underhanded tactics against a Nan. How could those reporters write such nonsense? Seeing Song Zi cry, Gu Ning Huan comforted her. Song Zi, don't cry. Song Zi said sadly, Ning Huan, my family has been worried sick about my brother all night. I didn't go home yesterday. Could you take me home? Gu Ning Huan immediately agreed. Of course, let me ask for some time off. Gu Ning Huan looked towards her damaged car and saw many reporters taking pictures. She was puzzled, and so was Song Zi. Why are there so many reporters outside? Then, some fans holding signs with a Nan's name pointed at Gu Ning Huan and Song Zi and shouted, look, that's Song Yun Ping's younger sister. Let's get her. Gu Ning Huan immediately pulled Song Zi's hand. Let's go quickly. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of them. Fu Shishun, sitting inside, immediately said, get in. After they both got into the car, Song Zi said sadly, Ning Huan, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have involved you in this. Gu Ning Huan, seeing her distress, said, it's nothing. Don't think too much about it. Fu Shishun, driving from the front seat, said, it seems we can't go inside now. Gu Ning Huan asked curiously, Shishun, why are you here? Fu Shishun replied, Anan is an artist of the Fu Corporation. No matter what, I had to come here to make sure everything is all right. She then asked, how will the company handle Anan's situation? Fu Shishun replied, before everything is investigated clearly, we can only cooperate with the police. He then turned to Song Zi. Where is the Song family currently searching? Haven't you found any trace of your brother yet? Song Zi immediately replied, all the houses near that area have been visited. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted her. It was Song Zi's father calling. Song Zi said, could you please stop the car up ahead? I need to get out to answer the phone. She then got out of the car. Gu Ning Huan remained in the car and said, Brother Shishun, I have something private to discuss with Song Zi. You can go ahead. Fu Shishun looked out the window and reminded her, be careful then. After getting out of the car, Gu Ning Huan asked, Song Zi, have they determined the cause of the fire yet? Song Zi immediately replied, yes, it was caused by a candle igniting the curtains, leading to the fire. Hearing this, Gu Ning Huan thought to herself, what were those two boys doing lighting candles? In my past life, before I died, I vaguely heard news of Anan winning an International Best Actor award. Although the only change in this life is my rebirth. Could it be that by guiding Song Yun Ping, I've inadvertently caused their deaths? Suddenly, she noticed strange red marks on Song Zi's neck. Gu Ning Huan immediately asked, Song Zi, what are those red marks on your neck? Song Zi responded shyly and evasively, I got a lot of mosquito bites yesterday, that's why there are these red marks. Gu Ning Huan looked closely at the red marks on Song Zi's neck and thought to herself, she must have been with Su Muja yesterday. Then she said, suppose something serious hasn't happened to your brother. Could it be that we can't find them because they're being held against their will? Hearing this, Song Zi immediately thought it over and exclaimed, you mean they've been kidnapped? Gu Ning Huan shared her thoughts. I'm not sure, but we can find someone in the nearby area and ask if they've seen the car or any suspicious people. Song Zi immediately nodded. Okay, I'll find someone to investigate right away. Suddenly, her phone rang. Gu Ning Huan immediately answered, hello. A voice came from the other end. Hello, Miss Gu, this is Man. May I ask if it's convenient for you to meet and talk with me now? Gu Ning Huan thought to herself, so she finally knows how to be polite. She immediately replied, I don't think that's necessary. You just need to transfer the compensation for the damaged car to my account. Man on the other end insisted, I know I was wrong to damage your car, so I really want to meet you in person to apologize. Gu Ning Huan refused. If you want to apologize over the phone. That will do. Mayan was angry, but she still tried to restrain herself and continued, I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I shouldn't have damaged your car. Gu Ning Huan thought to herself, it seems she finally knows who she's dealing with. The next day, at a luxurious cafe, Mayan, wearing stylish sunglasses, walked in and said coldly, Miss Gu, don't you have any time to have a cup of coffee with me? Gu Ninghuan looked at her calmly and replied, I have to go to work. Mayan lowered her sunglasses, her face full of arrogance, and said, I've personally called and asked for leave for you. Miss Gu, now you have a whole hour free for me. If you don't want to, I can come to your company to talk directly. Sitting across from each other in the cafe, Gu Ninghuan coldly asked, You've already apologized to me. What else do you want? Mayan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Someone sent me a video. It's information from before I entered the entertainment industry. Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, it must have been Lung Han who sent it. Then Mayan opened the video on her phone and showed it to Gu Ninghuan that I want you to delete this video immediately. Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan smiled faintly with a hint of meaning. What does this have to do with me? Mayan's manager, who was standing next to her, couldn't hold back and interjected, You can't talk like that. Do you know how seriously this will affect our Mayan? Gu Ninghuan coldly replied, I didn't give this video to the reporters. I'm just keeping it for compensation. Mayan started to negotiate. Miss Gu, I've been working very hard recently. Could I pay this compensation in installments? I can make regular transfers to you. Besides, you don't care about that car that much, do you? Ninghuan chuckled coldly, her eyes full of sarcasm. When you smashed my car, why didn't you think about paying in installments? I don't agree. The manager next to her quickly intervened. Missin already said she doesn't have the money, and you're still making things difficult for her. Do you have any compassion? Gu Ninghuan retorted without hesitation. If you feel so bad for your Missin, you can compensate me on her behalf. Suddenly, Lung Han appeared from behind. In a calm but authoritative voice, he said, Eldest Mississippi. Gu Ninghuan turned around in surprise. Lung Han, why are you here? Lung Han replied, I received a report that you were here, Eldest Mississippi. I've already had someone take your car to be repaired. Do you need me to do anything else? As Lung Han spoke, he gently rotated his wrist, his sharp eyes looking extremely menacing, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Mayan, seeing the sweat dripping down her forehead, immediately put on her sunglasses, quickly stood up, and said with embarrassment, I'll compensate. Let's go. She thought to herself, as expected, she has a powerful helper. After Mayan and her manager left, Gu Ninghuan turned to Lung Han and smiled gently. Thank you. Lung Han replied respectfully, We should go too. As they left the shop, Lung Han noticed Gu Ninghuan's untied shoelace. He politely reminded her, Eldest miss, your shoelace is untied. Then he bent down to tie it for her. Gu Ninghuan felt embarrassed and said softly, Lung Han, I can tie it myself. Lung Han continued to tie her shoelace and calmly replied, Allow me, Eldest Mississippi. Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, Last time I ruined my uncle's plans, he must have teamed up with Gu Shi to do something shady. Then she asked Lung Han, Has Gu Shi been behaving herself at home lately? After tying her shoelace, Lung Han stood up and reported the situation professionally. I've kept someone watching her. Besides selling off her previous luxury items, she's been quite close with Huang Ming. There are also some matters in Jiangcheng. He hesitated slightly before continuing. Mr. Fu's whereabouts are difficult to track. Information from the airline shows that Mr. Fu has gone to Country M, but he didn't take Miss Meng with him. While you were at the hotel, Mr. Fu was already on the plane. Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise, thinking to herself, so the person in the hotel at that time wasn't him. At the Fu Entertainment Company, Gu Nana sat down on the sofa and said with a sarcastic smile, Ninghuan, it seems that your relationship with Mr. Fu isn't anything special, huh? Otherwise, why are you just an intern? Gu Nana looked at her with cold eyes and asked, What are you doing here? Gu Nana feigned kindness, but her voice was full of bitter sarcasm. My father invited you to dinner so you could understand how beneficial the Hucheng project is. It's to avoid those who know nothing acting like they understand everything in front of grandfather, just good at talking. Gu Ninghuan didn't flinch, immediately turned around, and coldly replied, No need. Regarding the Hucheng project, I've already made myself very clear. Hearing this, Gu Nana became furious and couldn't help but explode. What do you mean by that? My father is your elder, and you don't give him any face? Don't think that just because grandfather favors you, you can do whatever you want. Gu Ninghuan remained indifferent, not paying her any mind. She replied, Think whatever you want. Resentment surged within Gu Nana. She gritted her teeth. Just you wait and see. Leaving the area, she immediately called her father, her voice filled with anger. Dad, see how Ninghuan acts? She doesn't even respect you. Gu Nana's father chuckled dryly. That Ninghuan girl has a mother who birthed her but didn't raise her. She's riding high on Grandpa's affection. If you can persuade Grandpa to sign the Hucheng contract, we'll both benefit greatly. Gu Nana's voice brightened. Okay, I'll hang up now. I'll figure out how to make Grandpa listen. After ending the call, she pondered, searching for a way to deal with the situation. How can I make Grandpa trust and listen to me? The next day, Gu Ninghuan dressed impeccably and entered an upscale restaurant. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Song Zi sitting at a table, waving cheerfully. Ninghuan, over here. As Gu Ninghuan approached, her eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing Song Kinyin sitting beside Song Zi. Song Kinyin? Why is he here? She walked over and immediately asked Song Zi, any progress? Song Zi nodded, her voice tinged with worry. Yeah, I've tracked down my brother, but it seems like he's in danger. I'm going to find him tonight. Can you come with me? Gu Ninghuan agreed, without hesitation. Of course. But have you told your father? He'll definitely be worried. Song Kinyin, who was sitting beside them, spoke up. We initially planned to tell Mr. Song, but since the information isn't completely confirmed, we wanted to wait until we found Song Yinping. Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, that's clearly Song Kinyin's father, yet he only calls him Mr. Song. How strange. Song Zi covered her mouth anxiously. I'm just afraid something unexpected will happen. I'm really worried. Song Kinyin shook his head firmly. No, we have to wait until it's completely dark. It's too risky during the day. Gu Ninghuan turned to Song Kinyin with a questioning look. Will just the few of us be enough? Song Kinyin replied confidently. Of course not. I've arranged for more people. Leave this to me. He then stood up and left the table. The three of them went to a building as instructed. A guard stood watch, holding a phone and asking, is your brother really inside this building? There are guards on both sides. Song Kinyin turned to Gu Ninghuan and Song Zi, his voice low. Stay here and don't act rashly. Wait until we've dealt with them. Then you can come in. Song Kinyin quickly slipped into the building, avoiding the gazes of the surrounding guards. He then subtly waved his hand, signaling the group of bodyguards following behind. Suddenly, a noise echoed, startling a guard who cried out, "Ah!" This immediately alerted the others. They all took defensive stances, their eyes filled with suspicion as they scanned their surroundings. Song Kinyin and the bodyguards swiftly and decisively took down all the guards, leaving no room for error. A bodyguard carefully searched the building and then rushed back to report. Found them. They're both unharmed, but looks like they've been drugged. They won't wake up. Song Kinyin approached one of the guards who hadn't been subdued yet. He grabbed the guard by the collar, his eyes cold and menacing. Who are you? Why did you kidnap them? The guard trembled with fear, unable to speak. I don't know. A moment later, the siren of an ambulance wailed as the 120 emergency vehicle rushed to the scene. In the hospital, Song Zi stood anxiously beside Song Yunping's bed, softly calling brother. Her eyes, fixed on her brother, were filled with worry. The next morning, Fu Shishun called Gu Ninghuan. As soon as she answered, he immediately asked, where are you? Gu Ninghuan, sitting beside Song Zi in the hospital, gently replied, we found Song Yunping and Anan. They're in the hospital. Song Zi turned to her and said, my brother and Anan aren't injured. They were just drugged. They'll wake up when it wears off. I'll head back now. Song Kinyin, standing nearby, observed the two silently before suggesting, let me see you off. After they descended in the elevator, Gu Ninghuan stepped out to find Fu Shishun waiting outside. She softly said, Shishun, you're here. Song Kinyin glanced at Fu Shishun, thinking to himself, so this is her someone. Gu Ninghuan looked at Fu Shishun and gently said, let's go. Seeing this, Song Kinyin politely excused himself. You have someone to pick you up, I'll take my leave. After Song Kinyin left, Gu Ninghuan felt incredibly apologetic. She hesitated, saying, Shishun, I'm really sorry. About what happened in Jiangsheng, I misunderstood you. Fu Shishun raised an eyebrow, asking, you misunderstood me? About what? Gu Ninghuan stammered, flustered, well, that thing. She thought to herself, how can I bring myself to talk about Meng Xingwen? But before she could say anything more, Fu Shishun smiled and said, I want compensation. Gu Ninghuan asked in surprise, compensation? What kind? Fu Shishun slowly replied, I want you to compensate me. At the orphanage, several children were playing around the room. Gu Shi approached the children and said, go play over there. Despite her outwardly friendly demeanor, she inwardly seethed with disdain, thinking, how annoying, I hate children the most. Gu Shi gritted her teeth, feeling incredibly angry and frustrated. She thought to herself, these kids are so irritating, so bothersome. Starting 4 years ago, she not only funded the orphanage, but also wanted to cultivate a public image of social work, one that would stand out brilliantly compared to others in society. While she was lost in her irritated thoughts, a cute little girl came up and tugged on her skirt, softly. Calling, Sister Gusher, do you want some candy? She immediately swatted the little girl's hand away, causing the candies the girl was offering her to fall to the ground. Then, Gusher scowled and said, "Even you are laughing at me." She felt a surge of anger within her, unable to bear it any longer. The little girl, seeing Gusher's furious expression, became terrified and burst into tears. "I didn't mean it that way. Sister Gusher, I was just worried about you." After saying that, the little girl ran away crying, leaving Gusher filled with rage and resentment. Gusher clenched her fists, fuming inwardly. "I don't need anyone's pity. They all just see me as a servant in the Gu family." Then she saw the teddy bear on the table, immediately grabbing it and glaring at it as if it were her sworn enemy. "This bear was given to me by Gu Ning Huan's dead parents. How can she have all the wealth and glory? Those things should be mine." The flames of jealousy within her surged like a tidal wave, relentless and unending. Finally, Gusher took out her lighter and set fire to the teddy bear that Gu Ning Huan's parents had made for her with all their love and care. Boundless and unending. The next day, while at home, Gu Ning Huan received a phone call from Song Zi. She answered the phone and said, "Hello." Song Zi's voice came from the other end. "Ning Huan, is Mr. Fu with you right now?" Gu Ning Huan replied, "No, what's wrong?" Song Zi slowly said, "I have something to tell you. I hope you can stay calm after hearing this. Miss Meng is pregnant, and it's Fu Shishun's child." Gu Ning Huan was stunned. These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking her to the core. Song Zi continued, "I went to the hospital and ran into her. That's how I found out. I didn't expect her to be pregnant." Gu Ning Huan's voice was full of shock. She interrupted Song Zi and asked, "Where are you? Let's meet and talk." After Gu Ning Huan went to where Song Zi was, she saw Meng Xing and was also there. Meng Xing said with arrogant indifference, "Miss Gu, we meet again." Song Zi started to lunge forward. "You shameless woman." Before she could finish, Ning Huan stopped her. "Song Zi, calm down." Meng Xing sneered, "Be careful. Don't forget, I'm carrying Shishun's child." "Miss Gu, can we talk privately?" Song Zi said angrily to her. "Ning Huan, how can you be so calm? This woman," Gu Ning Huan told her, "this is between me and her. Don't worry, I can handle it." Then, Gu Ning Huan and Meng Xing went to another place to talk privately. Meng Xing said falsely sweetly, "Miss Gu, you're even calmer than I imagined. I thought you'd be worried when you heard this news." Gu Ning Huan looked at her coldly and asked, "Why should I be worried? Who knows if you're really carrying Shishun's child?" She continued with a cold laugh. "Do you naively think that by showing up pregnant in front of me, I'll be heartbroken, cry, and divorce Fu Shishun?" Meng Xing secretly sneered at Gu Ning Huan's words. "Ha, you'll change your tune in a month." Then Gu Ning Huan stood up and said with disdain, "I thought you were going to give me some big surprise. It turns out it's just the same old trick, using a child to threaten me. How stupid." Meng Xing's face paled as her secret was exposed. She said, "Are you just going to leave like this? Aren't you afraid I'll tell everyone about this?" Gu Ning Huan turned around and said coldly, "If you have proof, then do it. Why tell me?" Meng Xing was furious at being cornered. Afterward, Gu Ning Huan went to the company to see Fu Shishun. Fu Shishun was surprised to see her. "Why are you here?" Ning Huan said casually, "I just met Miss Meng. She said she's pregnant with your child." Fu Shishun was drinking water and spat it out in shock when he heard her words. He glanced at her. "What are you talking about?" Gu Ning Huan pretended to be very trusting. "Although I know I misunderstood you about what happened in Jiangcheng, there really wasn't anything between you two, right?" Then Gu Ning Huan hesitantly asked Fu Shishun, "Is the child in her womb yours?" Fu Shishun immediately replied, "No." Then he told her, "I don't know anything about her situation." Gu Ning Huan felt a secret joy in her heart. Shishun and that woman had nothing going on, so why did she come to threaten her? A staff member came to her desk and announced, "These are the documents needed by 3 p.m. today. Please edit them immediately." Gu Ning Huan immediately replied, "Yes." A colleague of Gu Ning Huan passed by her desk and said sarcastically, "Gu Ning Huan, I now understand. Youth is truly wonderful." Gu Ning Huan turned to look at her and asked, "What do you mean?" The colleague whispered, "Your clothes aren't cheap. Before you came to our department, we didn't need interns. After you arrived, you've been frequently taking leave. Everyone's the same, yet do you have an inappropriate relationship with a senior manager of the company?" Gu Ning Huan immediately clarified, "It's not like what you think." "What's going on?" Who's spreading these false rumors? Ning Huan walked to the tea room door and heard everyone whispering inside. Alice, the new intern, is she the mistress of one of the senior managers? I don't know who it is. She's pretty, but how could she be so dirty? No way. Look at the address she put down, some villa. She's definitely being kept. Hearing this, she didn't hesitate to open the door and walk in, saying loudly, "Are you all saying I'm being kept?" The people in the room, who were gossiping animatedly about Ning Huan, were extremely surprised and taken aback to see her enter. A woman spoke up sarcastically. "I told you, Ning Huan, didn't you rely on connections to get into the company? It's very difficult to be selected as an intern here. You got in because you're being kept." Ning Huan immediately retorted sharply, "You say someone is keeping me? Then show me the proof." Another person beside the woman patted her shoulder and said, "All right, Alice, why are you arguing with the intern? This is the tea room. It won't look good if this gets to the director." Hearing this, Alice scoffed, full of sarcasm, and turned to leave. After everyone left, Ning Huan thought to herself, "These accusations of being kept are truly infuriating. But this internship, I did get it thanks to Shishan." A feeling of unease rose within her. In the afternoon, Alice dumped a thick stack of documents in front of her, saying in an unfriendly tone, "These documents must be finished tonight. Good luck, intern." Ning Huan looked at the thick pile of documents and sighed inwardly. Is she trying to bully me? Not long after, another colleague saw this and asked Alice, "Isn't it a bit much to dump all the work on her?" Alice didn't think she was wrong at all. She coldly said, "Sirs are right." Then the other woman said, "Tonight, we're attending the wedding banquet of someone from the head office. I heard that the vice president, who never attends these things, will be there too." Hearing this, Alice's eyes immediately lit up. She said excitedly, "Wonderful. I have to put on my best makeup." That evening, at the company banquet, everyone was gathered and lively. Pan Hui, one of her colleagues, saw Ning Huan arrive late and asked curiously, "Intern, why are you so late?" Ning Huan replied, "I had to work overtime, so I'm a bit late." Then she looked at him, feeling a little embarrassed, and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" He immediately replied with a friendly smile, "I'm Pan Hui, your colleague." He saw Ning Huan still standing there, not going towards the other female colleagues, and asked with surprise, "Why are you just standing here?" Ning Huan immediately asked back, "Why? Is there a problem?" "Oh," Pan Hui quickly said, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that the vice president is also here today." Then he looked towards the female colleagues over there and said, "All the other female colleagues are dressed up and wearing makeup. Why aren't you like them?" Ning Huan gently replied, "Is that so? I just thought it was a normal party." But in her mind, she was thinking, Fu Shishan is also here. Should I just slip away now? While Ning Huan was lost in thought, Pan Hui turned his head and told her, "It looks like the vice president has arrived." When Fu Shishan entered the banquet hall, the colleagues immediately surrounded him in greeting. "Vice President, you're here. Please have a seat." The female colleagues around him quickly gathered. Their eyes were full of admiration, as if they were looking at a god. Suddenly, Fu Shishan glanced towards Ning Huan, who was currently using her purse to cover her face. "He won't see me, will he?" She saw Fu Shishan walk to the other side, and she felt a little disappointed. It seems like he's gone over there. She felt a pang of disappointment and told herself she must be crazy. Pan Hui came over with a plate of sweets and enthusiastically offered, Ning Huan, try this. It's really good." Ning Huan looked at him, feeling that he might be interested in her, so she politely declined, "Thank you, Pan Hui, but I already have a boyfriend. Don't waste your time on me." Pan Hui immediately asked, "You have a boyfriend? Really? I've never seen anyone pick you up." Ning Huan replied, "His work is busy, so he can't pick me up." Suddenly, he put his arm around her shoulder and, with a vulgar look, whispered in her ear, "Then that's even better. We can be sneaky, and I won't have to take responsibility." Ning Huan immediately pulled his hand away and angrily said, "I don't understand what you mean. I'm going to the restroom." She thought to herself, what kind of scoundrel is this? This man is disgusting. Then Ning Huan picked up her purse, intending to leave. Maybe it's better to go home. Suddenly, Alice saw her and started to sneer. "Why are you sitting so far away? Are you afraid that the person keeping you and the vice president will see each other?" Ning Huan immediately retorted, "What does it have to do with you? On the contrary, you're dressed up so flamboyantly. I wonder if you have a husband. If you do, you're still flirting with others?" Alice was furious upon hearing this. In turn, "What do you mean? Let me tell you, the vice president just gave me his phone number, and I'm sure he'll ask me out to dinner soon." She became more and more smug as she spoke. Suddenly, Fu Shishan walked up from behind and coldly asked, "Is that so? I don't remember giving you my phone number." Alice stammered, terrified. Vice President. Guning Huan, standing behind her, bowed and greeted, "Hello, Vice President." Then Alice hesitantly stammered, "Vice President, I'm sorry. The intern was disrespectful to me, so." Fu Shishun's face darkened immediately, and he coldly said, "Reckless talk. Tomorrow, go to the HR department and get your termination papers." Alice was terrified upon hearing this, but she was not reconciled. "Vice President, are you firing me?" I understand. But this in turn used inappropriate connections to get into the company. I heard she seduced a senior manager in the company, and that's how she got in. A female colleague standing next to her advised, "Alice, don't say any more." Fu Shishun, hearing this, immediately repeated, "Seduced a senior manager." Fu Shishun coldly asked her, "Who spread these rumors?" Alice, seeing him respond, immediately said, "Pan Hui said it. He said he saw it with his own eyes." Hearing the name Pan Hui, Guning Huan thought to herself, "It's that man from earlier." Then, Fu Shishun ordered his assistant, "Bring him here." The assistant immediately replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." In the break room, when Pan Hui entered, he felt extremely anxious and coughed slightly to regain his composure. Vice President Fu Shishun sat on a chair, coldly staring at him, and said, "You're the one who spread the rumor about Guning Huan seducing a senior manager? How could you do such a thing?" After realizing the gravity of the situation, Pan Hui immediately apologized. "Vice President, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Fu Shishun didn't say anything, just turned to the secretary beside him. "The company doesn't allow anyone to spread rumors about colleagues. You know what to do with this, right?" The secretary immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." He then ordered everyone out. When everyone left the room, Guning Huan walked towards him. She hesitantly said, "Fu Shishun, I'll go back first." Fu Shishun immediately told her, "Stay." Guning Huan then said, "Thank you for punishing that person for the company, but it's after work now. You should maintain your distance from me." Seeing her timidity, Fu Shishun said, "You can't even handle such a small matter? I overestimated you." Guning Huan immediately retorted, "It's not my fault." He then angrily pushed her against the door and yelled, "And another thing, don't get close to other men. Don't even be near them." Guning Huan, seeing his angry demeanor, thought to herself, "Did he see?" After Fu Shishun calmed down, he said, "I'm tired. Go home." On her way home, her phone suddenly rang. A cold voice on the other end immediately asked, "Guning Huan, do you remember me?" Guning Huan felt confused. "Who is this?" The woman on the other end said, "You're the bitch who, along with Gu Shi, ruined me like this, and now you don't remember? I won't let you and Gu Shi off. I will definitely come to find you for revenge." Hearing this, Guning Huan immediately recognized the voice as Xing Yitong. She calmly replied, "That's funny. Didn't you bring those men yourself? Aren't you in this situation because of your own actions?" Xing Yitong was furious upon hearing this. She clenched the phone in her hand. After hanging up, she thought, compared to Guning Huan, the more hateful one is Gu Shi. If it weren't for her scheme, I wouldn't be in this situation. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Gu Shi felt extremely uneasy, as if someone was staring at her. Could it be that I've been at the orphanage for too long and am hallucinating? Suddenly, she saw the orphanage director approaching. She immediately asked cordially, "Director, are you going to give Xian her medicine?" The director smiled and replied, "Normally, she's very healthy, but she suddenly fell ill." Gu Shi said, "Let me give her the medicine. After all, I used to take care of her." Seeing her kindness, the director praised, "Old Mr. Gu is truly blessed to have a granddaughter like you." Hearing this, Gu Shi smiled and said, "Thank you, director. You're too kind." Then, Gu Shi went to Xian's room. She touched the little girl's forehead and felt it was very hot. She thought to herself, so useless, coming back with such a high fever. Then, she threw the medicine the director had just given her into the trash, with a malicious intent to let her die silently. After all, she was just an orphan child. The next day, Guning Huan saw Gu family's maid looking for her, so she asked why the Gu family had sent her. The maid replied, "I came on my own, Mississippi. I have something to tell you, but please don't be angry. Today, when I was cleaning your room, I noticed a lot of your things were missing." Guning Huan was immediately furious. "I gave specific instructions that no one except the cleaning staff was allowed in." She asked the maid when this happened. The maid replied, "It probably started around the time I took leave from the Gu family. Meanwhile, the vice principal was talking with Gu Shi in the living room. I saw Gu Jian taking Gu Ninghuan to school before, so I assumed Gu Ninghuan was the eldest miss of the Gu family. So it turns out you're the eldest Mississippi. Gu Shi sat on the sofa, sipping tea, and cheerfully replied, Ninghuan has been an orphan since childhood. I've already explained her background to the vice principal. She then skillfully changed the subject, but she wondered what brought the vice principal here today. The vice principal told her, recently, the school has received several letters alleging an inappropriate relationship between Gu Ninghuan and her tutor. Gu Shi pondered this, then said to the vice principal, I think it's just a rumor. Although Ninghuan lives extravagantly and has many boyfriends, she definitely wouldn't compromise her grades for a teacher, would she? While seemingly denying the accusation, her words painted Gu Ninghuan in a negative light. The vice principal stood up and said, the school and I will thoroughly investigate this matter. I originally came to see Mr. Gu, but he's not home, so I'll take my leave. Gu Shi stood up and said hesitantly, Vice Principal, I have a favor to ask. Grandfather has always cherished and had high expectations for Gu Ninghuan. Her good grades this term made him very happy. If he finds out these grades might be due to... She trailed off. The vice principal understood her implication and said, don't worry. I'll speak with Gu Ninghuan privately after the school term starts. Shortly after the vice principal left, Gu Ninghuan returned to the Gu residence. Gu Shi was surprised to see her and stammered nervously, Ninghuan, why are you back? She wondered if Gu Ninghuan had encountered the vice principal. Gu Ninghuan saw her and immediately retorted, why am I back? Shouldn't you be at the orphanage? I think that place suits you perfectly. Gu Shi was taken aback by her bluntness and quickly denied it. Look at you, joking again. The Gu residence is my home. How could I leave? Just then, Jieyu entered and greeted Gu Ninghuan, Miss, you're back. Gu Ninghuan turned to address Jieyu directly. Lang Han has been busy these past few months and often away from home. As a result, things have gone missing from my room. Jieyu immediately bowed her head and apologized. This is my negligence. Please forgive me. Gu Shi then approached, feigning concern. Ninghuan, don't blame her. I believe she's innocent. Gu Ninghuan immediately confronted her. Gu Shi, you did this, didn't you? Gu Shi put on an innocent act. Ninghuan, I've been at the orphanage for the past 2 months. What do you mean by accusing me? Jieyu stepped forward to take the blame. It's my fault for not managing things properly and losing the missus' belongings. Please punish me. Gu Ninghuan said coldly, forget it. I'll go check my room. After inspecting her room, Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, thankfully, only a few unimportant things are missing. After a while, Gu Ninghuan couldn't find the teddy bear her mother had left her and worried, where's my teddy bear? It's the one my mother left me. She tried hard to find it. Then she turned to Jieyu and asked, during Gu Shi's time at the orphanage, did she ever come back? Jieyu immediately replied, yes, she did. Sometimes she came back to have dinner with the old master. Gu Shi asked, could it be that you suspect something, eldest miss? Gu Ninghuan brushed it off and said, forget it, it's just a toy anyway. Grandfather doesn't want me and her to fight. At the Fu residence, a servant approached Fu Xishan to inform him of something. Fu Xishan asked, what is it? The servant replied, Madam hasn't eaten anything since returning from the Gu residence. After returning home from the Gu residence, Gu Ninghuan sat in her room, lost in thought. Why doesn't anyone believe me, even after I exposed Gu Shi's true face in front of everyone? It feels like she's still smug. What should I do? Then, Fu Xishan entered and reminded her to come out for dinner. Gu Ninghuan said, I don't want to eat. Go out. Fu Xishan said coldly, come out and eat. I don't have any patience. Seeing her still stubbornly sitting on the chair, he immediately pulled her up by the wrist. Gu Ninghuan was surprised by his action. She thought to herself, what is he doing? As he embraced her waist, Gu Ninghuan thought, my heart is beating so fast. Then, he reminded her, stand up straight. Fu Xishan's voice seemed gentler. I don't care what you're angry about at the Gu residence, but here, you have to listen to me. He gently stroked her lips with his thumb, an action that made Gu Ninghuan feel incredibly warm. He's actually quite warm, she thought. The next day, Gu Ninghuan and Song Si were walking and chatting. It seems like you were severely lectured by your grandfather. What trouble did you cause at the bar that made such a commotion that your grandfather had to intervene? Song Si sighed with a look of helplessness. You have no idea what I've been through. I feel like I've lost half my life. I only invited 2 people from the bar to drink with me. Who knew she'd get upset? And then my grandfather suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who on earth told on me? Suddenly, while they were talking, a voice called out to Song Si. It turned out to be Su Mujia. He held a wallet and said softly, "You dropped your wallet at Jin Yin's place, so I brought it to you." Guning Huan, curious, asked, "How are things going with you and Su Mujia? Any updates?" Song Si quickly avoided the question, feigning indifference. What could possibly be going on between me and him? After handing over the wallet, Su Mujia politely bid them farewell. "I'll be going now." Guning Huan thought to herself, in my past life at this time, Song Si was deeply in love with that scoundrel. This time, I've tried to separate them. Perhaps her fate has changed. As they entered the room, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Everyone was whispering, "Is that girl real or fake?" Song Si, noticing all eyes on her and Gu Ning Huan, asked worriedly, "Ning Huan, do you find their stares a bit strange?" Gu Ning Huan calmly replied, "Ignore them. Don't mind them." Suddenly, Xiang Yue, a girl in the company, said scornfully, "I thought someone would be so ashamed after causing such a big incident that they'd resign. I didn't expect them to still have a nerve to show up at the company." Gu Shi, standing next to Xiang Yue, spoke up in a weak and gentle voice, "Yue, don't make things difficult for Ning Huan. This matter definitely has nothing to do with her." Hearing this, Xiang Yue immediately believed Gu Shi's false words and then advised, "Gu Shi, you're too kind. You've been taken advantage of by her time and time again, yet you still forgive her." Song Si couldn't hold back her anger and protested, "If you have nothing to do, then don't come here and cause trouble for us." "What do you want?" Xiang Yue sneered, "I'm talking about Gu Ning Huan. What does it have to do with you? Why are you butting in?" Song Si immediately retorted, "Don't you dare touch my friend." At that moment, the class president appeared. Smiling, he said, "Gu Ning Huan, you're here." Gu Ning Huan nodded in greeting. "Hello, class president." The class president then announced, "Gu Ning Huan, the vice principal needs to see you right away. Come with me to the office." The two entered the vice principal's office. As soon as they stepped inside, a woman suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Gu Ning Huan's hand, causing her to pull back in surprise and angrily ask, "What are you doing?" The woman furiously yelled, "You vixen! How dare you seduce my husband, Lao Zhang?" Gu Ning Huan was stunned and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The vice principal stood up to intervene. "Madam, please calm down." He turned to Gu Ning Huan, his face showing clear anger and coldness. "This is ridiculous, Gu Ning Huan. Do you still want to deny it? Or do you want me to make your shameful affair public?" Gu Ning Huan was confused and didn't understand what was happening. "Then I'd also like to know what I've done wrong." The vice principal scoffed, "You don't know? The granddaughter of the Gu family seduced a teacher for her own personal gain. I personally went to the Gu family to investigate, and the result was that I discovered you're not their biological granddaughter." Hearing these words, Gu Ning Huan was extremely surprised, unable to believe her ears. Gu Ning Huan quickly regained her composure. "Vice principal, don't you think your words are quite ridiculous?" The vice principal frowned at her words. "If you can be a mistress, then information on a file can also be falsified." Gu Ning Huan immediately defended herself. "I'm not the Gu family's granddaughter. It must be Gu Shi, right? If that's the case, then call Gu Shi here so we can confront each other." Inwardly, she was furious, thinking Gu Shi really is a relentless villain. The class president, standing beside them, heard her mention Gu Shi and immediately stood up to defend her. Everyone knows Gu Shi is innocent, kind, and virtuous. "Are you trying to bully her by calling her here?" Gu Ning Huan coldly retorted, "If she really is the true heiress of the Gu family, then why would she be afraid of me?" Seeing that Gu Ning Huan wouldn't confess, the vice principal turned to the class president. "Class president, quickly go and call Gu Shi here so that Gu Ning Huan will be completely convinced." The class president immediately replied, "Yes, sir." After calling Gu Shi, she entered the room and said gently, "Vice principal, you call for me?" Then she feigned surprise. "Ning Huan, why are you here?" Inwardly, she was extremely worried, sensing something bad had happened. Gu Ning Huan looked at her coldly. "Did you tell the vice principal that I'm not the Gu family's granddaughter?" She immediately retorted, "Absolutely not." "Gu Ning Huan, what are you talking about? How could I possibly discuss Gu family matters with the vice principal? Grandfather has always said he dislikes family matters being spread outside." The vice principal looked at Gu Shi and said gravely, "Gu Shi, I called you here precisely because I want you to repeat what you told me at the Gu residence the other day to everyone." At this, Gu Shi's expression slightly changed. Inwardly, she screamed, "Is he crazy? How dare I repeat those lies in front of her?" Gu Ninghuan immediately pressed, "Yes, repeat those words. I want to hear them too." Gu Shi remained silent. Gu Ninghuan continued coldly, "What's wrong? Now that you're asked to speak, you're mute? Weren't you just gossiping with Xiang Yue quite eloquently?" Gu Shi feigned weakness. "I don't know what I've done to anger you, sister." Seeing Gu Shi seemingly bullied, the class president immediately stepped forward, shielding her and saying to Gu Ninghuan, "Stop bullying Gu Shi." Gu Ninghuan responded directly, "Fine, let's talk. Between you and me, who is the Gu family's real granddaughter?" Then, feigning friendliness, Gu Ninghuan walked over and placed a hand on Gu Shi's shoulder, her voice gentle yet laced with a threat. "If you don't speak, I'll call grandfather immediately to come here and testify for us." Gu Shi stammered, "Ninghuan, you are the Gu family's real granddaughter. No one can fake that." Hearing this, the vice principal, standing beside them, became angry. "How can that be? You clearly didn't say that at the Gu residence before." Gu Shi feigned ignorance. "Vice principal, you must have misheard, which led to me misunderstanding Ninghuan." The vice principal seemed to have developed a different perspective on Gu Shi. This Gu Shi, looking so gentle and weak, is actually using me to deal with Gu Ninghuan today, he thought to himself. Then he said, "If this is a misunderstanding, then you may leave. Explain things to your classmate later. It's getting late." Seeing him trying to shirk responsibility, Gu Ninghuan immediately said coldly, "Based on what? Based on what can you throw dirty water on me and then dismiss it with a few words? Don't forget, you owe me an apology." Then she added coldly to Gu Shi, who was standing beside her, "Gu Shi, this play isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Aren't you the director of this play?" Gu Shi pretended to cry. "Ninghuan, I'm also a member of the Gu family. Can you not make things difficult for me in front of outsiders?" Gu Ninghuan retorted bluntly, "Someone like you, without a drop of Gu family blood, based on what do you call yourself a member of the Gu family?" Hearing these words from Gu Ninghuan, the vice principal and the class president's expressions changed drastically. "Isn't Gu Shi the Gu family's granddaughter?" They wondered. Gu Shi wiped away her fake tears, feigning weakness. "Ninghuan, that day, I just finished volunteering at the orphanage and was really tired. My mind was hazy. I misspoke and caused you grievance. I apologize to you. I really didn't mean it." Seeing her weak excuse, Gu Ninghuan sneered, "I'm afraid your mind has never been clear. How little grievance have I suffered? If you truly want to apologize, the best way is to leave the Gu family." Gu Shi's face paled upon hearing this, and she burst into tears. "How could this be? This is my home. Don't tell me you want to kick me out." Gu Ninghuan looked at her weak demeanor with utter disgust and sneered. "All right, enough with the theatrics. Tears aren't precious. No matter how many you shed, they're not worth a penny. This act of yours might fool outsiders." She then turned to the vice principal and the class president with a contemptuous look. "But if you knew her true nature, you'd understand that what she's shedding isn't tears but venom." Gu Shi wiped away her tears, feigning sincerity. "Ninghuan, I know you've misunderstood me. Grandfather always told us to treat each other fairly, without discrimination. Can't we settle this privately?" Gu Ninghuan scoffed. "Settle it privately? You're afraid I'll expose all your lies in front of everyone, aren't you?" Gu Shi's face darkened at these words, and she gritted her teeth, seething with anger. "How did things turn out like this? If only I hadn't agreed to come here with the class president." Seeing the escalating tension, the vice principal cleared his throat and attempted to mediate. "Jiu Ninghuan, everything is clear now, so let's stop here. After all, it's just a misunderstanding between you and Gu Shi. You two should settle this privately." Gu Ninghuan refused to accept this evasion and immediately retorted, "Vice principal, that's ridiculous. Why should we settle this privately? It's clear you just want to avoid responsibility. The rumors have already spread everywhere, and my reputation has been severely damaged. Do you think settling this privately will erase all the gossip?" She lightly pounded her chest and continued, "The only way to resolve this is to gather all the teachers, students, and those involved in the auditorium, explain everything clearly, and issue a public apology to me." The woman beside her, who had been silent until now, suddenly erupted in anger. "You little brat, have you had enough? Do you understand what respect for your elders and teachers means? A student like you dares to demand a school-wide assembly? It's just a small misunderstanding. It hasn't cost you anything. Why are you being so relentless?" She lunged forward furiously, yelling, "I'll teach you a lesson." Just as she was about to pounce on Guning Huan, the office door suddenly burst open with a bang, and Lao Zhang appeared. He exclaimed angrily, "You troublesome woman, you've ruined me." Hearing this, the woman froze, unable to believe what was happening. Lao Zhang stormed towards her, seemingly about to hit her. He cried out, "I'm finished. I'm utterly ruined." The woman, threatened by Lao Zhang's aggressive demeanor, asked, "What are you going to do?" The vice principal, seeing this, immediately shouted, "Stop! Teacher Zhang, what do you think you're doing?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside the office. "Humph, what kind of teacher is he? He dared to do such a disgusting thing." The vice principal stiffened upon hearing these words. Outside, students were peering into the office, pointing and whispering. "Serves him right. Truly, you can know a person's face, but not their heart." The vice principal, furious, immediately pointed towards the door and yelled, "All of you, get back to your classrooms immediately." Lao Zhang grabbed the woman by the collar and roared, "This is all your fault." Then the vice principal turned to the two arguing and yelled, "Stop it. This is disgraceful." But the two ignored him and continued. Suddenly, the woman shoved Lao Zhang hard, shouting, "I didn't do anything. Are you crazy?" Lao Zhang was pushed to the ground, and his phone fell out. The woman walked over and saw the news displayed on screen. She froze. "What is this?" A Weibo account named Revealing the Truth had posted an article titled, "Teacher Violates Morality." The content described a teacher violating ethics, using money meant to help struggling students to spend at bars, leading a chaotic life, and having inappropriate relationships with multiple female students over a long period. Following the article were numerous comments. "Times change. People change. Thankfully, it's not my school, or I'd die of embarrassment. He even dared to take the money meant for struggling students? How immoral." The woman grew angrier as she read. Then, she furiously grabbed Lao Zhang's shirt and yelled, "You think a little dirty money makes you a big shot? And you dare to feed those vixens with it? Aren't you ashamed?" Lao Zhang angrily retorted, "You have the nerve to talk to me like that? Did you spend any less of the money I earned? When you were buying designer bags and watches, why didn't you complain about my dirty money then?" The two continued to argue. Lao Zhang raged, "Damn it, you wicked woman." The vice principal read the article on his phone, his face darkening. He then walked towards Guning Huan and said seriously, "Guning Huan, the school will give you a clear answer today. What needs to be dealt with will be dealt with. What needs to be clarified will be clarified. However, you should also restrain your impatience and not let this matter continue to escalate." Guning Huan saw that he was intentionally trying to downplay the situation. She immediately said bluntly, "Vice Principal, you're intentionally dragging this out, trying to make a big deal small and a small deal disappear. I've already said it. The school must defend my honor. Immediately reveal the truth in front of all the faculty and students and clear up all misunderstandings." Hearing this, the vice principal frowned. "That don't make things difficult for the school. Making this a big deal won't benefit you. Be reasonable. The school will even give you some compensation. Otherwise, you'll be the only one who suffers." Then he angrily shouted, as the vice principal, "To protect the school's reputation, I absolutely will not be lenient." He glared angrily at the students standing outside the door, eavesdropping. "And you lot, keep your mouths shut." But outside, he didn't expect the headmaster to be standing there. The headmaster, hearing this, was furious. The vice principal saw the headmaster standing outside the door and stammered in alarm, "Headmaster." The headmaster approached and said solemnly, "Student Guning Huan, on behalf of the school and the entire school board, I apologize to you. I give you my word as chairman that you will receive a satisfactory resolution today." The vice principal stood beside him, stammering in protest, "Headmaster, this will affect our school's reputation." The headmaster paused, then said in a deep voice, "As a prestigious school, quality must be exemplary, different from other schools. Immoral and deceitful acts will absolutely not be tolerated. As the vice principal, do you think you can do whatever you want at this school?" Then he glanced at the vice principal and continued, "This matter has alarmed Mr. Fu. He personally reported it to the board of directors and expects a proper resolution." Hearing this, the vice principal trembled. He hadn't expected this and stammered, "WH what?" The headmaster then said coldly, "From today onwards, and Lu Wu is stripped of his position as vice principal. The school will terminate Zhang Tuantin's employment contract. Zhang Tuantin and his wife's illegal activities, embezzling financial aid meant for poor students, is a serious offense. They will both face legal consequences. The headmaster immediately summoned all the teachers for an emergency meeting to investigate those involved and clarify the situation. Standing beside them, the class president was terrified, sweating profusely. He then turned to Guning Huan and stammered, "Guning Huan, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I hope you can forgive me." Guning Huan didn't hold it against him. She said, "All right, if you explain everything clearly, I'll forgive you." The class president immediately nodded. "Okay, no problem." Meanwhile, outside the door, Gu Shi was standing behind the group of students, observing everything. She was furious, thinking, "Investigate me? Dream on, they're all so spineless." A few words from Fu Xixin and the situation is reversed. She gritted her teeth that I won't let this go. The next morning, Guning Huan went to school feeling exhausted. It was truly self-inflicted suffering. A 2-hour-long meeting with teachers and students in front of everyone. Being stared at by so many eyes was incredibly embarrassing. She sighed, thinking that it would be enough for the school to issue a legal document clearing her name. Guning Huan pondered, but speaking of which, wasn't I a bit too impulsive? She recalled her argument with the vice principal the day before. His approach was indeed unreasonable, but it was also for the sake of the school's reputation. Dismissing him from his position seemed a bit excessive. Everything she experienced before being reborn was in the past. Now, to her, it was just a long, lingering nightmare. There would be many things happening in the future anyway. Holding grudges and getting angry over impulsive emotions, causing trouble for others, seemed a bit too much. She needed to learn how to handle things more tactfully in the future, Guning Huan told herself. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Fu Xixin. She answered, "Xixin." Then, she spoke softly, "Can you rescind the decision to dismiss the vice principal?" Fu Xixin's voice came from the other end of the line. "Why? Isn't this swift resolution your usual style?" Guning Huan replied, "This isn't my style. At least, I don't want my personal grievances with Gu Shi to affect others." Fu Xixin was silent for a moment and then hung up. Guning Huan looked at her phone screen and snorted. What an attitude. Then, she chuckled to herself. He was clearly the first one to help me out of the situation, yet he acts like it has nothing to do with him. He's so cute. Then she skipped back home, planning to secretly make some snacks for him today to give him a meaningful surprise tomorrow. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Fu Xixin thought to himself, "Why do I feel like I'm turning into a different person?" Meanwhile, Jingwen took Xiao Xiao to visit Grandma Fu. Xiao Xiao politely greeted her. "I've come to visit you, Grandma." Grandma Fu smiled kindly and replied, "Good girl, Xiao Xiao." Mrs. Su, sitting next to Grandma Fu, also smiled and said, "This little Xiao Xiao is so cute and well-behaved. She's truly rare." Then she turned to Grandma Fu and said, "Speaking of which, Fu Xixin and that Guning Huan girl have been married for a while now. Why hasn't there been any news about a baby?" Grandma Fu replied gently, "There's no use rushing these things. They're both still young and usually very busy. Let's just wait and see." Mrs. Su echoed Grandma Fu with a forced smile. "That's true. As long as their relationship is good, that's all that matters." Then, she sneered inwardly. What's there to wait for? Guning Huan has such a playful personality. It's better to have a child, soon to settle her down. Jingwen gently poured tea for the two of them and said softly, "That's right. Xixin and Ning Huan have a very good relationship. Today, Xixin was bullied at school, so he dismissed the vice principal." The two women, hearing this, pensively sipped their tea. Jingwen feigned innocence and asked, "What happened?" Mrs. Su looked at Grandma Fu and then sneered, "That Gu girl is in the kitchen making snacks." Jingwen felt extremely smug, calculating that Guning Huan's temper was easily provoked. Just a few harsh words, a little provocation, and she would definitely overreact. Taking advantage of this, with the two elderly ladies, she would spread some rumors, stir up some drama. Then, with Xiao Xiao crying dramatically, she secretly plotted, telling herself to let Xiao Xiao cry. And then Xiao Xiao would blurt out, "Wah, Ninghuan is so scary." She scared Xiao Xiao. Wah! At that point, Grandma Fu would feel sorry for Xiao Xiao and scold Guning Huan. "Guning Huan, what are you doing?" In her heart, she was filled with jealousy, her reputation tarnished, a stain she feared she would never wash away. Once Grandma Fu developed a negative impression of her, she would find an opportunity to reveal the truth, making it easier for Grandma Fu to accept her and Xixin being together. She plotted her wicked schemes, smugly laughing to herself. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, she heard singing coming from the kitchen. It was Guning Huan. Jingwen thought to herself, "Are you happy now?" Just wait and see what happens next. In the kitchen, Guning Huan was happily shaping pastries into the figures of herself and Fu Xixin. She looked at them with delight, thinking they looked delicious. Hee. Jingwen walked into the kitchen and deliberately provoked Guning Huan. You're already married, yet you're still acting like a child. Guning Huan frowned slightly when she saw her enter. Annoying. She's ruined my good mood. Forget it. I won't let her bother me. I'll just pretend she doesn't exist. Then she ignored Jingwen and continued making her pastries with deft movements. Seeing Guning Huan ignoring her, Jingwen became furious and shouted, "Just now, Mrs. Fu and Mrs. Su were discussing the matter of you and Xixin having children. Aren't you worried at all?" Then she rubbed her own belly and smiled faintly. "Well, let me fulfill this responsibility for you. Being a mother is hard work, so I'll eat more. It's not good for my figure." Guning Huan continued to ignore her, letting her carry on her monologue. Jingwen flew into a rage and yelled, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you pretending to be stupid?" Guning Huan told herself not to be angry, not to be angry. If she had chosen to trust Fu Xixin, she shouldn't waver. She sighed softly. She was angry at herself for not maintaining a cheerful mood. Then, turning around, she said to Meng Jingwen with a smile, "It's okay. I don't care." Meng Jingwen smirked. "What? You don't care?" Guning Huan didn't reply, just quietly continued making breakfast, ignoring Meng Jingwen. Guning Huan turned indifferently to Meng Jingwen, her tone blunt and cold. "From beginning to end, it's just been your one-sided story. If you really are pregnant with Xixin's child, I'll withdraw. If not, how do you think Xixin will treat you? I just want to remind you of one thing. If the baby isn't Xixin's, you absolutely shouldn't bring up this issue. Otherwise, the misunderstanding Xixin has about you will only grow bigger." Hearing this, Meng Jingwen's face became tense and worried. She wondered where things would go from here. Xiao Xiao, the little girl standing beside her, couldn't stand the perceived bullying and angrily said in a childish tone, "Guning Huan is bullying Sister Jingwen again. You know what? I don't like you at all. I'm afraid Daddy Xixin will love me and not care about you. So you're always targeting me and Sister Jingwen." Guning Huan looked at Xiao Xiao with warm eyes and gently replied, "Who is it really? The Fu family servants all saw it with their own eyes, so why ask?" Xiao Xiao, upon hearing this, was taken aback and embarrassed, unsure how to react. Suddenly, the sound of clicking high heels rang out, making Meng Jingwen and Xiao Xiao realize that someone had overheard everything in the kitchen. Meng Jingwen exclaimed in a panic, "Oh no, someone's here." Guning Huan immediately turned to Meng Jingwen and Xiao Xiao and emphasized, "Go explain to Madame Fu quickly. Otherwise, the misunderstanding will only get bigger." Despite this, Meng Jingwen stubbornly refused to give in. "I don't believe what you're saying. Maybe it was just someone passing by." Xiao Xiao and Meng Jingwen were both frightened, while Guning Huan appeared unconcerned, chuckling softly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. It's not me who will be misunderstood. It's just a pity to think that the image someone has worked so hard to build for so long can crumble so easily." Meng Jingwen seemed to be struck by Guning Huan's words. She panicked and rushed out of the kitchen to chase after Grandma Fu. In the tense atmosphere of the kitchen, only Xiao Xiao and Guning Huan remained. She gently approached Xiao Xiao and called Xiao Xiao. The little girl stammered in alarm. "What are you going to do? Bully a child? You're too much." Guning Huan didn't want to argue with the little girl, just smiled gently and said, "All right, stop acting. You're acting so well I want to give you an award." She lowered her voice and softly said, "Xiao Xiao, have you ever wondered why you haven't seen Daddy Xixin for so long?" These words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning Xiao Xiao, leaving her unsure how to react to the loaded question. Her innocence was suddenly replaced by a lingering worry. Guning Huan continued to Xiao Xiao, "It's because Xixin hates your sister Jingwen, so he's avoiding you too. If you still want Daddy Xixin, you should learn to hate her too." Xiao Xiao looked at Jingwen with hateful eyes. Jingwen was approaching, and a servant informed her, "Miss Meng, my madam invites you over." Then Jingwen followed the servant's lead. "Miss Meng, please come in. Madam is waiting for you." Jingwen arrived and immediately explained, "Madame Fu, it's not what you think." Madame Fu was surprised. "Oh, then how do you think I should see it?" Jingwen stammered. Then Madame Fu said sadly, "No need to explain. I'm used to the goings-on in prestigious families. It's not surprising. Besides, Xixin is such an outstanding man." Jingwen panicked. "Madame Fu, I truly love Xixin. I don't need anything for him." Madame Fu scoffed, "Real or fake, I don't care. Actually, I don't like Guning Huan one bit." Jingwen was stunned. What did the old lady mean by suddenly saying this? Madame Fu folded her arms and said, before they got married, I didn't like this marriage. They aren't suited for each other. Meng Jinwen was bewildered. If that was the case, why did Madame Fu agree to their marriage? She smiled. As a mother, of course, I want my son to be happy. So it doesn't matter if the person Xishan chooses pleases me or not, as long as he likes her. Meng Jinwen gritted her teeth upon hearing this. I don't believe it. What does Xishan even like about Guninghuan? He's never shown a truly happy smile when he's with her. Meng Jinwen clasped her hands together. I understand, Xishan. Living with someone like Guninghuan, he must be suffering, so tired. Madame Fu chuckled. You understand Xishan very well? Then you must know that he will never accept something he doesn't like. So marrying Guninghuan was Xishan's own choice. I don't interfere in the matters of you youngsters. I just want to remind you, don't cross Xishan's boundaries, because the one who gets hurt in the end will be you. Meng Jinwen just stood silently. Since Xishan is married, whether he and Guninghuan live happily or not is their business. I hope you won't interfere in their affairs. Do you understand? Jinwen replied. I understand. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao ran over. Grandma Fu, Sister Jinwen. Grandma Fu, I have a joke to tell you. Meng Jinwen turned and called to her. Let's go. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Sister Jinwen. Meng Jinwen's face darkened. You think this is over? I carry the Fu family's bloodline. You want me to stop? No way. She and Xiao Xiao walked out to the courtyard. Xiao Xiao said, Does Grandma Fu know that we're making things difficult for Guninghuan? Meng Jinwen angrily turned and snapped, Shut up. Xiao Xiao fell silent. Jinwen sneered. So what if she knows I'm making things difficult for Guninghuan? The good show has just begun. Suddenly, her phone rang in her pocket. She picked it up, Mom. Her mother asked, Jinwen, is what you texted me earlier true? Are you pregnant with Fu Xishan's child? Jinwen panicked, Mom. What should I do? If this gets out, how can I face anyone? Her mother said on the other end, Cut the act. I'm your mother, the only one who understands you. No need for theatrics with me. This is good news. Jinwen's mother sat at home, smugly. Have you told Madame Fu about this yet? Jinwen said, Today, when I was with Guninghuan, I intentionally brought it up. Madame Fu happened to be passing by, but when I spoke to Madame Fu privately, she didn't mention it. I don't know if she didn't hear or if she's pretending to be oblivious. Jinwen's mother covered her mouth, laughing. Ha! Silly girl, you're carrying Fu Xishan's child. If Madame Fu is still playing dumb, she's either foolish or crazy. To leave the Fu family with nothing to say, we must get a DNA test done for peace of mind. I know a very good doctor. But Jinwen immediately said, Mom, I already had a legal paternity test done last week. The results are even more convincing, and the report should be available today. Her mother said triumphantly, Good, then I'll wait for your news. Then she gave a sly smile. At the Fu Corporation that afternoon, Ninghuan and Xishan were talking on the phone. He suddenly said, No more talking. Come home immediately. Be a good girl and wait for me at home today. Don't go out. Ninghuan thought to herself, How heartless. What a waste of my trip here. I even got scolded, haven't had lunch yet, and I'm not in a hurry to go home. There's a good restaurant nearby. I haven't been there in a while. At Hong Fong restaurant, the staff was about to serve Ninghuan. Suddenly, Song Zi from a nearby table waved, Ning dash. Huan. Ninghuan walked over and addressed Song Zi. Why are you two here? Song Zi said, Surprised, you're in luck. The food is about to arrive. Join us. I came with my brother to the Fu Corporation to discuss a collaboration. But CEO Fu wasn't there, and we couldn't reach him by phone. Ninghuan said, annoyed, I went to the company and couldn't see him either. I even made some snacks to surprise him. I got through on the phone, but he yelled at me. Song Zi chuckled. I didn't expect Miss Gu to actively pursue a man. Let me try some of these snacks. Canyon, sitting beside him, said no. He lifted his teacup. It's not good for a woman to be too proactive, especially with a man like Fu Dash. Xishan, he's domineering and self-centered, very difficult to be influenced by external factors. You clinging to him all day long might be counterproductive. Ninghuan said, surprised. Now that you mention it, it really is like that. Then Ninghuan opened her handbag. I remember now. Canyon, you're graduating next year, so that's why you were at Fu Corporation to discuss collaboration. Ninghuan pushed a car key towards him. Keep this car and use it. It's better to drive a good car when discussing business, so you won't be looked down upon. Kanian was surprised. Why are you helping me? Ninghuan replied, things are a bit messy at home. My grandfather is soft-hearted, so I might need your help in the future. Consider this an early investment in our dash. Friendship. Kanian took the key. All right, I'll remember this favor. But I don't take advantage of women. That's my principle, so I'll pay you the market rental rate. Song Z teased, brother, do you have to be so calculating? Ninghuan is my good friend. Kanian snapped, shut up. Then Ninghuan said, all right, let's eat. Ninghuan thought to herself, Song Kanian is really smart, using this method to easily use my car. He can justifiably accept my favor and avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Suddenly, her phone rang. She took it out and looked. A strange number? Is it a telemarketer? Ninghuan answered, hello. A voice, neither clearly male nor female, said, Gu Ninghuan, come to the Meng family residence. There's a good show specially arranged for you. Hee hee. Ninghuan said angrily, hello. The call suddenly disconnected. She remembered Shishun's words. You must stay home today and not go out. Still, it's better to go and see what's happening. Ninghuan stood up. Song Z Kanian, I have to go. Arriving at the Meng family residence, Ninghuan rang the doorbell. She had a premonition that something was going to happen today. Could Meng Jingwen be up to her tricks again? Ninghuan froze, seeing Shishun acting intimately with someone inside. Ninghuan stood outside, watching them. Meng Jingwen leaned against him. Shishun, I called you out here to confirm your feelings. If you weren't marrying Gu Ninghuan, would you choose to be with me? Shishun turned away. Never. Don't flatter yourself, Jingwen. Just then, Ninghuan walked in. Meng Jingwen looked over. Jiu Ninghuan, you've arrived at the perfect time. Jingwen put her arms around Shishun's neck. Well then, I wish you two happiness forever. Shishun was surprised. What are you doing? Jingwen let go of him. Ninghuan is here. I'll go open the door for her. Ninghuan was stunned, while Shishun smirked. Inside, Jingwen's mother was sitting with Madame Fu and Xiao Xiao. Jingwen's mother sipped her tea. The Zhang family's private affairs are becoming more and more of a scandal these days. The current wife of the Zhang family, even if they divorce, won't let that illegitimate child in the door. Madame Fu replied, divorce is a matter between husband and wife, but the child is a descendant of the Zhang family. They should take the child home and raise them properly. Jingwen's mother chimed in, that's right, I think so too. Then she coughed. Xiao Xiao looked at her innocently. Jingwen had shown the bracelet to the little girl. Xiao Xiao, do you like this bracelet? After I marry Shishun, I'll give it to you. As long as I become Mrs. Fu, you will definitely become the pearl in Shishun's and my hands. Tomorrow, you must help me win over Grandma Fu. Xiao Xiao, with a cunning look, held the pearl in her hand. She was drinking orange juice when she spoke to Madame Fu. Grandma Fu, if Daddy Shishun had a child outside, would you take them in? At that moment, the three of them walked in. Madame Fu said to Xiao Xiao, you're so young. Why are you asking about this? Xiao Xiao replied, I'm just curious. If Daddy Shishun had a child outside, what would you do? Grandma Fu, tell me. Ninghuan overheard and froze. A child? Could it be that Meng Jingwen was planning to reveal everything today? She walked beside Shishun, listening to Madame Fu's reply to Xiao Xiao. Well, if Shishun had a child outside, of course I wouldn't have the heart to separate them. However, it depends on whether you and your daddy, Shishun, want to acknowledge them or not. Suddenly, a voice said, we don't. Shishun appeared, along with Ninghuan and Jingwen. Jingwen's mother stood up. Haha, don't take children's words seriously. Ninghuan is here too. Let's have lunch together. Madame Fu picked up her teacup and smiled inwardly. No need to bother. Our friendship has lasted for over 20 years. Do you think I can't see through your intentions? You specifically sent a car to pick me up today, deliberately had me bring Shishun here, and now Ninghuan is here as well. I'm afraid this isn't just a simple reunion, is it? What's really going on? Can't we talk openly? Jingwen's mother said tearfully, this is so embarrassing to say, but I can't hide it any longer. My Jingwen is pregnant with Shishun's child. Madame Fu was shocked. Jingwen and Shishun had a good relationship, but it wasn't romantic. How could this happen? Ninghuan thought to herself, could Shishun have made some sort of agreement with Meng Jingwen? Is that why he deliberately avoided me today and then publicly announced her pregnancy in front of his mother? But the phone call urging me to come and watch this drama seems more like something Meng Jingwen would do. Something doesn't feel right. Madame Fu's face flushed. Jingwen, what is the meaning of this? Jingwen sobbed. She thought, this old woman is actually staying calm. Then she burst into tears that a few months ago, Shishun and I went to Jiangnan. He suddenly came into my room. Honestly, it was my fault. I knew he was married, but I've always loved him, so I lost my head. Madame Fu questioned, then why didn't you tell me that night? Why have you hidden this pregnancy for so long? Jingwen wiped her tears as she spoke. I didn't dare to say. This is she Shun's child. I don't. She trailed off, sobbing. Her mother snapped. Now you're ashamed? Why didn't you think about shame before? Shishun, do you have anything to say? Shishin scoffed. Nothing to say. I'm leaving. He turned and walked away, leaving the mother and daughter stunned. Shishun, wait. Shishin placed his hand on Ning Huan's shoulder. Let's go. Ning Huan felt a pang of annoyance. Leaving now? Are you afraid I'll hear something I shouldn't? But he continued to walk away. What's with this attitude? He's acting like I've wronged him. Forget it. The sight of Meng Jingwen just makes me nauseous. It's better if I leave. Jingwen stood there crying, while her mother turned to Madame Fu. Shishin's gone. This. Xiao Xiao then said to Madame Fu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have said anything. Now Sister Jingwen really has Daddy Shishin's baby. What are we going to do? Jingwen's mother smirked, pleased with herself. Haha. Madame Fu patted Xiao Xiao's head. Don't cry, Xiao Xiao. Nothing's been decided yet. Jingwen's mother became indignant. Are you suggesting Jingwen is lying? This affects her reputation. Why would she lie about something like this? Madame Fu remained calm. Don't get upset. I didn't mean that. Our families aren't ordinary, so we need to be extra cautious. Hearing this, Meng Jingwen said, that's true. I was just too anxious and didn't think things through. She thought to herself, since she's already taken the bait, I don't need to beat around the bush. This can't be brushed aside. Now I'll give you something. Elsewhere, in the car, Shishun and Ning Huan were heading home. Ning Huan asked, aren't you going to explain anything to me? The car stopped. Let's go out to eat before we go back. Ning Huan was irritated by his dismissive response. He's treating my words like air. Just be patient. Don't get angry. Then she said to him, today, I received a strange phone call urging me to go to the Meng family residence. As soon as I arrived, I saw you and Meng Jingwen embracing. Then, right in front of your mother, you publicly acknowledged Meng Jingwen's pregnancy. How can I not be suspicious? You deliberately kept me from going out today. Were you trying to protect me, hide something from me, or keep me in the dark? Shishun smiled faintly. I believe you also want to continue trusting me in the future. Can you tell me what you're thinking? He pulled her closer, lifting her chin. You want to know what I'm thinking? Ning Huan tensed. Shishun said, let's get a divorce. At the Meng family residence, Madame Fu spoke. I'll take the paternity test results back with me. I'll discuss this with Shishun and then give you an answer. Jingwen's mother smiled smugly. I know you care about Jingwen the most and won't let her suffer. You'll give us a satisfactory answer. Madame Fu replied, I'll do my best. You don't need to see me out. I need some quiet time. She then left. Inside, Jingwen spoke to her mother. This old woman is so cunning, not giving a definite answer. Her mother scoffed. Haha, the Fu family is a prestigious family after all. Madame Fu naturally can't express her stance easily. We can't push them too hard, or they'll retaliate. Jingwen wondered, but what if the Fu family continues to avoid taking a stance? Are we just supposed to wait indefinitely? Her mother replied, Guning Huan is, after all, the legally wedded wife of the Fu family. Plus, based on her family background, it was difficult for her to even enter the Fu family. Getting her to divorce isn't going to be easy, is it? It seems this good fortune is still facing obstacles. Suddenly, a servant announced, Madam, Mississippi. Jingwen's mother asked, what is it? The servant reported. Abayu relayed a message to Madam. As you instructed, he followed young Master Fu and young Madam Fu on their way back. Halfway there, they suddenly had a huge argument. Ning Huan slapped Shishun across the face. You bastard. I trusted you, but it turns out you've been lying to me. The servant continued. I heard young Madam Fu hit young Master Fu. Shishun grabbed Ning Huan's hand and said, you're so cruel. I don't want to see you again. Then they went their separate ways. Young Master Fu left young Madam Fu on the road and drove off alone. Jingwen and her mother exchanged a knowing smile. Her mother remarked, Guning Huan's temper is truly unbearable. Doing that is like throwing herself into the fire. Jingwen said excitedly, should we help her a little? Her mother replied, don't be hasty, daughter. Not now. Wait until she loses the Fu family support. That's the best time to act. Jingwen chuckled softly. Tee-hee, mother is right. At the villa, a servant saw Ning Huan and exclaimed in alarm, young madam, have you been drinking? Ning Huan swayed slightly. I'm fine. Just a little. The servant said worriedly, "Young madam, madam is waiting for you in the living room." Madame Fu then handed the paternity test results to Ning Huan. Holding the results, Madame Fu asked, "Ning Huan, what are your thoughts?" Ning Huan replied, "Mother, this is between Shi Shun and me. You don't need to worry about it. Since things have come to this, what I think doesn't matter anymore." Madame Fu was surprised. Oh, you mean you're leaving the decision to Shi Shun? Are you doing this because you trust him, or have you given up? Ning Huan lowered her head. In this situation, a man would usually try to make excuses and create confusion. But regardless of whether the child is Shi Shun's or not, I hope you'll compromise. The paternity test clearly proves it's Shi Shun's child. You can't refuse to compromise. Madame Fu immediately said, "This is just a test unilaterally presented by the Meng family. It doesn't prove anything. Tomorrow, I'll take Shi Shun and Jingwen to get another test. So, before the results of this test come out, you must stay calm. Absolutely don't let the Meng family see us as a laughingstock. Moreover, remember, if you need to fight for something, you must fight for it." Ning Huan simply said quietly, "Mother, I understand. I really just want to protect the Fu family's reputation. As long as we stand firm, the Meng family won't dare to do anything excessive. But I really want to know, if the results this time prove that child is Shi Shun's, what will you do? Can the Fu family still be preserved?" Madame Fu said sadly, "Ning Huan, you're being naive asking this. You should know this isn't just between the Fu and Meng families. The Gu family is also inevitably involved. Have you considered the thoughts of the three family elders and the members of the board of directors of the three families? Whether the child Jingwen is carrying is Shi Shun's or not, someone with ulterior motives will definitely benefit from this situation." Seeing Ning Huan lost in thought, she continued, "What I said before wasn't wrong. Having you fight for things is to suppress the Meng family, but I'm not using you. I just want you to understand how these great families operate. You're truly lacking in this aspect. Think about it. If you had Shi Shun's child, would you still need to worry about gains and losses? The Meng family wouldn't be so arrogant today." Hearing this, Ning Huan thought to herself, "Mother-in-law is truly thinking on my behalf." However, Jingwen's motives remained unclear. She feared Jingwen might do something even more malicious. Madame Fu smiled. "However, things being as they are, there's no point dwelling on these things. You just need to maintain a good relationship with Shi Shun. As long as he has you in his heart, there's no need to worry." Ning Huan then said, "But today, Shi Shun and I had a big fight. Afterwards, I went out to drink alone." Madame Fu exclaimed in alarm, "What?" Ning Huan said sadly, "I just wanted him to give me an explanation. But he suddenly said he wanted a divorce. I was so upset that I argued with him, and then I hit him." Madame Fu sighed, "You two are really worrying. No wonder Shi Shun hasn't come home yet." Ning Huan said sadly, "Now that Shi Shun and I have argued like this, I want to move out of the Fu residence for a while." Madame Fu was angry upon hearing this. "Why are you moving out now? Where's that fighting spirit you had before? Have my words been meaningless?" Ning Huan stood up. "It'll be very awkward for Shi Shun and me to live together now. It will only cause more conflict. We should separate to calm down." The next day, Song Zi, upon hearing this, exclaimed angrily, "This is infuriating. Ning Huan, are you crazy? Moving out of the Fu residence only benefits Jingwen. Those two from a Meng family are truly shameless, pulling such a disgusting stunt. Aren't you afraid they'll turn the tables and become the host from the guest?" Seeing Ning Huan a daze, she continued, "Ning Huan, are you listening to me?" Ning Huan said dejectedly, "Yes, you're right. But I feel that compromising at the right time is better than fighting." Song Zi continued, "You're so stubborn. It's a waste of my worry. What's your plan now?" Ning Huan pondered, "Don't worry. I can still live even if I leave the Fu family. I have an apartment at Haiyan Condominiums that's always kept clean. I'll just move there directly." Ning Huan seemed amused. "Actually, I'm more worried about you. You have those red marks on your neck. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?" Looking at the red marks on Song Zi's neck, she blushed. "Those are left by Ta Muja. They're proof of our love." Ning Huan sighed. "You're really bold enough to admit it. At building 3 of Haiyan Condominiums, Ninghuan was looking around with Songzi. I lived here for quite a while before, and there are still a lot of my childhood things here. Suddenly, both of them smelled a strong odor of alcohol and covered their noses. And what's with all these shoes? They opened the door and entered. In the living room, two men in their underwear were sprawled on the sofa, cigarette butts and empty liquor bottles scattered on the floor. Songzi was surprised. Ninghuan, do you know these people? Ninghuan went over and pulled at their blanket. Wake up. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Furious, she yelled, wake up. One of the men woke up, then the door opened. And another man came out. Why are you so loud? Ninghuan stared, dumbfounded. Songzi went over and put her arm around her. Ninghuan, maybe someone secretly sublet your apartment? Ninghuan was flustered. Impossible. I'm the only one with a key. Even the cleaner has to ask me for it. Then a girl came out. Who are they? The first man said, don't know them. Songzi stepped forward and asked, you don't even know who she is, and you dare to stay in her house? She's the owner of this place. The girl scratched her head. Are you crazy? Wrong house. How can we not know the owner? She let us stay here last night. Then the two men asked, hey, how did you two get in here? Did we forget to lock the door last night? These two must have seen the unlocked door and tried to steal something. He approached Ninghuan. Beautiful. How are we going to settle this? Otherwise, I'll call the police. Ninghuan challenged him. Fine, go ahead and call the police. Songzi held out her phone. Here's a phone, call them. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the room. You guys are in high spirits. You drank so much last night. Li Jiatui, Ninghuan's classmate and a member of the student union, walked out, rubbing her eyes that you're up early. Then Jiatui was surprised. Oh, Ninghuan, why are you here? Ninghuan was annoyed. That's what I should be asking. Songzi put her hands on her hips. This is clearly Ninghuan's house. Why can't she be here? Jiatui stammered. This has nothing to do with us. Gushir said this was her house, and she invited us over. Ninghuan was furious. Where's she now? Call her and tell her to come here immediately. Jiatui said, she's inside. She drank 2 bottles of wine last night and is still dead asleep. Ninghuan was livid. Wake her up for me. The others were putting on their clothes, while Jiatui went to wake Gushir. Wake up quickly. Ninghuan is here. Wake up, stop sleeping. Then Gushir came out. Ninghuan, you're here? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Then the others realized, so this isn't her place? How disappointing. Let's go. Gushir looked dejected. Jiatui left, saying, Gushir, we're leaving. Ninghuan, furious, blocked the door. Nobody's going anywhere. Gushir pleaded, I'm sorry, it's my fault. You can yell at me, I won't mind, but please don't make things difficult for my friends. Ninghuan gritted her teeth. Cut the crap. You know this apartment holds a lot of memories for me. I lived here for a long time. Look at the wine bottles, cigarette butts all over the floor, shoes scattered everywhere. You guys have turned it into this mess. Gushir, did you do this on purpose to provoke me? This damage can't be measured with money. The others were worried. One of the guys said, so fake. You just want to name a price. No need for the drama. The girl next to him complained. No need to drag this out with her. What right does she have to demand compensation? This is between her and Gushir. Let's go. But Ninghuan stood her ground, blocking their way. The guy's face darkened. Move. Gushir remained silent. Ninghuan said angrily, so it's clear you all entered a private residence without the owner's permission. Next, we should assess the damage to the items in the apartment. The girl retorted, who knows if you'll take this opportunity to extort money from us? Whatever's in the house, it's your word against ours. Ninghuan scoffed, don't worry, I won't overcharge you. I kept the receipts for the furniture and belongings here, and Gushir also knows their value. Jiatui whispered to her, don't argue, we can't win against her. The girl flipped her hair. Fine, I have no objections. Anyway, Gushir already said she'd take full responsibility. Another guy spoke up. Yeah, Gushir brought us here. We didn't know this was your place. Gushir looked sad. How can you say that? She added dejectedly. I agreed to take responsibility, but you can't just turn your backs on me like this. Her friend snapped back irritably. Isn't this all your fault? If you hadn't tricked us, we wouldn't be in this mess. Ninghuan put her hands on her hips and yelled, shut up. First, clean up this mess. Then we'll talk about who's responsible. Then Songzi started supervising them. Over here, do you understand? Ninghuan crossed her arms, annoyed that I really don't know what you're trying to do. I heard Grandpa specifically bought a villa for you. So why are you here, causing trouble at my place? Gushir sat on the floor, picking up broken pieces, grinding her teeth. Why? I also want to know why. Why can you always be so high and mighty, trampling on my pride? Why buy a villa for me, but not put the deed in my name? Gushir's face twisted with resentment. That's right, just because you're the Gu family's eldest miss. A man rushed in and shoved Ning Huan, but he was immediately grabbed by the collar and thrown to the floor. Ning Huan gasped in surprise. Lung Han, that girl is furious. What is she going to do? Is she going to legally detain us? Then the friends huddled together, thinking, so scary, this person is not someone to mess with. Gushir pleaded, Ning Huan, please don't make things difficult for my friend. I'm willing to bear all the consequences. Ning Huan crossed her arms and questioned, can you bear them? I have one key to this room, and the Gu family holds the other. I want to know how it was possible to get in. Li Jiadawei called Gushir and yelled, Gushir, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Didn't you tell me you were the eldest miss of the Gu family? Why does it sound like that's not the case? Gushir thought, so you can do whatever you want, standing high and mighty, trampling on others, while I can only be trampled on. Then she replied to Jiadawei, what are you talking about? Those are all just rumors. Jiadawei said over the phone, you don't have to pretend anymore. This news is already spread throughout the school. You're a fraud. Gushir thought back to the time she was almost publicly humiliated and had to work hard to regain the goodwill of her friends. She clenched the paper in her hand. Gu Ning Huan. You did this on purpose. You want to ruin me. Just you wait. Given the right opportunity, I'll make you pay for this. Gushir stared at Ning Huan. Ning Huan glared back and said, that's enough for today. You all can leave now. As for how to pursue responsibility, I'll have Gushir contact you. As Gushir left with her friends, Ning Huan subtly reminded her, Gushir, it seems you've forgotten something. Gushir then handed back the key. Oh, I haven't returned the key to you yet. Ning Huan took the key and added, a word of advice, play with fire and you'll get burned. Is there anything else you're hiding from me? It's best to tell me everything. Gushir denied it. No, there really isn't. Then she turned away, clenching her teeth in hatred. The next day, Ning Huan went to Song Zi's place and opened the door. Song Zi was slumped against the wall, bleeding from his head. She cried out in alarm, Song Zi. Later, Ning Huan arrived at the Gu family home, shouting, Gushir, come out here. Grandfather was sitting on a chair. Ning Huan, what are you doing? Gushir walked out. What's going on? Ning Huan pointed at her. Song Zi was attacked by an intruder and is now unconscious. You did this, didn't you? The house is in such chaos, and the bank card grandfather gave me is missing. Do you think you can escape all connection by pretending to be innocent? Grandfather said. Gushir doesn't know anything about the bank card. Ning Huan was furious. Grandfather, something like this happened, and you still want to protect her? Song Zi is lying in bed seriously injured. This is a robbery and assault. If you keep covering for Gushir, you'll be implicated too. Grandfather yelled while Gushir stood beside him, crying, I said there's nothing. I can vouch for Gushir. Even if you two don't get along, even if Gushir is only my adopted granddaughter, I won't let you slander her. Get out of here. Ning Huan left angrily, while Gushir thought to herself, that idiot Li Ming. These past few days, I purposely complained in front of him about how well the Gu family treats Gu Ning Huan, how much money she has, and so on. Then I used his delinquent friends to teach him a lesson. In the end, driven to desperation, I hoped he would take action against Gu Ning Huan. I didn't expect Song Zi to become the scapegoat, but it's fine this way. Grandfather is starting to dislike Gu Ning Huan. Elsewhere, Tin Van and her mother are getting ready. Look at this bracelet. The colors are so beautiful. Even more beautiful than the one your father bought me. Tin Van held up the bracelet. Jade piece this big. You couldn't buy it even if you had the money. I think this is something the Fu family has kept for years. Her mother beamed, her eyes crinkling with delight. Throughout this whole examination process, Madame Fu has had her eye on you. As soon as the results came out, she brought so many nice things. But Tin Van was puzzled. Then why did the Fu family specifically prepare a place for me to stay? But you won't let me move there. Her mother gently tapped her forehead. You silly girl, it's safer for the child to stay here. We have Madame Fu in our grasp. But Fu Tam hasn't made any moves yet. Who knows what he'll do? It's better to be safe. Chew Chew, nearby, reached for the box containing the sparkling bracelet. Tin Van snapped. What are you doing? Chew Chew clutched the box. This is what you promised me. Are you going back on your word? Their mother stroked Chew Chew's head. That's right, Chew Chew deserves this. She's our little hero. Our family has to give her a reward. Chew Chew's eyes lit up. What reward? Tin Van asked. Haven't you always wanted a big house of your own? Elsewhere, Lyman met with Ko Ti. Stop pretending to be poor. When I went to the villa, I overheard your grandfather's phone conversation with Ko Nin Hon. He said he had someone set up an account for her with several million as living expenses. Even though you're not officially a co-family, miss, they haven't given you a small amount of money, have they? Ko-T froze. Why give her money? She's not short of it. Lai-min said, what rich people think I wouldn't know. It seemed like your grandfather was criticizing the eldest Miss Ko for getting divorced. Then he gave her a bank card, told her to be safe, and so on. Several million is just living expenses. Look at you, both co-family misses. Ko-T turned away, smirking. This is a good opportunity. Then she raised her voice. Idiot, how can I compare to her? I'm just a tool for her to show off her kindness to outsiders. When she got married, the gift from the Fu family were enough for 3 lifetimes, and that bank card is just a toy for her. She doesn't even bother setting a pin. She's lost it so many times, she doesn't even bother looking for it, let alone worry about it. If the Ko family treated me even 1,000th as well as they treat her, I would have given you the money long ago. I wouldn't be wasting my time nagging at you. Just looking at you makes me want to puke. Lai-min was astonished. You're not exaggerating, are you? Several million, and she doesn't care? 5 days later, at Tong Tu's place, Nin-hon arrived with a bag of groceries and opened the door. I was totally tricked by that girl of yours. She said she'd come over to my place every day to cook and take care of me, and now I'm the one taking care of you. Looking at the lock on the door. Why is there a key here? Didn't Tong Tu lose his key yesterday? Elsewhere, Chu-Chu was being led by Tin Van. The little girl asked innocently, is it really a big house? I want one full of dolls. Tin Van said, yes, it's a very big house. Go and see if you like it first. I'll come find you after I've packed my things. Chu-Chu got into the car, still excitedly waving goodbye. Chu-Chu will wait for Sister Tin Van. Tin Van turned back into the house, sneering, fool, go suffer on your own. Then she said to her mother, that extra baggage is finally gone. But there's something I don't understand. After the test results came back, the Fu family said it was Fu Tay-Tam's child, but when we did the test, it wasn't. In the end, we had to fake it. Her mother chuckled slyly. At this point, it doesn't matter who the father is. While we need to get as much benefit as possible. Lan-Han met with Nin-hon and Tong Tu. I called the movers to bring your things. They're just arriving. Nin-hon said to him, you're a lifesaver. Tong Tu, standing beside them, said cheerfully, Nin-hon, you can't stay at your place right now. Come stay with me for a few days. Ko-T, overhearing this, gritted her teeth and scowled. At Ko-T's residence in the Ko family home, Ko-T stormed in, followed by Lai-min. Miss Hua, what happened? Why are you so angry? Ko-T glared at the pen in his hand and snapped. This is grandfather's. You went to the main house. If someone finds out, I'm doomed. Lai-min replied, I owe a lot of gambling debts. If you don't give me money, I'll have to find my own way. A cornered person will do anything. Remember that time your father almost crossed the line with you when he was drunk? Aren't you afraid I'll tell the Ko family? Ko-T fumed. Fine, go ahead and tell them. Make a huge scene. We'll both go down together. Then we'll see if you have anywhere safe to. Hi. Meanwhile, Tong Tu slowly opened her eyes in the hospital bed. Nin-hon, sitting beside her, held her hand. You're finally awake. I'm so sorry. I'm the one who should be sorry. I've dragged you into this. Tong Tu murmured. Nin-hon, why are you apologizing? Nin-hon recounted angrily. Grandfather called me and told me about Lan-Han giving me the bank card. Besides you and me, only the Ko family knew about it. There wasn't anything valuable stolen from the house, just the bank card. It's clearly an inside job. Tong Tu asked, do you think Ko-T did it? It's just a suspicion. Don't get worked up. We just need to check the neighborhood surveillance cameras. 2 men broke into my house. I remember what they looked like. Nin-hon continued. The police said to let them know when you woke up so they can take your statement. Tell them everything. I have to go see Fo Tay-Tam and give him the divorce papers. Hearing this, Tong Tu was surprised. You've already signed the papers? Are you serious? At the Mann family home, Tin Van and her mother sat with Tay-Tam and his mother in the living room. Tay-Tam said to his mother, Mother, even if I am your son, you can't arrange a paternity test without my permission. Mr. Fo sighed. Do you want me to watch this escalate and see you force Tin Van to get rid of the Fo family's heir? Tin Van's mother said angrily. Tay-Tam, it's clear as day. This is ruining Tin Van's reputation. You have to give her a way out. Tay-Tam challenged. What gives you the right to make demands? I told you, that child isn't mine. Just then, Nin-hon arrived, holding some documents. That's right. The paternity test results are in. Why are you still playing innocent? She's carrying the Fo family's heir. Of course they can make demands. Tay-Tam turned around in surprise. What did the Mann family offer you to speak up for them like this? Nin-hon winked at him. I'm doing this out of principle, not for personal gain. Besides, we don't have any relationship anymore. Nin Hon tossed the documents onto the table. Here are the divorce papers. I've already signed them. Madame Fu panicked. Nin Hon, marriage isn't a game. Don't be rash. Nin Hon replied, I've thought it through. Thank you for taking care of me these past few years. I'm leaving now. I have nothing left to do here. Tay Tam flipped through some papers and smiled. According to our agreement, I'll give you 20% of the Fu family shares as compensation. Congratulations, Ms. Millionaire. Nin Hon turned to leave, but waved back, thanks. Tin Van and her mother were stunned. What? 20% of his shares? Tin Van exclaimed in a panic. Tay Tam, how can you use shares as compensation? Couldn't you just give her some money? Her mother added, exactly. Money can be given freely, but shares affect the very foundation of the Fu family. Tay Tam scoffed, what? Did you think that now that I'm divorced, I'd marry man Tin Van? Have you two started managing the Fu family in my place already? Tin Van's mother stood up angrily. Are you saying you won't take responsibility? My daughter's pregnant. Marriage is the natural course of action. Is the Fu family trying to smear the Man family's reputation? Tin Van added tearfully, Tay Tam, you're so heartless. We grew up together. Madame Fu interjected. Tay Tam's made his intentions clear. Besides, there are many ways to take responsibility. We can discuss this calmly. Marriage isn't the only solution. Tin Van's mother raged. Is the Fu family using its power to bully a smaller family like ours? This is outrageous. Tay Tam cut her off. Enough of this nonsense. I didn't call you here for this pointless conversation. The child's father has been found. He'll be here soon. Both mother and daughter were shocked. How is that possible? Madame Fu was also taken aback. Tay Tam, are you serious? But the paternity test, there can't be a mistake. Suddenly, someone burst through the door. Young master, something's happened. Tay Tam asked, what is it? The assistant, disheveled and with an injured arm, replied, he's been taken. They attacked right outside the Fu family home. Elsewhere, a drowsy Li Ming overheard a phone conversation. Miss Ko, this borrowing a knife to kill tactic is quite impressive, but you didn't expect someone else to be in the house. This is blown up now, and you're considered an accomplice. It's a serious crime. After you told me about it, I took care of it myself. The assault charges are on Brotherly now, but the money you gave me is too little. Plus, that bank card has a password, unlike what you told me. After I get out of prison in a few years, that money won't even cover my losses. I don't even know if I'll be able to find you then. Li Ming, listening from behind, changed expression. The man on the phone continued, smugly, all right, that works too. As for the other matter, spend the night with me. I won't be able to touch a woman for years in prison. Okay, at my place then. Li Ming's face turned purple with rage as he clenched his fists. The man hung up and smirked. I never thought I'd get lucky with a rich girl. He turned around, startled, to see Li Ming's furious gaze. Ming? Ming-ji, Li Ming grabbed him by the collar. You and that wicked girl conspire to harm me. No wonder something felt off about this. The man stammered, Ming-ji, it's a misunderstanding. Back at the hospital, Tong Tu held a milk tea, happily saying to Nin Hon, a great calamity averted. Good fortune will follow. Being able to drink milk tea again is such bliss. Nin Hon smiled. Your spirit is truly admirable. Suddenly, grandfather appeared, looking furious. Nin Hon stood up. Grandfather, why are you here? He roared, what have you done? Even if you dislike Ko Ti, you didn't have to hurt her so badly. What are you talking about? Nin Hon asked, surprised. Grandfather yelled, don't play dumb with me. Ko Ti told me you push her down the stairs. Now she's paralyzed. The doctors say she needs surgery, and even then, she might not be able to walk again. Grandfather, Nin Hon said, astonished. What are you saying? What happened to Ko Ti? When did this happen? Grandfather's face was grim. Last night. Last night had nothing to do with me. Nin Hon replied that I was here at the hospital with Tong Tu all night. She's clearly framing me. Tong Tu chimed in, yes, that's right. Nin Hon was here with me last night, but grandfather was adamant. Don't make excuses. Something this serious. How could she falsely accuse you? You two are in cahoots, aren't you? He then demanded, come with me. You and Ko Ti can confront each other. In Ko Ti's hospital room, grandfather asked, are you feeling any better? I brought Nin Hon here. Ko Ti immediately began to panic. No, stay away from me. Nin Hon, why did you do this to me? Why? She started to sob. Grandfather embraced her. Don't worry, Ko Ti. I'll get justice for you. Nin Hon sighed. Injured, but still not forgetting to put on a show? Still trying to harm me. Grandfather was enraged. Silence. Ko Ti at least considered our family and didn't call the police. Don't you have even a shred of remorse? Nin Hon retorted, Grandfather, you're condemning me me based solely on her one-sided story. Won't you even give me a chance to explain? Suddenly, Tam arrived, holding a stack of documents. Explanations need evidence. What I have here can prove everything clearly. Grandfather was surprised. Why are you here? I thought you. And Ninhon. Tam handed the documents to grandfather, who looked at them in astonishment. What is this? Tam continued. This contains some very interesting recordings. You can review them when you have time, but for now, let me briefly explain the situation. While the police were investigating Tong Tu's case, they discovered two suspicious individuals, a man surnamed True and his accomplice, a man surnamed Lai. Mr. Lai has just been apprehended, and he happens to be Ko T's cousin. All three of them were stunned. Furthermore, Tam added, the police have discovered that Ko T isn't just a suspect in the orphanage poisoning case. Through their investigation of Mr. True, they've learned that Ko T masterminded Tong Tu's attack. She also colluded with Mr. True to frame Mr. Lai. However, Mr. Lai discovered her plan. Ko T's fall down the stairs was very likely Mr. Lee's revenge. Tam gestured towards the documents. If you're interested, you can take a closer look at all the things your precious granddaughter has been doing behind your back for all these years. Things you had no idea about. He then took Ninhon's hand. Ninhon, and I have to go. The police will be here soon, and then you'll see your precious granddaughter's true colors. On the other side, Tin Van's mother held up the paternity test. What is this? How could this be? To avoid any issues when the Fu family did the test, I also went to several places for testing. But why do all the results we got show that the child isn't Fu Tam's? Tin Van frowned. There must be a mistake. Her mother threw the paper away. One place can make a mistake, but not every single one. Tin Van was flustered. It must be Tam, yes. He could do this. He must have bribed someone to change the results. Her mother yelled, why would he need to change the results? He already said that even if the child was his, he wouldn't take responsibility. Besides, the Fu madam is already suspicious. Tin Van started pulling her hair in frustration. No, I'm not giving up. I've come this far. We have to think of something. Her mother approached her. You fool, wake up. Although I don't know what happened, it must be Fu Tam's doing. Tin Van was stubborn. I don't believe it. The Fu family must care about me. I absolutely will not give up. Her mother slapped her hard. You idiot. Do you not understand our situation? We thought we could benefit from this child, but clearly, the Fu family has blacklisted us. Do you know what will happen to us? Get rid of this child immediately. That way, there's no evidence. Tin Van suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, I know our future will be bleak, but this child is Tam's. It must be. I want to give birth to it. Her mother cursed at her. Stop daydreaming. Just then, Mr. Man returned. Tin Van's mother was surprised. Husband? Honey, why are you suddenly back? Tin Van called out, Dad. He was furious. If I hadn't come back, the Man family would have been ruined by you two. I've only been gone for a month, and such a disgraceful thing has happened. I really can't control you two anymore. At that moment, Fu Madam arrived with Ninhon and Tam. Mr. Man stepped back. Fu Madam, young Master Fu, Mrs. Fu, please take charge. I'll leave it to you. Tin Van was dumbfounded. You, Miss Ninhon, why are you here too? Her mother was furious. This woman has nothing to do with the Fu family anymore. What right does she have to be here? She then pointed at her husband. And you useless fool, you let others come to our house and take charge. Are you even a man? He scoffed. All these years I've been tolerant and loving towards you, and the result is being called a useless fool. If I hadn't indulged you from the beginning, the Man family wouldn't be facing such disgrace today. She yelled, when I married you, you were just a lowly employee. I've been with you until today. Isn't treating me well the least you could do? Now that you have money, you want to abandon me. He immediately said, that's right. Before, I thought you were truly good to me, so I tolerated you. Now I know it was all fake. I've discovered the truth. Man Tin Van is not my child. Hearing this, she stammered, What nonsense are you talking about? He continued, that year, you wanted to marry into a wealthy family. While pretending to love me, you were actually seeing another young, rich gentleman. After he abandoned you, you discovered you were pregnant and only then agreed to marry me. But your purpose in marrying me wasn't to avoid disgrace, but to keep the child, hoping that young gentleman would change his mind. If I hadn't discovered this, how much longer would you have kept it from me? Now you're using the same tactic, wanting Tin Van to marry into the Fu family. Do you have any shame? Tin Van panicked and grabbed her mother's hand. Mom, am I really not Dad's daughter? He declared, Van I on, today, I want a divorce. This bastard child is no longer a member of the Man family. Tin Van was distraught. Dad, what you're saying isn't true. You're just angry. Mom, say something. He roared, "Shut up." Tin Van's eyes welled up with tears. He turned to Madame Fu. "Madame Fu, I made a fool of myself in front of you. From now on, I leave this matter in your hands." Madame Fu replied, "This is a family matter. I won't interfere. I only came here today for a short visit. You've caused enough commotion. It's time to restore the Fu family's reputation. Tam, why don't you speak?" Tam responded, "Yes. Actually, the person who had relations with Man Tin Van was one of my subordinates. To protect the reputation of your Man family, I kept this matter hidden. I didn't expect Man Tin Van to have a child out of wedlock. Regardless, I intended to arrange a good place for Man Tin Van. This subordinate of mine is an outstanding young man. If she agreed, I could have helped her. But I never expected her to use the child to blackmail me." Tin Van sobbed. That's because I love you." Tam continued, "The first DNA test proved the child wasn't mine, but you chose to falsify it. You're carrying another man's child and claiming to love me? How ridiculous. Don't push me too far." He recalled the day he and Nin Hon parked on the side of the road. He whispered, "Let's get a divorce." Nin Hon was surprised. "What do you mean?" Tam explained, "I just want to stage a fake divorce to flush out those who are causing trouble." Tin Van was stunned. "Oh, you were deceiving me from the beginning." Tam continued, "You were deceiving yourself. Did you think that having my child would make me abandon my life and come to you?" He took Nin Hon's hand. "Actually, Nin Hon, considering you and I grew up together, wanted to spare you, but someone as malicious as you leaves me no choice." Tin Van laughed bitterly. Ha ha. "Should I thank her then?" Tam embraced Nin Hon. "No need for thanks. I just want you to stop bothering us. Because Nin Hon is pregnant with my child." Everyone was stunned. Madame Fu exclaimed, "Is it true?" Mr. Man, standing behind them, offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, Madame Fu." She took Nin Hon's hand. "When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Nin Hon smiled. "I just found out yesterday." Tam beamed. "Mother, she's less than 2 months along. We need to take extra care of her." Then Madame Fu joyfully pulled Nin Hon along. "Nin Hon, let's go home. From now on, you must pay attention to your health. If you want to eat anything or need anything, just tell me." Nin Hon smiled. "It's all right, I'm not that fragile." Then Tam said to Mr. Man, "Mr. Man, I'll leave the rest to you." He replied, "All right, the police are already downstairs." Tin Van was in a state of shock. "Miss Nin Hon has a child? Impossible, impossible." Outside, Madame Fu was leading Nin Hon home. "We need to start preparing the baby's things right away. We should also choose a name soon." Nin Hon said shyly, "Mother, it's still early." Tam told her, "It's always better to prepare early. You should learn this so that when you have more children later, it won't be so difficult." Nin Hon was stunned. "Huh? More children?" This concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I'll be motivated to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes. Have an energetic day.